Welcome back to Blueprints, everyone. I'm still homeless, and I figured we could do a cold open today into Blueprints. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Today is going to be a very normal day because I've resigned myself to turning this channel into a more family-friendly one, and I realized like the most family-friendly that you can possibly get is the water cooler at the office. Because you never have a deep conversation at the water cooler unless you're maybe in Europe. I've like heard the Europeans. You ask them like how their day is, and they apparently tell you really how their day was and what they're feeling. But in North America, when you ask someone how their day was, the response is good. Like no one ever actually answers. My coworker actually, and I don't know if this is relevant, but she was actually diagnosed with autism and like ADHD, and she was mentioning how she never understood that, and I also mentioned how I never understood either, and it was a weird thing for the both of us to like learn. And then I'm not kidding you. In the same breath, she was like, "Oh, it's weird for you too. You should go get diagnosed." I was like, "Yeah, okay, man." But anyways. I've heard that it doesn't actually like make sense to most people when you're actually thinking about what the point of the sentence is, because it's like, why would you waste air on nothing, right? I say as I stream and I talk about nothing. But today we're going to have a very normal day. I had a triple poop today. The mythical triple is what I'm going to call it. I've mapped out my intestines successfully. So this is the reason why we're playing this today, because I want you all to know how deeply I mapped out my intestine. It was actually absurd how much space there was, and I understand how Su Yang does it now. Because usually, this is a good morning, you know it's a good morning based on this. The poop was so large that it folded in half. There wasn't enough room in the toilet bowl to cover the entire thing. And I genuinely thought my asshole would never close. PUV, you're at the water cooler, and you asked your like coworker how was their day. They're going a little bit too far. And I thought to myself, wow, this is absolutely great because it means that it's just going to keep on going and going and going. But the best part was that it did end. And when it ended, guess what? Usually when it folds over, I have to plunge the toilet because even without paper, the thing clogs. And I don't know why. I consistently, my wife hates this, but she's always like, how do I clog the toilet? Because she poops out pebbles and I poop out like snakes. And I have to tell her like, listen, honey, it's like a boa constrictor coming out of my asshole. So I drop the boa constrictor, folds in half. I press the flush button, okay? There's always a tense moment when the water doesn't go down, like it keeps on rising, okay? Gets to near the top, but sometimes a miracle happens, and today was that miracle. Where all of a sudden I heard the and I see the water level like dropping fast. That's how I know that the poop has gotten over the P-trap. When the poop gets over the P-trap in the like, in the junction, it's like the first churn off of the highway. That's how I know that my day is going to be good. And the best part was, it was like multiple times. Sleeping mask. Oh yeah, this is the bedroom one. First time that I answered. Because you would think that poop couldn't be so dangerous. But honestly, when you have to plunge it, and if it's a toilet paper clog, it's a bit easier. It's a lot cleaner. You guys ever plunge like pure poop water? It's just brown all the way, and then you see like bits of poop stuck to the plunger, bits of poop stuck to the water. Like, even if it's my poop, I don't want to look at it. Right? There's a natural human revulsion to poop. Yum, Michimochi, yum emoji. I'm gonna email that streamer, whoever that is. I'm going to email them and I'm going to tell them that one of their viewers is a fucking freak. Like, hey, I have a viewer of yours. They're a fucking freak in my chat. Can you stop them? But it was good. It was a very solid poop, and then it just kept going again. So as I was getting the fried chicken, I felt the poop coming up, so I went to poop again, and then it was also clean. And the best part is that all three poops, again, there was so much mucus covering the poop that it slid out like a snake, and I was like, oh, it's so clean. I didn't go to the outside room. I'm stupid. I didn't do the other room. I need to go back and do it. And I thought to myself, like, maybe it's gonna be a disaster going in, right? Because maybe there's like not enough, toilet paper to cover me or something. But no, it was good. It was just a nice clean exit. It was a nice clean venture from where I was, and I survived readily, and I was very happy about the results. So today is a good day. she's a plastic eater, she would understand. Okay, no joke. I used to love chewing on straws. But the problem is that I used to love chewing on it too much that I'm pretty sure I've swallowed more plastic than I should have over my lifetime. Because I'm fairly certain the majority of my stomach now is plastic and like fingernails. Because I like to also bite my fingernails, and so I'm pretty sure I'm going to like die. I only stopped the fingernail biting when I learned that I could get stomach cancer. Because apparently that's like a huge reason of why you can get stomach cancer and like ulcers is because your nails are sharp and they cut the insides. Plastic balls. Okay, I don't know about eating plastic balls. I feel like, you know those warnings on those toys? It's like, don't swallow the plastic ball toy. Like, hello, thank you for buying Orbeez, like plastic Orbeez, or thank you for buying Orbosas, and then it's like, don't eat the Orbosas. And I look at the warning, I'm like, what fucking idiot needs this? And then I realize I'm the idiot. I'm the idiot. We had the trading post. We had not a root cellar. There's a hovel where special floor plans now cost feet instead of gems. Don't know what that means, but I like the root cellar because I have the shovel. Holy shit, I can dig all of these? Oh my god. Pebbles? Why are there so many potatoes? Do people actually store their potatoes underground? You know the mod? She bought like 5 pounds of potatoes once, or 10 pounds, and she carried it home with her arms. I was like, damn, you actually cracked, dude. But she went on the bus with it. And I was like, damn, you actually cracked, dude. Like, you're not gonna, like, I don't know. I feel like potatoes is a vegetable that you only buy if you have a car. Because here's the thing about the bus, right? You go on the bus, you have a bunch of potatoes, you have to carry it around. We need the magnifying glass with you, Epson, and you have to try and survive the like trip on the way home, right? But then somebody inevitably gets mad at you when the bag of potatoes swings and it accidentally touches them. It's like, buddy, there's nothing I can do, okay? Do you know F equal ma or whatever it is? Okay, it is the fundamental equation discovered by Albert Einstein or whoever it was, Isaac Newton, I don't know, I'm not a scientist, many years ago when he said that shit moves. There's nothing I can do. What's this? Baron Thomas Sinclair, Baroness Aravel, Lord William Epson. Who the hell is this guy? Oh, both are kids. Oh yeah, Claire Epson became Mary Epson. Lord William Epson, Liddy Ashland, or Herbert S. Sinclair, which is them. Epson Sinclair to become the Epson Sinclair family tree. Imagine having to share a tree with another family. Here is obsidian. I'm going to open it now. Anyway, so the plastic thing, right? I'm fairly certain the majority of my body is some level of plastic, and I'm worried about how far the plastic use has gone. Because the thing about the plastic, right, is that you can't ever get rid of it. As far as we know, insofar as like the things that we've been told about the plastic entering your ball sack. As far as we know, plastic in your ball sack is a permanent venture. And so I wonder how much of my body is plastic versus meat. And I wonder how come the plastic hasn't collected in a single spot to form like a plastic ball of some kind. Like, in X-Men, when Magneto breaks out of the jail, right? And he collects all of the dude's iron into like a bunch of balls that come out of his like face. How come I can't do that? Also, I want you to read this. This is a strange description. An underground store of jarred vegetables and fruits from Mount Holly's gardens. It's always amazing what great things come from a little digging around in the dirt. I need to go to the orchard. You remind me to go to the orchard? I forgot that we maybe have the key from the apple trees. So this is the outer section. So I'll do, I don't know, I'll do green. But I need to take a bunch of images here. But yeah, hopefully everyone's having a good day today. So now we're gonna go into the water cooler talk. Okay, I need to learn how to be a better normal person. I want to be plastico. No, I just want to have the ability to control plastic. Like, you know how like Spider-Man gets bitten by a spider and he gets the ability to become a spider, and also like probably like a, you know. One thing that I will say is that Spider-Man gets way more handsome after he gets bit by a spider, and this is also kind of weird. He was already handsome, but he just wasn't confident, right? Because this is the thing. I've never seen an ugly Spider-Man in my life. And I think to myself, like, there's no way that he doesn't know that, like, everyone has the hots for him, right? Because, like, he's not, like, a bad-looking dude in any iteration. Even the Tobey Maguire one was like, and he was the closest to looking the weird, ugly person because he's just like a weird looking dude. He was still like a decent looking guy, but it's weird how the entire sort of mythos of Spider-Man is that he's like an ugly, nerdy dude until he gets bit by the spider, and then he gets really muscular. But it's not like Captain America going from like the starved American child to like the Chad American warrior. It's like the nerd becoming less nerdy in some way. Search contents. Search continues. Author and illustrator whose fantasy stories named Marion Marigold was last seen in Friday getting a carriage at the lake. No sign has been found yet. What does this even mean? And why is this here? So what's funny is that this should be in the archive room where the other things were last time. I'm surprised this isn't inside the archive. Because here... Can search... archived. Here we go. Oh god. And you may notice that the board has not been fixed yet. I'm sorry. But I'll fix it later. Wait. Actually, over here, we do like this. Has... This should be in the archives like the others. But anyways, all I'm saying is I just want the ability to have like a good use of the plastic power, because I feel like what's the point of eating all this plastic if it doesn't result in something cool for me? Not to say that you should eat the plastic. I'm just saying that like if I'm gonna eat this much plastic, I would have hoped that my body could synthesize it in some way. Think about this. I want you to think about this. Your body synthesizes fried chicken into a heart attack in the form of saturated fats or whatever it is, or trans fats, or I forget which like fat it is, entering your veins and killing you. Like, that's the power of fried chicken fats, right? Fundamentally, there's no difference between the fried chicken fat and plastic. They both are really just there to kill you and like maybe taste good. Considering that some people apparently eat it, apparently the streamer of yours eats it, so let's assume that it tastes good. I've never really tried it, but let's assume that it tastes good. This looks weird. Why are there different colored barrels? I feel like that's important to know. No? And only the bottom ones are tapped, but I think that's more of a practicality concern, because do you really want to tap like an above ground barrel when it has to fall? Probably not. Assuming that the plastic tastes good, then they both fulfill the same purpose. But only chicken gets synthesized into something different, right? The protein makes your muscles. The fat makes a heart attack. Clearly, something's wrong with the system if we can't do the same thing with the plastic. And I want you to think about this. The human body, if it can't handle plastic, what can it handle? We get cancer from the sun. We get cramps if we use our muscles too much, the way that they're meant to be used. So what's funny is that when my friends and I were hanging out, they kept looking back at me and saying, "Hey, old man, do you need time?" Mind you, my other friend, he's like 30 years older than me. The mod is like 5 years younger than me, so it's not like we're all spry and young here. They're all old. But they keep on going, "Hey, old man, do you want to recover?" Because they see my leg cramping. Yeah, okay, so now back to normal water cooler talk, right? We just need normal conversations about normal things. And I prepared a list of things that we can talk about. These are real conversations that I've had over the years. And I'll expound on it as soon as I figure out what this is. So, where is the... I'm pretty sure I typed it orchid. Here we go. There we go. How do we do this? So, presumably apple count on trees is code for padlock on orchid. I'm assuming it's the bottom trees, which will lead to the major one. But do I count the apple on the floor? I'm not sure. Let's count the ones on the trees. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 2. 3, 4, 4, 2. That seems too easy. 3, 4, 4, 2? Really? All of these sort of topics, well, not the ones you just heard, but like the ones that you're going to hear, come from real conversations around the water cooler that I've had in my life. Okay, maybe I count the ones on the floor. So 4, 4, 5, 2. 4, 4, 5, 2. Okay, maybe I count... Well, what do I do? This is clearly for the gate. This is clearly for the gate. So why doesn't it work? Do we need to count these as well? The pathway? Maybe I do need to count the ones on the path as well. Because this is the closest thing that I can get to for the password. Or maybe it's telling me to look at the trees here. Is it going to be like a perspective puzzle where it's like the way that a tree looks like, that's the code? The number only goes up to 9. And there's 4 of them, and there's too many trees here, so it can't be this. It has to be this. Number goes up to 9. If we count the apples over here as well, maybe I can get to something. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 4. 5. 6, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 6, 4, 5, 7. We do 6, 4, 5, 7. Fuck. Okay, well, how many is on this tree? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, it's already too much. What do you do here? Day 1. Day 1. What does that mean, day 1? I know I'm here on day 1. But how do I convert this into a padlock code? 3, 4, 4, 2. Is it not 3, 4, 4, 2? Am I just... 3, 4, 4, 2. Okay, well... either this isn't, or I'm just stupid. Or I'm stupid. It really could go either way. It's like either it isn't, or I'm stupid. I may be the one who isn't. These conversational topics range from relatively straightforward. Things like, oh, how was the day? Do you see the game? You know, what's your life like? Hey, I heard this new band. To a bit funnier and a bit stranger that I've heard. So let's begin with a mix of the normal, okay? Hey, did you hear that new Tame Impala song? Oh yeah, I really like it. This is around the time when their new song came out. I forget what the name of the song is, but it was new and it was interesting and it was fun to listen to. And then they were like, okay, well, this is a normal... And then it was a normal conversation. They were telling me about how Tame Impala is one dude, and I had a revelation then. They then went into the second half of the sort of like water cooler talk. And this is where I was like, okay, I don't know what to say about this, but I feel like there's something going on here. He then mentioned that him and his wife no longer love each other. It was incredibly awkward when he said him and his wife no longer love each other. And I was like, oh, you're going I guess you're going European on this, eh? With those like water cooler talk. And he started espousing about how, yeah, he doesn't really know what to do. Him and his wife are sort of like, they don't really talk that much, and they're not really happy with each other, and they sleep in separate bedrooms, and like, you know, they're not having sex anymore. And I was like, buddy, I don't really care about this. And mind you, the coffee machine takes a very long time to fill. So you sit there, you wait a very long time for the coffee to finally fill up, and you wonder to yourself, when will it ever end? As this person is telling me about their life. Same person, by the way, who said, yeah, when I hosted that party, like the designer came by and she smoked a lot of weed and she took some drugs and like she was so hot, man. And I'm like, I don't really give a fuck, man. So you pantry. So you go through all this, and you realize very quickly that there's no semblance of normalcy for some water cooler talks, right? So in this is when I learned that water cooler talk has like 4 different categories, I would say. One is like the bog standard, what's the weather? And this can be applied to many different topics. Because everyone has a topic that they genuinely don't care about. For me, it's sports. Like, if you told me that like my friend, my like good buddy who lives in Vancouver, he'll sometimes talk to me about hockey. And he'll say like, yeah, this like team is winning. And I go, wow, that's cool, bro. So what about... But then I ask questions. So this thing, water cooler talk is practice on how to ask questions to make someone feel better about their interests, because you don't want them to feel bad. And it's incredibly difficult because I genuinely don't know what to say when somebody says something about the hockey team, right? And again, it's not because the way that he's saying it is like boring. It's not. I just don't get hockey. Why is there dirt inside the church? Oh, free coin. Nice recovery. Oh, another dirt pile. This house is disgusting. It is interesting to think that the people of this household, they draft the rooms and then it's like but they must fill the dirt too. Like I'm assuming that they fill the dirt inside the rooms as well to give you things to do. Like that this is not a natural pile of dirt. This is not natural. That is not a natural pile of dirt. I've seen dirt in the home before, and it always comes from some place. Like, it has to have a source of some kind. Oh, it's a hamster room. Hey, buddy. Are you okay? Still good? Oh, we have windows. Oh, right. We have windows because we're on the outside. This is all the same. Yep, all the same. It's 2 bananas. Also, this is good. Actually, we have a lot of steps. 2 bananas is kind of nice. The Trinsdale Mystery, the Turtles of Vera. I wonder what's up here that I can't see, because surely there must be something on the top bunk. No way the top bunk is not, like, an interesting thing to look at. Also, how come there's no desk on that side? How come there's only one side has a desk when there's 2 people here? I feel like both people need their own desk. There's another category of observatory. No, I can't open that. There's another category of parlor. Oh, this actually cuts it off either way. So I'll do a parlor game. Coffee talk, where you talk about things that some of you, like both of you have a mild interest in, to a major interest in, but neither of you want to expound on it, right? So it's like, it's a thing that both of you are sort of into, like say the songs that you like, but you don't want to go too far with the conversation because you just want to go back to your desk. At least one true false. Okay, so you were in the parlor. Yes, that's true. This box is empty. I don't know. The blue box is true. True, false, which means this box is full. And this is the most interesting type of sort of coffee machine talk, water cooler talk, because this is the opportunity to expand into a meaningful connection if you are not as antisocial as I am. Because I just took a personality test and I got what did I get? Took an online personality test and I got INTP-T. Okay? I don't know what that means, but I'm assuming that's not a good thing. Anytime I've seen somebody with like an I in their personality and like their bio for anything, they've always been somewhat of an asshole, and I'm worried that that's me now. Like, I'm kind of worried. Maybe at this room, gain 2. First time enter, I gain a lot, but I want to do a passageway here, I think, to get me some... Wait, I can redraw? I'm in the drawing room. Right. Security is a good one. I need to leave the doors on so I can get the garage to leave out the side. But I don't know how necessary that is. At the very least, I need to put the power on inside the garage. So if I do... Nope. Keycard system. Keycard system settings. We do security level. The amount of keycard... Okay, we do 1 or 2, and then we change offline mode to be unlocked. And then we change it so that... Oh, this is not the utility room. Right. This level of, I guess, coffee talk, water cooler talk, at that point, when you're during, like, something that everyone kind of likes, it's interesting because while it could lead to something new and that multiple people may enjoy talking about, it runs the risk of you also having to feel the conversation that you may not necessarily want to. Not to say that, like, it's a bad conversation, but, like, sometimes it really is an inopportune time, right? And I've noticed that about sort of The Office is that a lot of people don't really know when is a good time to have a conversation. Like, I don't blame them, too, because it's like some people just want to have a conversation, but some people really do treat The Office as a replacement for their lacking personal life. Which is not to say that, like, having a personal life that is not lacking is sort of not normal. I think it's very normal to have a personal life that does lack in many ways. But it does make you sort of wonder, well, what can I do to make it any better than what they're already doing in their own life? And what do they hope to get out of it by having this minor conversation? And I know that there's something to be said about the fact that socializing is a skill and you're doing it in many ways to practice like the ritual than it is necessarily to have a real connection. And I would probably argue that most, if not all, such things about you know, having conversations within the coffee sort of room is about this idea of basically what I'm trying to say is it feels like everyone's doing it to practice instead of it being meaningful in some way. But what is this? This feels like I should open this. Um, Oil stain. If I had the car key, I could open things, but I have no car key. It is fascinating to think that they could get that in any other form, right? And I very often wanted to see and sort of talk to my coworkers to see if they know how to use Discord or something, or like Omegle. Because a lot of the times when you have a conversation with someone during like a coffee room thing, oh, dark room, yes. I need to see what this room looks like. So red is apparently my character's favorite room type, which is weird because red is a negative effect. Why does my character enjoy having that negative effect applied to him? And why does he find it to be something that he can sort of use to walk around? Yeah. So so let's say you have that sort of thing, and oh, the book is here. Simon P. Jones. Me, November 14th. Yeah. Because we're on day 8. What? This should be November 15th, because day 1 is day 7. Oh, day 1 is day 7, so 7 days after. Yeah. Day 8 is this. Who is Kimberly Thompson? This is interesting. Volume 3. Okay, well, the problem is that I already got this book. So there's actually no need for me to have this book. And I'm pretty sure I have a section on books. Library has choice of book from these. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, well, I need to figure out how to put all the books in one place now. But this book was borrowed by a Kimberly Thompson. So, drawing room. Drafting room. Studio. Okay, I need to figure out a good system for this. But this is technically on page 1. Like so. And then this is technically coming from externally. This is an external connection to the library, which is here. I need to really fix this system up. Oh god. Where? Okay, so here, straight up into that. Yeah, I'm just so surprised sometimes whenever a conversation sort of happens in that sense, because a lot of people really do seem like they're just here to say things, and they don't really want to necessarily talk too much about anything in particular in terms of like real meaningful connection type stuff, which isn't bad, but you recognize very quickly that some people are just there to yap. And I actually thought to myself, and I still remember thinking this, I feel like a lot of people would benefit from being able to go stream, right? For instance, I noticed that people tend to have a lot to say, but no space to say it because they don't allow themselves the space to say it. But also the world, in many ways, doesn't really allow yourself to say it either. Wait a minute, this is volume 3. This is a different one. Yeah, it's a different book. Wait a minute. Because this... Wait, what? Yeah, this is a different book. Okay, wait, actually, this is good. So this is a different book. So this is a bad connection. So, okay, delete this connection. Delete that there. We go back to the library. I then put it over here. Okay, well, I'm going to fix the library now per my new system. Shit. Fuck. Gameplay stats. Fuck. Uh-oh. Delete that. Okay. Here. Over here. That's the new connection over here. So, book request plan. This has to be over here as well. This gameplay stats. So this should actually be on this side. So I'll go like this. This will let me know that this is a piece of gameplay statistics over here. Oh god. This is the hard part about keeping knowledge, is how do you do it in such a way that you enjoy the act of sort of managing the lines. There's too many lines. It's freaking me out. Red, this. The bottom is external. Red means external. I need to write like a legend for this somewhere. I'm going to forget. We do this here. So book request form is this. And then this is an external connection, so we go over here. We do like this. We go, oh shit. We go red. Like this. Okay. Now how do I go on from here? How do I actually do any of this? What is this? I don't know. Mostly useless physics stats. I don't know why I said that really. So over here, scrapbook. So this actually should be on this side. Should also be a square connection. I got a lot of really cool plugins that make it a lot better. The advanced canvas plugin in Obsidian is fantastic for this stuff because the canvas, while it's cool for games like this, what I noticed very quickly about the canvas is that it doesn't really have a good way of manipulating and changing, say, the shape of these connections. And so you end up very quickly with this like mess of lines. The advanced canvas helps you sort of work with the lines better. And the key is that it can now enter your knowledge graph, where before it wouldn't really be a part of your knowledge graph, and you wouldn't be able to, like, there wouldn't be a way to search to it, to link to it, to connect to it. And then you have the simple canvas search plugin, which then handles the textual OCR style search within the canvas itself, which is very handy to have because it's very difficult to like want to do this type of search thing and not be annoyed. Or like, it's very hard to want to like try to look around the canvas and not be annoyed of where all the information is. It's all spread all over the place. The ability for you to be able to look at a canvas and not have to actually take in every piece of information is very handy. It's a bit like a conversation at the water coolers, where you don't need to care about everything that people say. You just need to care about the baseline core of what they're trying to get at, right? And this is really the key of the water cooler talk. Okay, there's different kinds of water cooler talks, but the key to any successful water cooler talk is you just need to know which are important and which ones you can ignore in the sense of what should you care about. So, for instance, in water cooler talks, you can very quickly discern, depending on the archetype of the phrase, whether or not they want to have a real deep conversation or not, right? If they say to you, good, let's say you ask them, how's your day? And they say good, that's a sign that you should leave. And really, what I found about the water cooler is that it's not necessarily about conversation, it's about the ritual. It's a social ritual that you do every day to let people know intuitively that they're still inside the in-group. Because if you go to the water cooler and you say, how's your day? And they look at you a certain way and they say, could be better. That's a sign. Like, what does that mean? And then you need to figure out, okay, who said that? Is it your coworker? They saw an email that you didn't see. Is it a manager? They're about to send you an email that you don't want to see. Is it your manager's manager? Your whole team is getting laid off. Like, if your manager's manager, who gets paid a lot of money and has relatively little stress, says it's like it could be better, you're all getting laid off because there's only one thing that can stress people out. Most people, if they have feelings, is the layoff process, laying off people. The potential within. We all start as an empty floor plan. To the ambitious young architect, a fresh blueprint represents a world of boundless possibilities. When you're staring at the blank canvas, you have unlimited potential and ideas to explore. With an abundance of options at your disposal, the architect can also become overwhelmed by the countless choices and decisions that need to be made. So I draft a hallway or a closet. How many bedrooms do I need in my house? Is passageway really worth 2 gems? Okay, if you have more than 1 bedroom, I'm going to say this, you invite chaos into your life. POV, your friends come over, y'all hang out. Y'all are having a good time. Everyone's sorry, I'm so gassy because of the fried chicken. And then y'all come back from from a night out, drinking, having, fun, eating, hot pot and stuff. And then everyone's drunk. And so they go, hey, it's getting kind of late. I don't really want to drive anywhere. Or let's say it snows a lot, and then people are afraid of driving home or something, but they're not drunk, so it's safe anyways. But you know what I mean? If you live in a snowy place, and so you hear the dreaded words, "I guess I gotta sleep over." If you have an extra bedroom, you are obligated to say yes, because would you be the asshole to let someone die in the snow? That's kind of hard, man. But if you don't have a guest bedroom, you can say to your friends, look at them in the eyes, knowing that this is the last time that you're going to see them. Sorry, there's no space. Looks like you have to go home. several dead in crash during largest snowstorm of the year. So I will say this: the number of bedrooms should be like max one. There's always space on the floor. Okay, so I've genuinely thought about this. If it was like, let's say it was life or death, and someone like, and you had to sleep on the floor or die, I would rather just die. I'd rather just die. I don't know about you, but the floor has never struck me as a particularly nice place to sleep because the floor isn't really inviting, right? There's multiple reasons for this, but the key is this: how many of you walk around the house in slippers versus barefoot? Okay, this is very important, and I'm not asking this because I like feet. This is actually like it's genuinely. I know this doesn't sound. I know this isn't really helping my case with the feet thing, and like people think that I'm really into feet, but like this is not that. Okay, what I'm trying to get at is that how many of you actually know what goes on your floor from the bottom of your sultry little souls, you silly little sluts. A reference to my very wonderful phrase that I wrote that one time. Do I still have it loaded? No. How many of you clean up your messes on the floor immediately after it happens? How many of you do more than just sweep your floor weekly? How many of you actually clean your floors by mopping it weekly? How many of you actually treat your mop with the level of respect that it deserves by actually getting the water out and making sure that it doesn't soak and build up like a mildew smell? Yeah? And then how many of you actually take care of the floor that you walk on? Because I will say this, I'm ever surprised that a floor is well maintained, because usually the floor is the first thing to go in a home, and you'll see a shit ton of scratch marks, and it feels kind of like shitty to walk on. And if it's barefoot, you'll like get like splinters. Okay. Most people are not taking care of their floors the way that most people take care of their countertops, or most people take care of their tables, or most people take care of their desk, or most people take care of their bed. The floor is often the dumping ground for the shit that's out there because people assume that their feet are dirty. If you walk around barefoot, you assume that your feet are clean and that the floor is clean. That's why you have to know, are they a barefoot walker or are they like a slipper walker? If they walk bare feet, right? They don't care. Sorry, they care about cleaning the floor. If they wear slippers, there's a lot less care because it goes on the bottom of the slippers, not on their foot. And so what you'll see is they'll leave the house. Let's say they have to bring in the like mail, and the mail is just slightly outside, inside the box as it should be. And so they'll step outside to their front little porch patio, whatever the thing is in front of your front door is called, in their slipper, and they'll bring in the mail, and then they'll bring the slippers back inside. But that's a trap. The person who dropped your mail off has been walking the entire day. Some people, depending on the mail, it may even be worse. If it's an Amazon package, that person has pissed in their, like, you know, because like you don't get time to pee, so you just pee your pants and it drips down and it soaks inside of your shoes. Even then, a regular mail person has probably stepped in more dog shit than you've ever seen in your entire life, okay? Because they have to walk through yards, and most people do not care about their yards too, by extension. So, you've now brought your slippers out to where there's dog poop and there's like bacteria all over the place, and you bring it back inside because you think, oh, it's just a quick trip. As if bacteria needs time to enter your foot. At the very moment that contact was made with the outside structure of your home was the moment that you've contaminated that like inner sealed barrier. And that's with the slipper people. Some people wear shoes in their home. That's fucked up, man. Like, that's pretty bad. When your germophobia wasn't that bad, you probably did walk barefoot, but yeah, it's probably dirty. Although I'm not exactly sure if it's more dirty than any other surfaces. No, I'm telling you, it's really bad. Even with just slippers alone, there's so many times when you step in a spot that you wouldn't usually step in barefoot because you have slippers on. The other major portion is the front door, okay? So you walk in from the front door. Let's say you come home, let's say you come home from work, right? And you walk in, pretend, okay, this is a good thing. Most people have steps. No, not really. But like, let's say you have a step up to your front door and you step inside. Okay, so like this is your front door. This is the inside of your home. You step inside with your shoe, and then you take off your shoes. Nobody takes off their shoes outside. Nobody. You take off your shoes inside. Why does nobody take off their shoes outside? I don't know. I will say this though. My family was fucking weird for like a couple months. I don't know why they did this. They would take off their shoes outside the front door and then leave their shoes outside in like the cold weather in front of the door. on the outside. And I was like, what are you guys doing? You guys know that people are gonna steal your shoes, right? Like the mail person is coming by, like, what the fuck are there so many shoes on the outside? Like I actually didn't understand why they did this, but they had the shoe rack on the outside of the home. And I'm like, buddy, that's personal property. Like I know that like the entire home is like private property, but like no one treats the front of your door as private property. Everyone treats it as a shared space because like you walk up there to like bring mail and like knock on people's doors. Like it's people are gonna like see your shoes, man. Like that's a weirdly intimate thing to see. It's like staring at your feet, uncovered. So anyways, yeah. So even in that spot where you have to take off your shoes and you leave it there, people, if you were barefoot, you would never walk there. But because you wear slippers, you don't even notice. You just walk by it and you brush on it. But if you were walking barefoot, you would feel that even within like a 50 I don't know what a good thing distance is, 50-kilometer distance, there's like dirt tracking and you could feel it on your feet now. Especially in winter when it snows, you definitely feel the wet of the snow, okay? So you'd be surprised at how dirty most floors are, okay? And then your friend expects you to sleep on it and it's life or death. It's like, I'd rather just die because I'm going to die inside anyways. And this is the thing about sleeping on the floor, right? When you sleep on the floor, you have to put a mattress on the floor. The pillow, the blanket, it's gone. You have to wash that. Or in some cases, it may be so dirty that you might as well just burn the whole thing. That's how like nasty it is, okay? I'm not saying this as a germaphobe. I'm just saying that like your floor is dirtier than you would expect, and people just don't really think about the like floor to foot mechanic of like how your foot interacts with the floor. How did we even get on this topic? How did we even get here? Oh, the bedrooms, right? Yeah. So that's why if you that's why if you have only one bedroom for yourself, and somebody says you have to sleep on the floor, that's your sign to leave. All right. Even if you have because once you have a guest bedroom, people feel obligated to sleep over. And this is the thing too about having a guest bedroom. Look at this house. Look at how many rooms I have. I have a bunk room for who there's no kids in the house. I have a bedroom for who my dead grand uncle and his dead wife. Okay, kind of empty. I'm sleeping outside in a camping tent. I have a den for who? No one. Okay. So why do you have all of these rooms? And therein lies the problem. It's a mental test on yourself. Every day when your friend comes over and they say, hey, can I sleep over? Like time slows down. And it's a mental test that opens in your mind. And you go, I don't want to have to like entertain a guest for the entire day as well as the morning. I want my alone time. But I have a guest bedroom and it never goes to use. So maybe I should let them sleep here. And then you're in a bit of a sticky situation. Maximizing value of assets is step number one of how to get the best of your investment portfolio. The home is typically a depreciating asset. It actually costs money to maintain, except in markets where real estate is actually sort of a driving upwards force of some level of, you know, in quite a few places, real estate is an investment vehicle that goes up, even though it really should be a depreciating asset that goes down, and you're really choosing the place to live there forever. Like it's like in Japan, your home is gonna be shit in like a couple years, right? In North America, though, your home is your retirement fund. So if the market ever crashes, you're just dead. So if you want to maximize the value of your home, even if it goes up, you want to also maximize the use of it, because like if you're not using it, what else is the point of having the home? At least in my purview, it's like, what is a house if not a home? In Toronto, it's your main way to invest money. So let's say you're not in Toronto, or let's say even if you are in Toronto and you have that guest bedroom, you want to like you want to have someone here. See these 3 chairs? Who's gonna sit in it? Me, my wife, Missy. Me, my wife, Missy. That's it. My dog, she can't even reach the chair. I have to pick her up and like put her down. Not in that way. Like I have to pick her up onto the chair, and then what she'll do, and she does this every time, she climbs on the table, she walks over to us, and then she just sits with us, right? So what's the point of the extra chair? What's the point of the extra bedroom? To collect dust. And you know the easiest way to give purpose and meaning to the things that you spend money on, so that you feel less guilty about spending money on it, is to give it purpose in your life. Because I will tell you right now, regret in for buying a home is highest within the first 5 years. I'm pretty sure regret for buying a home goes down after like 5 years, but like my family, when we actually got our first family home after like 30 years of like them working hard, and it was like a shitty rundown place. For the first 5 years, we were like, this is a disaster. After 5 years, we were like, thank God we don't have to like rent anymore. Thank God we have a home that we can sort of like go back to, you know, like, and that all of us can sort of share it. But for the first 5 years, you think to yourself, oh God, it's like there's like rats everywhere. It's like run down. The door's falling off. We have to like redo the floors. Like this, like my brother took out the toilet in the basement and never put it back for some reason. I don't even know why. Like what do you do, right? Like it's hard. So the way to alleviate that feeling again is to make full use of your home. So the guest bedroom presents two problems. One, you open yourself up to the liability of somebody wanting to stay over when they want to, but not when you want to. Two, I feel like I'm giving a lecture to like people down in the in the library, like, Professor, what does it mean to have a home? Well, my dear students, let me tell you, you poor bastards. A house is not a home unless you have a guest bedroom. Two, you open yourself up to the guilt of having a guest room that goes to waste. Because this is the thing. You have a guest bedroom. It's an extra bedroom. So what happens then? Well, then you think to yourself, why don't I add or convert the room into something new? We're going to do this live. We're just going to do it live. IKEA.com. We're going to go to IKEA. And we're going to see how expensive it is to set up a new type of room. Let's say you want to do an office, like a home office, to make use of your new thing. Okay, I don't know what's like a. Okay, I'll just use this. Okay, yeah, we'll just do downtown. We'll just base it off of like downtown Toronto prices, because I feel like downtown Toronto prices are probably the most ubiquitous price across all Canada. Because like, if you can afford downtown Toronto prices, you can probably afford the rest of Canada, right? So this is now going to downtown Toronto. I'm assuming that this is like how much you can afford as a thing, okay? A desk alone is like $150. Let's say you have a computer and a monitor, okay? Then the mic is not going to cut it. The mic 75 is not going to cut it. The mic 150 starts to begin to cut it, but even then it's still a little iffy. And honestly, the mic 150, I will say this too, the little side cabinet with the door on it is not good ventilation for your PC. So really, you might even want to go up to something that gives you more PC using room, like the Mic 240. Okay, I would say the Mic 240 is pretty good because it has space for your monitor, your cables, your like mouse pad and stuff. But honestly, even something like maybe not the Utspiller, maybe the Mitsun is probably the next best choice. You either need wide or tall or like both, right? It's really just that. You know what? Go for the Kallax Linman, so you get a bit of a double whammy. $175 for the desk and the shelf alone. Then you gotta get a chair. Okay, well, let's just get a chair. Let's get like an office chair. Let's say you're a normal office person, you don't care about gaming stuff, and you try to go for as cheap as, but you don't want to cheap out on the chair because like that's where you spend most of your time, right? And I will say the mesh is nice if you sweat. This is nice if you don't care about the sweat and you care about putting your feet onto the chair. I will say the Milberget is your best choice for that, but I will say let's just go with the Marcus because at least it deals with your back sweat as well as some of your ass sweat, but you're still gonna stain it, okay? And you don't go for the white because when you sit cross-legged on the chair, the sweat on your feet will stain it. Your nieces wallow on the floor at all times and it's still alive. So the germs are probably not that bad. That's germ propaganda. That's germ propaganda. They're trying to fool you into believing that it's fine to sit on the floor, but you don't know this. They're climbing up your asshole right now. In your asshole, there is an untold amount of bacteria inside of your asshole. It's a psyop. Okay? And it doesn't take long for them to invade your asshole. Think about this. How quickly does bacteria move? It moves the moment that you touch it. Because bacteria sticks to your body because of, I don't know, magnets or some shit. I don't know how bacteria sticks to your body. Do we know how bacteria sticks to things? Is it because of the mucus or like magnets or like what is it? So you again, this is propaganda, and this is the bacteria that has invaded your brain telling you this because it wants to invade the rest of your body. It's a bit like cats and the way that they give you the bacteria that goes into your brain that makes you like the smell of their poop. There's a Vsauce video. There's a Vsauce video. He has a video for everything. He has a video for everything. Vsauce, Vsauce, Vsauce. How to be a famous no, how to be a successful streamer. Raise advice on how to be a streamer. Raise advice on how to be a streamer. Raise advice. He doesn't have the right advice for me. He doesn't have the right advice for me. Anyways, so let's assume that you don't fall for the propaganda because it's a bit like the cat thing. You get the bacteria in your brain that makes the pee smell good. Okay, so let's say you're free from the bacteria. You're already at like $400 just for the chair and the desk in order to change it into like an office. It's called the 3-second rule or something. Okay, I'll have to watch it later. So you're now at $450 to $500 to convert your guest bedroom into an office. Except you also have a bed inside of the guest bedroom. So where does that go? That's a whole other problem, okay? But then you think to yourself, like, what's the point of an office if you don't have anything cool on the walls to like look at? Because what's the point of being in an office all the time and it feels just like the cubicles from Office Space, right? Even look at this, Office Space cubicles. Even the dude from the Office Space movie cubicle, even his cubicle has something on it. Look at this cubicle. Look at this photograph. Look, even in this cubicle, people have photos of. Are those fighter jets? I've never noticed the fighter jets. You have TPS reports. You have things on the wall. Like you have shit to look at. You have boxes and stuff, right? So you now need to go buy the accoutrements. So let's go to let's shop rooms. Let's explore rooms. Home office. We go to the home office one. We explore the rooms. And we think about small, personal, and practical. Look at this. And then we look at the accessories, okay? This is the cheapest you'll ever see. A 50 cents, it's 50 cents? Wow. Accoutrements. It's not Gucci, it's not Gucci, it's a couture. My French is not that good. Even something as simple as a little box to keep your pack of pens that you bought because you want to feel cool is $16. What the hell is this? It's $16. That's a shelf. This feels like the most impractical shelf, but that's actually kind of sick. Maybe I do want this because I like to keep a bunch of snacks on my desk, and there's too many snacks and not enough desk room now. And actually, I lost the chocolate bar and I don't know where it went. I used to have a chocolate bar in front of my mouse as like an emergency chocolate bar in case I need like emotional support, and it's gone. And I definitely didn't eat it because I don't feel emotionally stable. So I'm missing something in my life and it hurts. All of these accoutrements slowly add up to a price tag that most people are not ready to handle. Therefore, I will give you the answer. Should you have more than one bedroom? No. Should you think about the foot-to-floor interaction? Yes. Do you need to think about, the point of a guest bedroom? Absolutely. Should we look to expand our space or lower our space? Lower. Because we live in a society. Hey, scrapbook. Burning glass. Yep. So this image, okay, this thing, wait. There's 4 trees in particular. Look at this image. I didn't really look at this. There's 4 trees and maybe it's when you look at the gate. What 4 trees do you see? Because this is like several trees. But only 4, actually, I don't know. But these are our stats. Okay, these are our recipes too. Cool. Lockpick kit. Okay, largest purchase. I do actually wonder if there's a way for us to share like floor plan layouts. If I need to contact IKEA, see if I can get sponsored, because IKEA does have this like house builder tool thing, and I want to like make a whole thing where people try to build their dream room, their dream office room via the IKEA room builder, and then we can share it, and I can use it as like a sponsorship thing. That way I can take money from IKEA and then use it to pay for things. I'm honestly a genius. You know what it is? Are you a VTuber? Do you need a manager? Hire me. I can make you money more than you know how to make yourself money. I'm so good at thinking of these cool stream ideas. You don't even know. Are you a VTuber that has no idea what to do with their lives? Who wakes up every day and says, maybe I'll play some Blueprints today. Uninstall that game right now and talk to me, okay? I'm gonna give you a better stream idea. All these questions. We just go back to reading the book as if nothing happens. All these questions can compound, adding layers of complexity and stress to the design process. That's why it's even more important to develop simple and effective strategies that you can employ while drafting your house to ensure a successful project outcome. I also need to remember to actually, who is Kimberly Thompson? Who is Kimberly Thompson? Honestly, the more we go through this book, I'm sure we'll encounter more and more important questions about how you should do homesteading. And I'm going to give you the inside scoop on homesteading because nobody here that I know of owns a home. So I've had enough experience with them that I can maybe help you. Great. In this volume of Architectural Digest, we aim to provide architects with some of these strategies and even assist them in developing their own. Page 4. Gems, gems, gems. Every architect. I should read this like an audiobook. How did most audiobooks go? What's like a good audiobook? The Eye of Argon audiobook. The Eye of Argon. So The Eye of Argon is the worst fantasy book ever written. So let's see how people read it. Jabroni reads The Eye of Argon with Fred Knudsen. What the fuck do you mean? How do people read this? How do people read like an audiobook style?
Squat.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he had to type them out.
Okay,
on
just
a type
how are you supposed to read like an
while the steps
audiobook?
leading to the throne were plated with sparkling white ivory. Excuse me.
Okay, I'm gonna use whatever Frederick Knudsen said in that tone. Chapter 4. Gems, gems, gems. Every architect needs them. Although many architects employ different strategies, we need like background music. We need like a background track to keep us like steady. Because there's no background music here, and I think we need something to keep us going. So we'll do my Dark Academia playlist. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. A Dark Academia playlist to romanticize studying math. Always the poet, never the poem. You're writing love letters in an ancient library during autumn. You're studying alone in the ancient library at night. That is the perfect playlist. You're studying alone in an ancient library at night. Chapter 4. Gems, gems, gems. Every architect needs them. Although many architects employ different strategies when developing their house designs, most of them agree on one guiding principle. Have gems while drafting. One of the most common ways architects draft themselves into a corner is by not having the resources they need when opening a new door. If you lack the gems to consider all three presented options, you may be forced to draft a room that you do not want. To avoid this predicament, focus on drafting rooms that grant you gems, and prioritize acquiring gems as early in the day as you can. This approach is a surefire way to set yourself up. Chapter 5. Reader submitted Gen Strats. Here at PC Gamer, we care about the number of gems that you get. Tip 1. Make sure you check for gems in the room you are in before clicking the door. I do this way too much. Submitted by user Alice F. Think about saving some gems for emergencies. I try to only spend them if I really, really need a room. Submitted by user Gen H. I will never draft passageway on the first 5 ranks. It's a simple strat that has served me well. Submitted by Kyle P. If you see gems for sale in any of the shops, buy them out. Submitted by Matthew M. Don't pass up on wine cellar, even if you're not thirsty. There's no such thing as too many gems. I may have a bit of a problem. Submitted by Craig O. Now we take a screenshot. Okay, pause the music. We're now in the archival state, okay? There are 2 wolves to a librarian. There's the Dewey Decimal System librarian, and then there's the I gotta archive this shit librarian. Okay, there are 2 sides to a wolf. This is currently archive mode. Also, I'm pretty sure don't passage. Have I done passageway in the first 5 ranks? No, but I was about to. It's a good thing too, because passageway is pretty good for like a later pull. Chapter 6. Planning your house. For estate layout and drafting. When you begin drafting a house, it's important to start each day with a solid foundation. By the way, this playlist comes from a YouTube channel called Helder. I just like pulled down the entire playlist because it's honestly a pretty good playlist. And it's funny to think that like Dark Academia is a concept when I went to the bookstore before I went to go watch the movie with my friends, I, I'm not kidding you. It was like the world was speaking to me. On my right, was a section called books that book talk really likes, as in like book TikTok. On the left, it was like the Dark Academia reading list to of your dreams, and I was like, how am I here? Like I feel like I've stumbled upon something magical about this idea of like people who read and people trying to make reading cool again by applying a cool name like Dark Academia and then making it a trend on TikTok like Book Talk. When you begin drafting a house, it's important to start each day with a solid foundation. Draft early ranks first. A very common mistake beginners to make is drafting in a straight line north, ignoring the many unopened doors they have left behind in the entrance hall and rooms of the early ranks. When these architects reach the higher ranks, they quickly discover they do not have enough keys or gems to continue. Their day usually ends by returning to the lower ranks to draft from the doors they skipped, only to find rooms and items that would have made all the difference if they had only been found earlier in the day. As the layout to the right demonstrates, even a path of rooms that snakes to the house that does not go in a straight line can also be structurally weak if you are leaving lots of unopened doors on the ranks behind you. By starting each day in a strong foundation of rooms in the early ranks, you'll have a much better chance of finding success when you eventually start heading further into the house. Okay, archival mode. And Book Talk was an attempt to make TikTok sound less brain rot, you suppose. Probably, but what's funny is that like they're just as degenerate and like brain rotty. Also, welcome, because Book Talk is where you find the fan fiction too. So there's a section of Book TikTok where they talk exclusively about Wattpad fan fiction. In fact, I can even go to Wattpad right now, go to fan fiction. What's a story that I've been reading about? I don't know. What's a good story that you guys all want to like hear a fan fiction of? Blueprints. Is there any Blueprints fan fiction? Oops, the Blueprints. What? The fuck does that mean? The Blueprints Park Ji Min? What do you mean? Wait, what? Park Ji Min. Okay, why is the Park Ji Min a part of the Blueprints? Okay, Park Ji Min, the Prince of the Sea. Who is Park Ji Min? It's a South Korean singer known anonymously as Jimin. He's a member. Oh wait, this is my friend's favorite member from BTS. He loves Jimin because my friend looks exactly like Jimin. It's actually crazy. My friend is like a carbon copy of Jimin, the way that he looks and the way that he like dresses. And we've always said like if he just went into K-pop, he would have been famous. But he decided to have a child, and his life has only gotten worse from there. I'm just kidding. Just kidding. Not all the members are in this. Okay, so like this is what I mean. Is this BTS fan fiction? This is BTS fan fiction. This is BTS fan fiction. So this is what I mean by like there's like two sides to Book Talk. The one side of Book Talk talks about the House of Leaves, which I'm actually gonna start reading tonight because I finished the book. So the reading club is going to open up again, and it's now a book review club. This is one side of Book Talk where it's like they talk about these like really cool books and you get to learn about some new cool things. The other side of Book Talk is like this, where it's like a half blue prince and sky blue Prince William. Prince William, is that is that the guy? What's his name? Is that her? It's a bunch of random actors involving Prince William. Sky Blue is the twin sister of Snow White. The beauty and kindness was known to the kings. The kingdom prospered when King Magnus. This is just an Elsa like styled fan fiction involving Prince William. A very blue Princess Peach looks very unhinged. Wait. A very blue Princess Peach. Oh my god. What the? Princess Peach eats a Wonka gum that turns her into a blueberry. It's Willy Wonka fan fiction. There's Willy Wonka x Super Mario fan fiction. The Blair Witch! Oh my god, this is the original author of The Blair Witch. Time 8 minutes. This is holy shit! Look at their reading list! It's Sonic fan fiction! Oh fuck. Inflation tag. Inflation tag. We have to see the tags on these. Memory. Amy Rose. Sonami. Oh my god. Chat, there's an entire tag called Son Amy. As in Sonic X Amy, Sonami. Cute girl Mayra. The Emerald Within. Dream. Mobians. Shad Amy. Shadow X Amy contains cute feels. Son Anno. What is this shit, man? We had okay. First off, Princess Peach eats a Wonka gum, so that's that. We had the comedy inflation Nintendo Peach. Let's see the text of this. Jesus, Shadow X Knuckles. Amy is making him fall in love with him. Contains cute feels. Warning, contains key feels. Sonic IRL. In a world... What does Sonic even sound like? Wait, what does Sonic sound like? Sonic voice. What does Sonic sound like? Sonic Rush Sonic voice clips. Here we go.
Cool. All right, here we go.
In a world where Sonic and his friends are real, virtual AIs that can only be seen through the walls of Sega, comes a tragic secret within Sega of Japan's past, and their speedy blue hedgehogs now all feel the consequences. All the Amy Roses from the many different Sega HQs are glitching. American Sonic is determined to find out why. American Sonic? This is amazing. Oh shit, that's not ours.
Is that Sonic in femboy socks? It's not. This is Dark Sonic.
Sonic was hit with a ray and fell unconscious, and then when he woke up, he found something darker than he.
Oh no. Oh. American Sonic. So this is an isekai where every nation gets their own Sonic. This one, the Emerald Within, is what?
Dr. Evil Robotnik, formerly known as Dr. Edman, is dead. He's dead! It's time to be happy, but also prepare for the worst. There's no telling what else might come to attack this peaceful land. It is 20 years after, and the balance of Mobius has thrown off balance. Someone has to be responsible, but who? After a surprising encounter with a new opponent, something unbelievable has happened. The new foe, later revealed as Robotnik the Squirrel, has somehow managed to place the Master Emerald inside of the beloved hero Sonic. What? So it's inside of his body? A certain someone is not too happy about this, but what can be done about it? Also, some other questions to throw out there. Why is Shadow suddenly being so nice to Sonic all of a sudden? Tails never wants to leave his side. Amy's now after Shadow. Knuckles is angry about the situation, of course, but acting like Shadow's around Sonic. But what's some of the words? What the fuck is going on? When the balance is thrown off balance, no. This is honestly some of the best writing I've ever seen in my entire life, and I can't believe there's so much Sonic fandom stuff, like Sonic, like fan fiction stuff. We need to have a day where we read Sonic fan fiction, just like from start to finish. I'm gonna save all of these because every single one has been bang. I'm gonna save her profile. Whoever Mackenzie Cooley is, she might be the best writer of our times. Hi, I'm Kens. I love anime and cartoons. My favorite anime is Precure. My favorite video game is Sonic the Hedgehog. And my favorite cartoon is SpongeBob. This is a 5-year-old child. This is like a 12-year-old child who has gotten access to Wattpad, and they should not be reading half of this stuff. What's funny is that my niece is sort of the same way, where she's like I don't know, she's like 10 or like 11 now. Wait, no, she's like 9. But she's like a cracked out animator. So she hangs out on like forums for animators where there's like a bunch of professional adult animators, and she's having conversations with them as if she's like a real animator, like adult. But she's like a 9-year-old child who just happens to be cracked at making like drawing and like animations. Do children even know Sonic these days? It feels so bizarre. That's true. This could be like an adult who has never, to be fair, I will say this, there's nothing wrong with liking kid-like things because the childlike wonder of life is something to like hold on to, right? The truth is, being a child at heart is perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with it. But in saying that, you said something very important here. I do think you're correct in that that's probably a person who doesn't want to let go of their childhood. Right? Which totally makes sense given that, you know, do you really want to let go of what used to be good? Like, think about what's happened since Sonic. When did Sonic release? June 23rd, 1991. When did 9/11 happen? September 11th, 2001.
Ever since Sonic, life has only gone downhill. I'm gonna get canceled for that. I'm gonna get canceled for that. Let's just continue on. I'm gonna get fucking canceled for that. But I've been waiting to make a joke like that for a very long time, and it's a pretty good one. Top drafting combos. Did I even finish reading this last one? By second, yes. Yeah. Top drafting combos. Page 8. Top drafting combos. 5 combos you won't want to miss. Another aspect to consider when planning your house is the order in which you draft rooms. For instance, if you draft Cloister before Terrace, you will be down 3 gems, but if you draft them in the reverse order, Cloister would be free. Identifying a synergistic pair of floor plans is an essential first step, but determining the optimal order for drafting those rooms will provide you with an additional advantage, significantly improving your chances of success. Randomized mansions hate this one weird trick: planning. Other floor plan combos. Page 9. A foyer drafted before Great Hall would mean that all of its many doors would be unlocked. A drafting bunk room after nursery will give you 10 extra steps because it counts as 2 separate bedroom triggers. You won't have to backtrack constantly to collect your gold spread from office if you draft a conference room. What? Oh, I see, because it takes all the spread out items and puts it inside the conference room, right? The more items you have, the greater your chances of being able to create a contraption in the workshop. But yeah, all this to say that Book Talk is actually interesting, and I do think that there's something there about Book Talk, but it's just funny to go into to have a Dark Academia playlist, for me to discover the Dark Academia sort of like lifestyle, and then to go into my local bookstore and see a section that's on my right hand, it's Book Talk, on my left hand, it's a Dark Academia. I just sort of think to myself, damn, like this is it's prophetic the way that it goes. And you don't really expect that from life, to be hit with a random reference to things that you shitpost about online, right? And I always think about this, and I always think to myself, like, it's weird to see references to things that I make references to, because it in many ways it can feel very cloistered, my knowledge. Because the things that I know is things that people don't ever want to know, and I don't know how I know them. I just happen to know them. I'm exposed to these like lifestyles, and I have to deal with the fact that now I know that there is a Princess Peach x Willy Wonka, so a Mario x Wonka inflation fanfiction about Princess Peach becoming a blueberry, which we have to read. Like, we have to read that. That is actually top tier, and I can't wait to see what that means. My theory, actually, and this is my fan theory. You ever read like a hentai, or you read like a comic that has like a really strange but like well written story? I imagine that the authors of those things practice on Wattpad. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if the author of, let's say, Tears on a Withered Flower has been practicing on Wattpad before they made their like smutty masterpiece, right? Top drafting combos. Page 8. 5 combos you won't want to miss. Another aspect to consider when planning your house is the order in which you draft rooms. For instance, if you draft Cloister... Wait, I just read this. Chapter 10. Time to go check for Alzheimer's. Making a connection. Estate connectivity. 2-pair combos aren't the only form of room synergy. You will find some floor plans only work by drafting other specific rooms. These rooms aren't powerful on their own, but can become very useful when the connectivity is eventually discovered. Fanfics do be like that. You low-key got into anime because of XCOM X Soul Eater fanfic. What does that even mean? XCOM, like the video game XCOM, the XCOM video game. How does that inspire? Oh shit, we should switch our video games. By the way, I want you to know, I applied to work at Wattpad as like a developer, and they said no to my application. But look at their website. Look how shitty it is. That the first time you search something, it says, "Oops, looks like something went wrong." I feel like they need me. And they don't know that they need me, but they need me. Oh my god, there's XCOM fanfiction. XCOM Resist. This contains spoilers to XCOM 2. This is an XCOM 2 story with some of my little additions put in. I do not own the series. I am simply a fan. Ursia author. Hey, I'm an MTF trans gamer. Let's tell stories. XCOM, Long War, XCOM Resist, XCOM. They actually really love XCOM. Wow. Team XCOM. This is a Ruby XCOM crossover because I only found 2 total. What does that mean? There's 2 others? There's 2 other Ruby XCOM crossover fan fictions. There's 2 others. This is like the fact that this alone exists is already a mindfuck. But the fact that they made this because they said in their own voice because there's only 2 of them, like that blows my mind, man. Like that's crazy to say, dude. What the fuck? John's multiverse madness. You already know what this is about. Watch as Team Ruby and Juniper watch as the many lives of John go through the multiverse. Humanity's hope. Project XCOM. Okay, we have to figure out. Okay, so Ruby XCOM. Team Ruby meets Team Ruby from the future. Ruby Blake X mailer reader. Wow. It's a thing where people give personalities to the XCOM Marines but made absolute. You know what's crazy? I never do that in XCOM. I've learned. So I feel like I'd be a great general because I care about the success of the mission and the fact that everyone comes home alive, but it doesn't hurt me when they die because I give myself a level of impersonality to the people that I field. Because it's basically a guarantee that they will die. What is this? This is insanity. What is this? This is insanity. Coma baby. Coma baby. Coma baby. Coma baby. When you're in a coma. Was originally Dragon Go 54. Hey, I'm Arizona. I'm dead. Wanna hook up? What? Chaos is what killed the dinosaurs, darling. Hands, you little fucking slut. What? Dream Theater. Water parks. World of Warcraft. I'm not laughing at them. I'm just laughing at like the juxtaposition of going from hands, you little slut, to World of Warcraft. Palais Royale. What is this profile? I don't know. Sick Puppies. Panic at the Disco. Markiplier. Nixium. Mookluck the Creatures. PewDiePie. Full Metal Alchemist. Blue Exodus. My Works. If you ever need someone to talk to, I'm always here. I'm just inbox me and I'll always respond as quickly as I can. Their Tumblr is called Pringle Ingle. Some awesome sauce people you should check. This is a millennial. You may not like it, but this is peak millennial. I say this as I'm also a millennial. Because nobody says awesome sauce unless you're a millennial. Because my generation made that, and I'm sorry. Hazel Eyes, Christopher Drew. It's her again. Oh my fucking god! I wrote another fan fiction. I promise I'll finish some eventually. I'm almost done with my others actually. Who is Chris Drew? Christopher Drew is an American painter of the lead singer Never Shout Never. Old Lover. A New Reason to Live. Like, just the list of anime is millennials fuck. Yeah, I was gonna say, the only people who use my anime list are millennials. I don't think like a normal non-millennial person would use my anime list because they have something called their memories. Like, it's like nowadays, the way that I see it is that no one really cares about sharing the list because to them, it's like the experience is what they get from it. But like back during the millennial time period, we were inventing social media. And so we became the most narcissistic, I think, whatchamacallit, generation. No, you mean selection. No. I know what you mean by the selection. Yeah, it's like, it's the same as like their My Anime list, but they do it here within their like Wattpad profile. What other game did we see? What other game was also there? So Ruby XCOM, and you said what? You said XCOM X Soul Eater. You use the German knockoff of My Anime. Well, please show me the German knockoff of My Anime list. I need to know what the German version is. I need to know the German version of everything because I feel like the German version of everything is like slightly funnier. What's the game? Soul Eater. AnySearch.de. Okay, it says mining crypto. Reject. Confirm. Okay. Is it safe for me to show this? As far as I know, yes. There's no titties, but I also can't read anything. AnySearch.de. Du verwendest Lieder einen Verblocker. Oh, this is my ad blocker. Sorry. They're like, turn that shit off. Look at the ad. Turn that shit off. Listen, I don't know if you ever... Oh, Yakuza Fiance, the mod said that this was good. Or her friend said that this was good. So Soul Eater, Cedric, Book 1, Man X Man. Man X Man, Man X Man. Oh, there's also, okay, so there's this thing too where it's like the male reader. So there's like a POV. Oh my god. So the POV thing is you say you're a male reader, as in like you're from the perspective of like the dude reading it. So you can imagine yourself as the dude in the story, okay? So Rio, the movie about a fucking bird, ex male reader. Mirko, ex shy male reader. This is someone's queen, man. This is like somebody's queen. This is what they hope for. This is what people love. This right here is what people wish for, and then this is the person that they're falling in love with. I don't own My Hero Academia. I hope you enjoy the story that I made. Shy, text-to-speech. Rumi, romance, ex-male reader. Lemon. What does a lemon mean? Rio, ex-male reader. Okay, someone tell me why somebody is in love with the bird from Rio. Blue and Jewel, two domesticated female Spixes Macars who were taken to Rio de Janeiro to mate with a free-spirited, hard-headed male Spixes Macar. You are the macaw. You are the macaw. You're the male macaw. You're the male bird who's going to breed with these other birds to mate. Why? I don't know. I don't know anymore. I don't know if I want to be here anymore. Right? Let's just go. Okay, let's. Okay, so POV. You're in the library and you struck up a conversation with a fellow reader, but you realize too late that they're like a book talk reader. So you go back to your corner. The utility closet is a perfect example of this. It doesn't do anything by itself, is a typo, but it can literally power up or down other rooms you've drafted in the house. Turn lights back on after blowing fuse. That's what it does? So you have to walk into the dark room, blow the fuse, and then turn it back on. Turn lights off in the gymnasium to prevent step loss. I didn't know that. That's good. Powers the garage door. I knew about that. Other examples of connectivity. One of the more simple examples, her ladyship's chamber. What? Has synergy with Lady Epson's other two rooms, her boudoir and her walk-in closet. This is probably how you figure out the code for the safe too. And I know we're just gonna read with I'm just going back into the reading, but I'm doing this because I want to forget about the male reader bird POV where you fuck two other birds. The boiler room connects ducts from room to run steam power to specific destinations in the house. Laboratory, garage, laundry room, furnace, and pump room all have uses for steam power. Speaking of pump room, this room controls the water level throughout the rooms in the estate and can interact directly with the pool, aquarium, greenhouse, kitchen, and several other features located outside of the main house. Outside of the main house! That's how you get to keep money. You know how in the fountain we throw money inside the fountain to make a wish? You can drain the water in the fountain to then pick up all the coins that you've been making a wish with. That's how you get to keep money. Dust literally unreadable. One typo. This is the worst game ever. I can't believe they skipped out on keyway. Now I can't read anything. Oh, what? Tips and tricks. In the kitchen. Chapter 12. Tips and tricks. In the kitchen, you can check which course is being served in the dining room that day. This will allow you the opportunity to draft specific rooms that will make the meal even more delicious. Besides counting as 2 bedrooms, bunk room also counts as 2 rooms. This will increase the amount of steps granted by master bedroom, the amount of gold spread by the tomb, the amount of keys found in the servants' quarters. Each time you solve a puzzle in the billiard room or parlor, the difficulty will increase slightly the next time you draft that room. Just because you didn't find any items in the room when you first explored it, doesn't mean that will be the case the next time you draft it. Wait, there's only 2 puzzle rooms? This literally tells you there are only 2 puzzle rooms in the entire game. I thought this was a puzzle game. I thought this was a puzzle game. I thought the game was okay. To be fair, the room drafting is kind of a puzzle, and the meta puzzle of because this is the meta puzzle. Sorry, this is the meta puzzle of the game. This entire board here is the meta puzzle of the game. And we're not even close to finishing it, and it's so large that it's starting to lag. Oh, right? So somewhere here, there's a piece of the puzzle waiting for us. What? I don't really know, but we're getting closer to figuring out that our mother was a terrorist, okay? But I thought there'd be more rooms with more puzzles to keep you entertained on a moment-to-moment basis. Like, I feel like one of the best things about the puzzle room thing is that, at least my understanding was that you would have an interspersing of things to do in between the rooms that you just place down because you just need a certain strategy, right? It's like the strategy is not the same as a puzzle. It's kind of a puzzle in and of itself, but strategy and tactics is more of a reactionary thing versus a puzzle being like a toy to open. It's kind of weird. Seriously though, your patience with a badly done German game translation is pretty much non-existent these days. When they confuse labor with laboratory in Kingdoms of Amalur, they pursue over the edge. Okay, but like that sounds like they didn't even bother. Like, at least here, like a typo, it is funny to think that like a typo is not that bad. But that's bad. Like what you describe is basically they didn't even care. Because it's not even like it's like there's no level of care into what it event like even means. They just want to get something out the door. And I can see your frustration. But is it really that bad across the board? Because that's pretty bad. When Sonic came out, the American version was quite different compared to the original Japanese. Like the story in game manuals, professional comics designed the game boxes, right? So maybe that's the American Sonic in that fanfic. See? If we'd never had a Sonic expert in chat, we wouldn't have known and been accursed with all this. The day after drafting Freezer, it enters an automated cooldown refreezing cycle, during which it cannot be drafted for the next 24 hours. If you're stuck, or don't know what to do in a specific room, sometimes it's smart to move on. There are multiple ways to solve many of the challenges you will come across. There's a very good chance you will find a piece of information down the road which may help. But in doubt, draft rooms you have never seen before. Even if you do not think the rooms seem very useful, they may still hold clues and information that may help you on your journey. So now, put this aside my little thing. I mean, I guess I imagine that's what people feel like when a game gets translated from Japanese into English. Because I've heard from people who play like games that get translated over where the translation sucks. Like I have a friend who's like she's really good at like Japanese. Like she's basically been learning it ever since like before high school. So she's like cracked at understanding what it means. She can read it, she can speak it fluently, and she always says to me, she's always like, the games that you tell me about, the things that you tell me to read, I can't enjoy them because they're shit. They're poorly translated. I know the true meaning and you will never understand the pain that I feel. And I'm like, damn, that's kind of hard, man. By the way, you tried to clip Sonic and Tails 6090, but Twitch refused you at every attempt because it's copyrighted content. I know why. It's a way to go around copyrighted content. I've been getting warnings about the copyrighted content in the VODs. I've just been ignoring them in the hopes that the police don't come after me. Final statement. Word from the author, from the editor. Although with this volume we have provided our readers with many potential strategies and tricks to try, we here at Architectural Digest hope that aspiring architects know that there is truly no set blueprint for success. Forging your own path and coming up with your own unique strategies will, in our humble opinion, always provide the best results. Each architect has his or her favorite room, each builder their own favorite tool, and thus each player in turn will develop their own play style of play and discover their own secrets and tricks that they can share with the world or keep to themselves. Whatever strategy you employ, we wish you the best of luck drafting and hope you build the house of your dreams. Haha! Perfect. We ended perfectly with the playlist. Oh, cinema. Everyone, please type cinema, please. Magnifique. Ugh, my artistry grows every day. Soon, I'll be able to do like a live play I'll be able to like pull off like a live play on stream, and it'll be so perfect. It'll be like the second coming of Shakespeare or something. At best, it suffers from the issue of making you imagine the English source sentence as you read the German. Also, it is A, sort of consistent, making it hard to understand what type of item it is actually needed for grafting, and B, it has these brain farts like laboratory out of nowhere. Yeah, that's unfortunate then, because especially for a game, that's a good point. Where at least like with like a piece of media, you can look up a translation, and once you've seen it, it's fine. But for a game, it's like you're in the moment. Like there isn't really a lot of time or space for you to go out to find the way it should be, because you need it right now. And it's like it's kind of annoying to then have to do the translation yourself, because you're bilingual, but how many German people really are? I don't really know, but you know, let's assume that it's not that many. And I imagine it depends on the language too. Like, I imagine there's not that many Japanese people that are fully bilingual enough to be able to translate it on their own. Like, I struggle doing it for the other way around, so presumably it must be awful to do and have to constantly do every time when you run into something that is poorly translated. But I was about to say thank you for suffering, but I don't know why I would say that. I'm sorry for your suffering. Yeah, a lot of fans cringe at the adaptations. I have no keycard. Did I cuck myself? I cucked myself. God damn it. I ruined it again. I ruined it again. You tuned in very aware you're near your preteen nieces going, Corey streams aren't normally bad by audio. Immediately heard Sonic and Tails 69. You'll catch up later once they're asleep. Look, yeah, please though. I will say this, if you were around kids, like when my niece is inside the room, I code switch. I code switch into an immediate sort of mode where I'm like, you can't listen to this, honey. Like, you can't, like, you shouldn't be here, honey. Like, you shouldn't. It's like, sweetheart, I know you want to hang out with your uncle and, like, you want to show me, like, your cool new toy and you want to show me, like, your cool new drawing that you made that, like, anybody could make because you're, like, 5 years old. So it's not that good. But, like, you really shouldn't be here. Like, this isn't, like, the moment for you. But thank you for showing up, and I'm sorry. I'm sorry for the questions that they're going to have about why you watch me. A lot of fans cringe at the adaptations American publishers did the game at the time. I mean, it is fair though, because it's like, why would they change the form of it so much? I never actually understood why a lot of the early media of that time, when they translated it, would also change the very material itself. It's like how Pokemon changed the onigiri to the donuts or something. And I think to myself, like, I'm sure like a child could even an adult could take the time to learn this, and a child could learn it too. I would rather have the full experience than to have like a butchered one. But then when they go even further to change the very nature of something, the very meaning of something, I think to myself, why? Because what's the point? You remember the days of Rockstar Games getting semi-review bombed on German Amazon because they don't have German voiceover. You shouldn't be allowed to sell games here if they're not fully German. That's interesting, and there's a joke there, but at the same time, it does make sense, because it's like, it's weird to have a game that you sell within a market, but it's only really tailored to your domestic market. Especially if it's being sold at a price that implies that it's on the same level of quality as other domestic games, right? It's like being in Japan, buying a game, and it's in fully English, but they charge it the same as, like, say, Monster Hunter. It's like, buddy, to be on Monster Hunter's level, you better be translated at least well, let alone to have, like, the type of gameplay that, you know, people expect from a game, like the asset quality. Like, there's so many different hurdles that the game has to go through, but at the bare minimum, respecting the market that you enter is, I think, important. Yeah, and actually, it's funny because you can even extrapolate that to sort of like you can extrapolate that concept and apply it to even something as simple as McDonald's when they tried to expand into, I think, into some Asian country. I think they tried to expand into Japan and they failed. Like most of Asia, really. It's when they don't understand that, like, the people there, like, and I'm not saying this to be like racist or something, nor to be facetious. Like, literally, I've heard that their failure was because they didn't field, like, rice recipes. Like, and then they started doing that in, like, other Southeast Asian places. But their first couple of attempts, they brought over hamburgers to a country and a people that, like, again, like, I'm Vietnamese, I'm Southeast Asian. Every dish that I have is with rice. If there's no rice with the dish, like it's fried chicken, I get rice to eat with it. Like, my people eat KFC with rice. Like, it's a weird juxtaposition, but that does go to show that a lot of people don't really think about how you would sell within a market that has a particular taste and style. Nah, it's fine. They're not close enough that they hurt. Just aware that they could walk in. Measured risk type of deal. Anyways, Red Away. Thank you for showing up, Red Away. Yeah, it's I'm sorry. I wasted 2 steps. I stepped out the front door. They should have, like, a little leniency for stepping out the front door. I feel like the distance at which you can walk should be down there. Because you might decide as you're walking down the steps, oh, I should do this. But by then it's too late because you've wasted the step going up and down. Yeah, you saw that in the Philippines. Lots of fast food places will still offer rice as a side, and you're all for it. Yeah. I think what's funny is that, so, again, this is funny to think about. America produces like 80% of its own rice. And yet American fast food places don't sell rice. And yet rice is a staple in American food. Like rice is just a food that America eats. So much so that rice actually America exports rice to other places too. But for some reason, the fast food has become sort of the like the World War II style of have the steak, eat the steak, and only the steak. And I never really understood why, because I feel like having the rice would be pretty good in terms of like the flavor that's there and how good it would be to like taste it. Shelter protects you from negative effects. Okay, I've never seen either of these. I want to go to the bomb shelter. Because it protects from 3 negative red room cards. B, what the hell is this? The music is changing. Oh shit. It's like in something Edith Finch, where the son lives in the basement only eating cans of food. But to be fair, that's like all bunkers. Some translations can be so bad they're funny though. Like in the settings of Terraria, when a setting is disabled, the German translation took that as in physically / mentally disabled. I don't mean to laugh because like I laugh at people like that. I laugh because like that's so absurd that it's funny. So please don't cancel me. But like genuinely, that's hilarious. Because like yeah, it's from because in English there's no real distinction. It's more of a context, right? But many languages have that distinction. Even my own language has that distinction between like you have something that's like different about you versus something can't be used. And it's funny to think that they just went wholesale with the, because that sort of makes me think that they took the first word that they saw within their like translation dictionary and simply decided to use it without any further thought, which is a little bit frustrating in the sense of like, I feel like they could have taken more care to think about, you know, maybe don't just take the first thing that you see and maybe think deeply about what you should be saying here, because that's pretty funny. That's actually really good. Holy cow. Imagine just opening the game settings and seeing that out of nowhere. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And then it's like, and then seeing it out of nowhere when you have that as well, when you are of that archetype of like person and going like, well, oh, okay, I guess like, I guess this isn't like, I guess it isn't the game for me. When you were a teen, you like to read fan English translations of manga and fan Russian translations of English translations side by side. Your favorite fumble was a translation of She Has a Crush on Him, as she crashed into him in the hall. That's, yeah, because that changes the meaning of everything. It's like, it goes from a potential love interest into, this is now a rivalry of some kind. That's fascinating. Time, block, and save. Canned water. Time, block, save? What? Canned water, canned fruit. Vitamins, canned fruit. Why was canned fruit the thing to can? And why not like canned beef or something? Remain where you are for now. Given that the Red Guard is due tomorrow, we've agreed with your plan and have disabled remote access to the other terminals and have sealed the network mainframe. Regardless of the danger, I am still not willing to risk removing shelter from the draft pool while the 3 of you are down there. Our best bet is to sit tight and hope for a little bit of luck. Wait a minute. Okay, what do we know about the game story? Our mother disappeared, as did 2 other authors. The Red Guard took them in for questioning and they were never seen again. We know this from the archives. So you go to your archives and then no trace is discovered of like these like of these heiresses, and these people are being detained by the Red Guard. There's something there. And there's 3 of them. 3 of them. And all 3 of them were connected, and one of them was our mother. This implies that our granduncle was keeping my family and sort of the other authors safe in the basement. But I don't understand why, because we haven't drafted the book that the other author wrote yet. We haven't drafted the Phillips White book, but we know that the book about the bird was a book that our mother wrote for us. There's something interesting going on with the way that our sort of world is like, there's a larger, deeper story of the 90s and that time period of authoritarianism taking part here, while at the same time being wrapped up in this image of it being a very happy-go-lucky, build a home and like earn your right to this place type deal going on, even though that's not really the way it should feel like. One thing too that's interesting is that this also reveals that actually there's actually 3 places with a computer. Because the thing about the computer, if you go to security, oops, the computer in security says that there are 3 active terminals. Actually, I lied. It says shelter right there. So, okay, so it does tell us that there is a computer inside the shelter. Okay, good. Your sense of time is so messed up from having a holiday, you keep thinking that it's Saturday. What's funny is that you now know my life being unemployed. Being unemployed, I don't know what day it is at any time. I stream to keep a sense of like, or like a semblance of understanding of the world around me, because otherwise I have no clue what's like going on. And I will say this, it never gets better. It never gets better. Shelter, an underground bunker located away from the main house. This fallout shelter was designed specifically for air raids and features thick walls made from lead and other materials intended to block radiation. A computer terminal within has to be connected to the house's network system should an emergency necessitate remote access. Sure. Slow down. Slow down. Read slower. So what's the difference with this shelter computer? I don't know. But let's take a look at every single one, because I'd like to take a photo of every single one, just so I know and can keep track of all of this. So archives, beside the archives, I have the shelter. Create the group, shelter. But this is good. It does imply that my mother is alive. And it does imply the history of what this place was. That this place, its primary purpose was to confuse the authoritarians. It's a very interesting storyline to go with. And the idea of using the Red Guard reminds me a lot of like the what was going on within the Soviet Union too. And like during the Cold War era and like all these other different things, like this idea of like, and red is a concept that's come up very often as well. Because what did my mother say? She wrote her book for her son that loves red. I can't really zoom in much, but let's just remember that's her. Her son that loves the color red, presumably me, but there's 2 sons. Red is my favorite color, but we also know that our character Simon within the bunk room wrote a response to their sibling in red ink, because their sibling Irby, our character's sibling Irby, was being mean and really stupid. The Red Guard, the red ink, the red rooms being a negative aspect of the world around us, giving us debuffs. The shelter providing protection from negative effects of the next 3 red rooms, combined with the idea of what is a Red Guard. This all says to me that there's something going on with this like authoritarian state, and I think there's 2 books that we need to have. So we need the book from Mr. White, and we also need the book about the history of Reddington, because we need to understand the history of Arindia, which is where the crown was stolen, as well as the history of Reddington, which is a place that seems to come up in relation to our uncle because of the picture inside the library. In the book with like the first page where it's like, oh hey, see that the scrapbook has a picture of the orchid and Reddington and the Baron. That's a level of seriousness. This is an interesting game. I like this because it's like you get a level of seriousness to it, but then you also get so many opportunities to talk about shit like Sonic X like Sonic X something fan fiction. Radiation monitor. A measurement of the radiation levels detected in the house and surrounding grounds. These readings are often spiked by the experiments conducted in Mount Holly's laboratory. If the reading is 12 USV or higher, emergency protocol will initiate and all doors in the house will automatically unlock. We need to do more experiments. I get how this is. All doors in the house will unlock. I wonder if this means this could open the antechamber doors irrespective of the amount of levers we have, but I don't really know if that's true. But at the very least, we know that this will open doors if we do the experiments in the laboratory, involving the whatchamacallit, the machine, this machine. Though we need the boiler room to activate it. So we do this. Okay, so we do this. We connect it like so. We do just for now we just bring it up there. Change this to red, so I remember. Change this over here. Where's the shelter? Oops. It's a bit of a walk. It's a bit of a walk. That's a bit of a walk. This is good. We're starting to understand how to use these rooms to do shortcuts now, which I kind of like. So this is the part of the puzzle game that I do enjoy, but it's sort of marred by the fact that there's also this weird tactical strategy side of sometimes you just get unlucky. But when I get this and I see the possibility of opening doors by doing experiments inside the room and all these other things, I think to myself, there's a way that this could be interesting and keep up the level of interestingness if only it wasn't RNG in some way. Like, I wish the RNG was gated or, like, biased in some way to provide you a much smoother experience. The way it is now, it's a bit random. It just feels kind of bad. But at the same time, it's like, it's so good that I don't want to stop playing. Like it's so good that it almost climbs above its worst aspect. And it makes you wonder if they made the RNG aspect to make you understand that they're better than you think that they are. If the game was perfect, the rating would be mostly positive at the maximum. If the game has a very egregious flaw, but it still rises above that flaw, it will get to overwhelmingly positive by the end of maybe 2 or 3 months from now. So we do this. We just need to figure out... Okay, there's also a question of, like, does this also open... Does this also mean antechamber doors? Presumably no, because of the levers, but let's see. So we need to do the experiment. We can log into the network with Swansong. But first, let's check out the time lock safe. The shelter's time lock safe can be accessed by setting an unlock date and time. You can use any date and time as long as it's at least 1 hour in the future. Once unlocked, the time lock safe will remain open for 4 hours. Okay, that's interesting. What day is it today? What time is it now? I don't really know. But we can use this to continually pull items out of the safe as long as we set the right time. And we do have an easy way to find the time by looking at the giant clock outside of the house. Time is also a bit of a weird aspect where it counts down almost in like a semi-real time. And it's not based on your steps. You just sit in a room and you wait and like time goes down. But not outside. It's weird that time doesn't really go down outside and I don't know why. But we should do this. I'll need to go back and check what time is good. But we do log into network. We do Swansong. Dial-up noises still freak me out. There's something weird about analog sounds. Analog sounds remind me of horror, and maybe I've just been like, maybe I've just been psyoped into believing that it is a horror sound. Should do magnifying glass because it is pretty good to have, and we can make a burning glass to light the candles later. Do remote terminal access. This is only good for that side. The red guard, meaning that they could connect to the remote terminal. I wonder if it means that they could see the could the red guard have gone into the remote terminal? Or was the remote terminal just there to allow the people that are stuck inside the shelter to connect with the rest of the world? Because in the letter that is presumably between my uncle, the two authors, and my mom, which I should write down that connection. Presumably the two writer, author, and my mother. Presumably that this is talking about that, and they're talking about how they have to be safe in here because the Red Guard is looking for them because they suspect them to have been the ones who really did something. Flip edge. We do this style. I'm gonna find the archives. Archives, I think, is in the top right. Okay, I don't know where the archives are. Oh, it's literally underneath me. Oh. I will say Tabletop Simulator, again, somehow still has the best system for managing this sort of movement. How come most systems don't allow you to use WASD as you're dragging and you're holding something? Here we go. This one. Author detained. I need to fix the links on this stuff afterwards, but for now this is fine. Okay, So we now have a link to all of this. We have some clues of what's going on here. I think we have a good connection to the information that we have. And I think we're on the right track, but I just need to set a time. Because it's only 4 hours during that time period to go in. And this clock is, when you're outside, doesn't go down. I don't think. Oh, it does. So, hour is 10. What? It's 10 a.m. So 10 a.m. Is it 10 a.m. yet? No, it's not 10 a.m. yet. Is it a.m.? It's a.m. p.m. would be dark time. So 10 a.m. We'll set it for 10 a.m. We'll wait outside until it's 10 a.m. and then we open up the safe. This is an interesting mechanic that there's a time lock safe that you have to sit in a room to wait for. Because I would have expected it to be sort of not as cumbersome to use. I don't like the way that this game handles time. I just don't think it makes sense for some things, but I don't think as a mechanic it's fun because time always ends up being about waiting. Oh fuck, what day is it? Mayday. Okay. We know that we started on the 7th. Yesterday was the 14th, today is the 15th. So this is the 15th of November. Yes, 15th of November, because yesterday I was in the library and we got soft locked. So 15th of November at 10 a.m. 15th of November. (10 a.m.) Confirmed. Now we wait. And this is the flaw of waiting mechanics. If you have a limited amount of time to get to the thing to use it, then you naturally want to stay beside it. If you need to know a specific time to use it, to start it, then you simply want to stay here until you can use it, and you need to sort of and you need to be able to keep track of time that like moves at a rate that's sort of unknown to you. Like, it's not intuitive for us to see the rate of change of time differently than to what time is. It's like time is weirdly fundamental as like a unit of like change, right? So having to do that calculation in your head to get a sense of like how long you should be waiting in a space, but not to go too long that you won't go over, is usually too much of a task for most people like me. And so you end up just waiting inside of the room beside the gas can and like the other gas cans for the time to be 10 a.m. And it's like, well, why? And then it makes you wonder, what, as a mechanic, is it actually fun? I don't really know. I think it's actually not that fun because you're just stuck here now, waiting for it to open. And then it sucks too because you must set a time that's at least 1 hour ahead of when you are now, otherwise the system doesn't work. So it also has the restriction of you can't just set the time even if it's 1 minute away to get to like work around the fact that it's a boring thing to wait for something. You can't even do that trick. You have to set it at least an hour in advance in order for you to be able to see and like experience what this is. It's just not a good mechanic. I'm gonna go pee, and when I'm back, it's time. Can steps be converted to time? Incidentally, yes, if you keep walking around in a circle, but I like to waste my time by standing still in one single place. Okay, class. Did you enjoy waiting for nothing? I sure didn't. I don't understand why they always do these, but let's look at the timestamp. So it took about 4 minutes to get to this point. 4 minutes of doing nothing and staring at the screen. No joke, it was enough time for me to go take a piss and get some snacks. That's how long it took. That's a bad mechanic. This game has some hits and misses, but you know what? They can't have been too perfect because otherwise the game would simply be too good. So, wrong one, sorry. But I do wish it was, I don't know, I'm just not a big fan of time mechanics in like most game things, so. Excusez? Is it not November 14th? 15th? Is it not? Is it not the 15th? Is it not the 15th? Date? I checked this out on the 14th. Where is the orchard? Day 1, November 7th, okay? So 1, 7, 2, 8, 3, 9, 4, 10, 5, 11, 6, 12, 7, 13, 8, 14, 9, 15. November 15, 10 a.m. Am I stupid? How do you open this thing? Yeah. November 15, 10 a.m. Must at least be 1 hour in advance. This thing's fucking shit. I'm not doing this. This is stupid. This is actually like the stupidest mechanic I've... That's frustrating. That's like stupidly frustrating. Like, it's not even fun. Maybe this way it encourages me to stand up and move. Yeah, or if, like, hey, let's say you unlock the shelter within 2 hours. Like the refund window, I think it makes you want to refund the game. Genuinely, that is the worst way that they could have done it. I would have rather they just do the day of the week, because there's no indication of when you start your day except for the calendar, right? But there's no need to have the time. If they want to make a time puzzle, do it with a bit of time that you can actually manage, which is the day that you start, which is the secret of, like, you have to go find the room and pay attention to the calendar, right? Why does it then mar that perfectly fine thing with the real-time puzzle? I don't get it. It's sorry. I'm gonna say this. It's dog shit. Dog shit. Dog shit. Dog shit. It's dog shit. And look at how many steps it takes you to go back and forth to figure out where it is. Like, it's... You waste so many steps trying to figure out, okay, how to get there and what time it is to come back. Like, it's... That's stupid, man. I hate this. This game is interesting. I don't know why it does this, but the game does a lot of this a lot of the time. It's such a good game, and then it does stupid things to make it worse, and I don't know why. Like, I actually don't. I don't understand why the game does some of these decisions to degrade its experience. And it's just because of the fact that it's a poor puzzle that has an element that you can control, and the other element is too boring to want to control, that makes you wonder, why would you even bother including the worser of the two? I just don't get it. It's dog shit, dog shit, dog shit, dog shit. Shit. And I know it's a matter of counting, and really it's about me not being able to count, but still. That's stupid, man. Like, it's actually stupid. And again, like, if you go to, again, because, like, knowing what day you're on, this is already a great detail. In the drawing studio, you have to pay attention to the calendar and look at day 1 and just figure it out from there. Just have it be open the entire day that you choose, not the time. Again, time scale is so stupid because it's like one's pace through the thing is really dependent on how you sort of maneuver around, right? Or like it's dependent on, like, how well you are at understanding things. It's strange. Stop shooting yourselves in the foot, guys. Blaze, for the love of God, do better. Stop hurting yourself. Spread gems into each green room. I kind of want that later. Or maybe you want that now so it does it for every other green room. Yes. It's dog shit, dog shit, dog shit. I just don't understand. I always see these. I always see these decisions from games, and I always wonder why. It's just there's something strange about the way that people will just enjoy ruining something that they've got going well. Just an odd problem to see always pop up. I need a shovel. What the hell is this? This is the antechamber lever? There's no fucking way it's in random rooms. Oh my god, this game is awful. This game is bad. Okay. I see now why people don't like this game. The game has all of a sudden reared its ugly head with two of the worst mechanics I've ever seen before. Because the antechamber, we know it needs 4 levers to open these, okay? To open every single door of the antechamber. The lever entryways, like the way you stick the lever on, are in random places on the map. As in, like, you have to find the greenhouse to put the lever on. You need to do 4 of these? 4. I don't think that's possible, man. This room is always warm as its glass walls and roof helps to retain the sun's rays. The garden, however, should be scalded if the soil here is dry and the flower beds are devoid of all signs of life. I don't see, like, now I'm really like, I don't understand why they did this to the game. I feel like they had such a good core of a game with the idea of the rooms being as you are, and I don't know why the levers are so difficult to have to be able to use, that you have to like go and find specifically the greenhouse to make use of it, when I feel like they could have just had the game as it is with the room drafting and just have the lever entry, like the usage spots in specific spaces. This is not to say that it's the worst thing ever, but for a game that feels like you should be able to discover things naturally, in the sense of like you should be able to solve everything through your skill alone and your ability to draft rooms well and stuff like that, because it's tied to RNG, it feels terrible. It will never not feel bad to have your progress and your efforts go to waste because of randomness. Lever spot. Lever placement. Bottom door. That's frustrating, man. That's actually frustrating. And this on top of the fact that you can soft lock yourself out of rooms very easily is very frustrating. And I wonder how good the waiting is when you do the smaller rooms that you can actually get to a certain place. Because then it takes away the strategic element too of figuring out new ways to go about the house. And it's really a set pattern of get the gems early and then use the gem paths later. And really there's only one configuration that works, even though the game teases you that there could be more, but in reality that's impossible. Song number 5. Trees found inside will never shade. These songs do have messages in them, so we'll check it out. But randomness increases. But streamer, randomness increases engagement. See loot boxes. That's the thing, right? I remember we had this discussion on your stream where it's like, while it increases in the engagement, I feel like this is the bad kind of like RNG. Like, because there's RNG where it forces you to think on your toes. And I think Risk of Rain 2 is maybe a good example of that, and Binding of Isaac as well, where it forces you to like adapt to a new strategy that you normally wouldn't. But this RNG is exactly like the loot box RNG. Like, I see this RNG of the rooms and the way that you need certain ones of them, and the loot box RNG to be the exact same, where any result but the right result doesn't matter. At least with games like Slay the Spire and stuff, the RNG of the card that you pull is like interesting in that every result is viable and can be used in some way, and thus it's a matter of how well you adapt. But here it's like, if you just don't get the right one, it sucks. Your game just ends and there's nothing that you can really do. But I do agree. Like, I feel like most games do not do randomness well. Believe in the heart of the cards. Yeah, maybe that's the lesson. Maybe the creator of this played too much Yu-Gi-Oh! And they're like, believe in the heart of the cards! Yu-Gi! Hi, I'm Joey. Hey, I'm Joey. Hi, I'm Joey Wheeler. Okay, well, one box is always true, one box that's always false. This is the blue box. True. The blue box is true. Yes. True, false. This is the one. They say the puzzle gets harder, but I'm too smart, so it only gets easier? I don't know. Is that stupid? Leads to a room of color of your choice. What? Oh, my wife, BRB. I'm going to end parasocialism in this channel right now. I'm married. Get fucked. Because how does it work? So this says it leads to a room of my choice, but do I pull the thing and it leads to a room even if there's no doorway? I think it does because it's a secret passage, right? So a small dead-end room with an ordinary bookcase that exemplifies the best means to escape the confinements of a world has always been through books. Look, gotta have some dinner. Hopefully RNG gives you some good food. POV, what's in your fridge? Trash! Throw the whole thing away! Reroll life! Reroll life! I hope that you roll a good meal as well. And have a good day. The Halls of Holly, Green Thumb, the key to the bedroom. Red Rover, Gold zinc. Okay. The key to the bedroom, this is smut. That's actual smut. Drawback press, let's go green.
Yes. Welcome to the sex room.
Okay, well, I'm fucked. I can actually do an aquarium, which actually continues on well. But I've never seen a solarium, nor have I seen a terrace. But I really want to see, but I do want to continue the map with my limited steps. Because the game has cucked me out of the stupid time lock box, which I hate. Fish. Look at their stupid eyes. If only you knew what time it was. Only you knew. So this benefits from every single room color benefit. So if like outside rooms get more dig spots, this gets more dig spots. Holy shit, he's huge. If outside rooms get more gems, this gets more gems. One big fish in the archive. Many fish inside the bedroom. Sexo. Fish, this is actually the patio. Couple fish outside in the patio. Couple fish outside in the front entrance hall. Couple fish inside the laundry room. Does that matter, the rooms that we're seeing here? Veranda. Greater chance of finding the items in green rooms. Well, I can't afford that. We go bedroom. Sheltered aquarium. What? Shelter perfects you from the negative effects of the next 3 red rooms. Oh, because this is also a red room. Right. So if there was a red room effect that affected that red room to make the other red rooms affect that, it would have sheltered me from it. I broke the lock on this to get money. Is there a way to back to the shop? No, we just keep going. Courtyard. Guest bedroom chapel. I'm realizing too that the best item to start with is actually the shovel. If you can start with the shovel every single time you play, you actually end up with more resources overall because of the way that it spreads resources around via dig spots. Okay, I'm not doing too good. This is just kind of a throwaway run because it's not really much we can do anyways, but interesting to see things that pop up, and maybe we can get a code check to swap items in. Because I do need to get an item to carry over to the next run, which is good. Which would be good. Spare room, rank 4, yada yada. Pantry, we can go pantry. I'm also realizing maybe there is a bit of a weight to how the game will put down the dead ends. Maybe it's only when you're at the edge of the house that it puts down the dead end. Never mind, I take it back. The bunk room is here. Billiards, sure. Play a quick game of pool. And hopefully we can get something out of this. I'm not sure. 7. 10 minus 5 times 4 is 20. 11 minus 1 is 10. Times 2 is 20. Divided by 4 is 5. 20 plus 3 is 23. Minus 3 is 20. Times 3 is 60. Divided by 6 is 10. I can't believe that those are the only 2 puzzle rooms, really? How did they get to this point with only 2 puzzle rooms? Like, there's no puzzle. That's it. My run's over. Fuck it. We're gonna do the shelter. We're gonna try to do the shelter, the stupid shelter with the time. And we're just gonna sit there and wait until the time goes over. Today's the 15th. Day 9 from November 7th. Which is 8 days above, because day 1 is November 7th. So 8 plus 7 is 15. We're gonna figure out if I can get the time. Can I even make it there? If I go here. I should be able to. It takes me 3 steps to get there. Because it's 1 to enter the room, 1 to enter the side path. So it's right now, put it to 2. Put it to 2 and we'll just sit here until 2. Again, this is why the mechanic fucking sucks. Is you just have to set the time and wait until it counts down. Like, it's stupid. I hate time-based mechanics that don't need to be time-based and already have a better alternative staring them at the face. You have the puzzle of what day you started on. Just do that, dude. I don't even want to do this. I'm pissed off. I don't want to do it. Yeah, I see the frustration with this game now. It's a good game marred by bad decisions. Some decisions are okay, but knowing now that the levers have to go in specific spots, and knowing that some mechanics are based off of like this weird stupid time scale that doesn't really make sense because it's like the puzzle is to figure out which day. Just like this is the worst part. The puzzle is to figure out what day it is, not what time. That's the puzzle. The puzzle is figuring out what day it is and not what time it is. Time doesn't matter. The day matters the most. But because the game insists upon itself to be a sensitive game in this way, it makes it worse. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We'll do 10 a.m. and we will sit here for 10 fucking minutes. I refuse to lose it once again. Because every time I lose something, I get a little bit more sad every single time. And again, when I left that first time, it took us 6 minutes to get to that. And now, look, now there isn't even a spot where you would have, like, there isn't even, like, a shelter. Like, that's actually dog shit. The shelter should be a consistent thing that you can get to. So what are the things that you have to do every single time you start a run? You need to look at the time. You need to calculate what day you are in the year, okay? One of those things is way more fun than the other in the sense of, like, it makes more sense to want to like, have to do, right? I just don't get why they add the time element. That's so dog shit, man. What a stupid fucking decision in such a good game. And then the lever thing too, to make the levers difficult to like reach. It's like, what a stupid fucking decision in a otherwise brilliant game. It reminds me of Path of Exile 2 and Path of Exile 1, where there's a sort of meme about it must have friction. And I think about that statement a lot, about how people always think in terms of drawbacks to benefits, right? And it is true that having drawbacks builds character in that way. But I think to myself, like, you really need to do that? Like, why can't somebody just have something that's good? Why does it have to be awful in some way? And it's sort of the same deal here. It's like, why does it have to be awful for me to have to figure out, you know, and like have a certain order of things and like timing? Like, it just seems... It's just strange. I don't know. I've already taken this photo. It's my hot grandma. And don't say that's a weird statement. Everyone's grandma was hot at some point. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been born. It's just the way life is. Somebody wanted to sleep with your grandma, and unfortunately, it was your grandpa. It's just the way it is, man. That's life. Everyone is sleeping with somebody because someone's hot. Okay, it's just life. Hello. Buy gems, magnifying glass. A set of gems. I can buy this and this. 4 gems and a magnifying glass. Fuck yeah. We are actually in a good roll. Security. Pretty good roll, honestly. That's actually pretty good. We can configure the little doorways. I have a shovel just in case. I think the network is always the same, so we just do each thing on its own now. We do keycard security systems. We do security level to low. Because I do not have a keycard. And offline mode unlocked, but this one doesn't matter. It's about... The offline mode does matter, but it's really about the garage power buttons at the bottom, but we can turn it off after. But that helps with the rooms with the locked doors too, I think. Experimental house features. What does that even mean? Oh, this is the laboratory. Wait a minute. We might be. No, I don't have the other thing. Oh, I can't cause radiation. That sucks, man. Damn. And I'm not the boiler room either, so I can't even do this really. Is this different from the diagram that I have? I check laboratory. This is why I need to organize this. 3 at the top left, 5 there, 47, 1, 6. It's the same, so I can actually keep this image. It's the exact same every time. Good. It's the borons and the neutrons and the electrons and the megatrons and the ultrons. Experiment setup. Yep. Immediately lose 10 steps, gain 20 gold. Play sets of 40, gain 1 key. When you draft a hallway from another hallway, when you spend 2 or more gems drafting a room, set your steps to 40. Seems stupid. We'll do this one because it's every now and then. I don't want to lose steps to gain money. I think getting 1 key for every 2 hallways. Setting steps is that technically free though. Because there's a good chance that I'll try to stay away from like a gem room as best I can to save gems. And I'll use a gem room when I need it. If I spend 2 or more gems, then I can get a refund. Shit. Okay. Archives it is. Which this is an important room, but I think we got everything from last time. The articles about a dead mother. Or, well, probably not dead. She probably just was being hidden by our grand uncle to save her from the indemnity of communism. Or at least some flavor of like authoritarianism. Okay, so yeah, it's good. She's alive. Passageway. Rank 1, 2, 3. I think I save it for now. What's this? How bad could this be? Pretty awful. That's a nook. What's over here? Laundry room to launder currency. I don't really need that. I will, however, go for West Wing Hall. That's a pretty good West Wing Hall. What's this? Might as well go for this gem, because I don't really know what else could be here. Okay, well, this is bad. We get dig spots. Greenhouse is kind of good for getting more green rooms, but it also means that one of the lever spots is all the way back here. So if we don't find a broken lever early, this is a problem too of having it tied to rooms, right? If you don't find a broken lever early, you can't really use it. The first time you enter each green room, use 1 water to gain 1 gem. Holy shit. That's sick. Like, I just don't understand why they do this to mar the experience. Why is there a dildo at the top of the ladder? Just so mad. The game is honestly so close to perfection. I just don't know why they choose weird decisions. And the 2 biggest ones really are just the placement of the lever things. Being tied to a room is stupid. It really should just be in some relation to the antechamber. I know it makes it easier, but at the same time, predictability for something that major is probably it is way more important. But then also, just that time thing in the shelter is so dog shit. I hate having to wait around to do nothing and having to feel like I'm on the clock. Like, that's not why I play a puzzle game. No one plays a puzzle game to feel like they're on the clock. Just a stupid idea. Such a stupid fucking system. I've actually noticed this a lot about like really good games. A lot of games will tend to start out really well, and then they do one stupid thing that ruins the entire experience. And I never understand why. It just doesn't make sense to me. It's like you have something good going on. Don't just make it worse all of a sudden. I'm gonna go anywhere. I'd rather go to the Nook. Just make only the best decisions. Just stay away from the worst decisions, please. Aquarium. Sure. One of every color. Watering can to gain 1 gem. Take it. It's free. Old tin can. Not worth picking up. Fair. What is in here? Corridor is always left unlocked. That might be pretty good, actually. I can save my 1 gem too, which is nice. Nothing in the hallways usually. Oh, go spread into every room. Green rooms do not cost gems to draft. I think we get terrace here because I have one way through the chapel and I'm willing to take a risk on this failed run. Holy shit, this is nice. This is a nice terrace. Wow. Even comes with a free banana. And we get to see more of the outside, actually. I don't think that's a Nigerian angel. He has a book and an incense. Incense. Incest? Incense. That's not any of these Nigerian angels. What is that? These statues are not Nigerian angels, so what do they represent? What do they represent? If they don't represent the angels, is it just hubris then? Is it similar in the way that people have statues of like their forefathers in their yards? Because their forefather in particular had like an ego. And then the newer generations of the family carried it on because they don't like want to, like they're just like they're too like shy or like too nice to say this is stupid. Probably. Gymnasium code check. Honestly, let's code check it. Still fucking sucks. GG, go next. Get shovel. GG, go next. Get shovel. Okay, die. Pass out. Just pass out and then die. So the crazy part too is I don't know what the other months look like. Is it a leap year or is it not a leap year? Because once we exit November, I don't know what time to set for the time lock shelter thing. That's my big problem. Like, how stupid does the calendar system in the game get? That's why I hate the fact that there's a time to it too. Like you're already dealing with a date system, which is dependent on a fair number of factors. Even having it be a puzzle of understanding that it's a leap year would be interesting. If you could have imagine if the time shelter was just a day of the month, right? But then there's like a word puzzle that says, oh, something about how like, haha, she's like 5 years old, but she's legally able to like drive. Then you'd know, oh, it's a leap year this year. Like that's more fun. I've just made your game more fun, you fucker! Fucking cocksuckers, man. I just made your game infinitely more fun with a better puzzle than this fucking look at the clock and see the time bullshit. Fuck you. We'll do 10 a.m. I'm just sad. I'm a crab. I'm a crab. Oh. We're on November 17th. Because we started the day at here. November 7th was day 1. So -1 for 0. -1 from this to get 10. 10 plus 7 equals 17. November 17th. 10 a.m. And chat, I will sit here until 10 a.m. I will literally sit here until this thing opens. Because I'm sick and tired of this having to come back here every time. Like this is dog shit, man. I don't get it. Like of the mechanics in a puzzle game, I'm gonna rant about puzzle game mechanics now. Some hold no place in a game about understanding the world and strategizing. time-limited mechanics basically never work except for one genre of game, and that's action games. This is not to say that you probably can't intuit something better, but the moment that the solution to your time-based puzzle is to sit and wait, you've gone the wrong way. In an action game, with a time-based element like a time limit on the level to kill things, for instance, you have more breathing room the better you play. It's a hard DPS check, but because the game itself has skill elements, you can overcome that by simply playing better at the game. It's like how in Metroid you can get certain endings by going in and doing certain moves that go faster. Like here, look, I'll show you a speedrun technique. A speedrun tactic. Technique or tactic. Here we go. Metroid Fusion secret message. There we go. This is a video from 18 years ago. Holy shit. Wow, this is old. This is crusty. Is there going to be like weird music playing? Let's see. No, it's actually just the game music. This thing from HM Rising. Thank you, HM Rising. Where you can do a specific... It's so low quality. This is 240p. 18 years ago. You do these specific steps to try to go through the map in a specific way. And it's time limited because the way that this mechanic works is that when you have this like blur on you, so to get the speed boost, you have to run in a direction long enough that it activates, right? And then to sort of use the speed boost, you have to like if you want to use the speed boost in a new way, you have to stop moving by pressing down on your D-pad so your character sort of like crouches, right? But you can only keep the boost for a couple seconds. I think it's like 3 seconds afterwards. To regain the speed boost, you have to speed boost into like a curved ramp so that your character starts running instead of slamming against the wall. In doing so, you get the skill element where if you do it perfectly like so, you can keep the power of your speed boost all the way up to here in order to go to a hidden little spot that like then gives you a message that says, hey, congratulations, you've like done something cool, right? Something like this being a puzzle that's like time-based, where some elements of your ability to go through things is time-based, is interesting. I think that's really cool. But the best part about this being time-based is that there's a skill element to it being time-based. You can manipulate how well and how long it lasts for you and how effective it is by simply doing things better than somebody else would, by going like this. And it's about knowing the map, it's about knowing the mechanic, it's about knowing when to do certain actions to keep the boost going for as long as you can. And it's about executing it perfectly with those very, very... Honestly, the tolerance for some of those moves is like maybe a second in like certain places, right? And if you can do that, then you get rewarded with a cool secret message where they talk to you and they say, hey, how did you get here? You shouldn't be here. Samus, I'm impressed you were able to make that trick with the Shine Spark was very nice. That's why Samus Aran. And then it's like, as a reward, let's fill her in on our plan. And then it says, you wonder how many players will see this like message. That's a good implementation of like a time-based mechanic. Or even the spoilers for Metroid Dread. The ending of Metroid Dread is really, really good. Because it's just like any other Metroid game where you have to escape before shit goes down, right? In doing so, it's interesting because when you're trying to escape from the building, you have different things that you can do. There's different paths that you can take. Some of the games lock you down to one path, but overall, there's a couple of different ways that you can maneuver around the map depending on what you do. And I think in Fusion specifically, I think it's like you can save the animals or something. I'm pretty sure this one has you saving the animals. I'm pretty sure. Fast save the animals. Fast save the animals? What do you mean fast save the animals? What's like fast saving the animals? By explode your ear. Oh yeah, see this? Like that's pretty cool that you get these like different tricks that you can do to be able to speedrun effectively saving something. Like it's like I don't understand why puzzle games try to emulate this element of an action game without giving you the same skill-based tools. Because how long has it been? I don't even know. I set the time to November 17th, today, at 10 a.m. or 11 a.m. We've been talking for like 5-10 minutes. It's still not fucking open. You see how bad this is? Where's the skill element that I've been able to play with? Where's the skill element that I've been able to sort of work with and employ here to make my experience more fun? There's been none. Nothing. That's bad. And you still have to wait another 12 minutes. I don't know why games do this. Puzzle games should never have any time limit to them. It doesn't make sense. It's the same reason why I don't enjoy Blitz Chess, because the fun of the game is making a decision that is sort of like hitherto unknown to either party to try to throw them off balance in some way, right? Like that's the fun of chess. When you play Blitz Chess, you don't really have time to think, and you're really fighting against yourself. Like this is the thing, right? If you put someone on a chessboard to play Blitz Chess, and you just put them against an easy AI, it'd probably be just as enjoyable as playing normal Blitz Chess against a person. Because you're just doing the moves against yourself. Here, I'm fighting against my patience. I'm not fighting against some mechanic that's actually like fun. I'm not solving some word puzzle like in the parlor or in the math. Even as shitty as the math puzzle was in the billiards room, that's even better than like this. I'm just waiting. For what? For fucking nothing. And this is dry. And what sucks, again, it's only open for 4 hours after. So if you're exploring the rooms, how many steps does it take you to get back? This is the other side of why this mechanic sucks. Let's say you want to do something while you're waiting. Well, you can't. Do you know why? I've wasted 9 steps going back and forth. I've wasted 9 steps going back and forth in and out of the room. This means that I have 10 less steps by the time I go back and enter the house to work with to play the rest of the house. It also means you can't even do the house. Let's say you get here and you have like 15 steps. You have to make a choice. Do you go to the very end to find new things, or do you go back for a safe that you don't know what's inside? And I know that maybe the play element is the choice. Having meaningful choices is interesting. But this is not a choice that is at all driven by a difference in sort of decision making, right? It's not a choice driven by a morality, a value, or even by like a desire. It's a choice driven by a fake scarcity value of a fake timescale that the game thrusts upon you in its puzzle framework. It's just so dog shit. And the game is already problematic with the RNG pulling the rooms. Now that I know that, again, the courtyard has one of the 4 lever spots, which means we have to find 4 rooms with the lever spots. That's pretty bad. On top of the fact that the foundation, you have to choose a good spot to put it in, and it's a permanent addition to the house. And if you pull it in the wrong spot, it's like the best space for the foundation is along this side of the house. But how lucky are you that you're going to be able to pull it on this side of the house when you're drafting rooms? Because it's RNG. Like, there's a piece of this game that works and there's a piece that doesn't. And it's the RNG piece, and it's this insistence on fucking you over with mechanics that don't really add to the experience. I don't get it. The game is pretty much otherwise perfect. You know? I don't even care if it gets easier if the antechamber levers are around the antechamber. That would be even more enjoyable, because the RNG is whether or not you can even reach these corners. But to tie it to random rooms, and then the time mechanics around the stupid clock time that isn't even like your real time or anything, so like the scale of time is off. And to make it so that there's no way to pass time in the game, the time moves at a constant rate. And to make it so that you can't do anything else while waiting for a time because it's like disadvantageous to do so because you waste another limited resource, which is your steps, which is your real limited resource to walk around the place. Like, that's dumb. I don't know what they were thinking. Like, I genuinely don't know what they were thinking. It's maddening to me that they sort of thought that this would be good. And it's crazy because, like, the RNG mechanic is at least fun for the beginning to roughly to mid to late game. I only see the potential for the issues, but I haven't run into those yet. because there's so much of a puzzle to solve within the rooms and like the ways that we can lay it out still. So there's still time before you hit the inflection point when the RNG room polling goes from fun betrayal at House on the Hill to I never want to do this ever again and I want to kill myself in Minecraft, right? But this, there's nothing you can do about this. You simply have to, you just have to take it. When the clock hits 10, I will go to the basement, to my goon cave, and goon. And there's, again, I'm always surprised whenever games do this, when they add a mechanic that doesn't really need to exist or could exist in a different form that keeps a much better skill expression element, and they just do something stupid with it that makes it awful. It's like, how could they think that it would be good? Especially given the way that the game plays out otherwise. Time has no effect on the game otherwise, except maybe at nighttime you see more stars. Other than that, I don't think time actually matters, except for one image involving the mountain plus some nighttime thing. And it's just, I don't blame developers for wanting to try something new, but like, at least make it good. At least make it good, man. Fucking stupid clock mechanics combined with a limited like way to move around, or at least that they made the west path free to enter and they made that extra room free to enter. I think it'd be better. Like if they made this side plus that extra room free to enter, you could sort of go back and forth and like plan your day out, right? I actually don't understand why the outside sand some areas costs resource. There's a metal door over here, there's a locked door over there, there's this dark tunnel over here, and the orchid. Those rooms I think would make sense to waste your steps. Because presumably they give you some kind of bonus. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if at the orchard you could just eat as many apples as you want to keep going forever. But then it sort of makes you wonder, like, what's the point of the steps if some places are immune to it? If it's only the house, right? And then it brings into question what the point of the steps and the house RNG card pulling is. Then you have to question sort of, okay, well, if you're exempting some places from it, what is the point of it at all? If it's not fun in like the most critical sections of the game, which is at the end as well as this. If it doesn't work here, then where does it work? It works for the beginning if it doesn't work for the end. When do you when should the game throw it away? Like when do you as a player have to when are you allowed to stop suffering it? And obviously there's a drafting strategy to how you move around the house. But at least in Betrayal at House on the Hill, there's actually no limit to how you can draft. The best part about Betrayal at House on the Hill is extremely difficult to soft lock yourself. There are very few dead end rooms that you can, and you have to be extremely unlucky to pull it in the same way that it's like, this is like the most unknown combination of cards that you've never seen before, right? 7. But here, you suffer the consequences of just stupid things that you can't control that are also in a way set up to ruin your run, which is very much unlike Betrayal at House on the Hill, where a lot of the things in Betrayal at House on the Hill can very easily, soft lock you, but only mechanically if you happen to roll it, and the chance of you rolling it is so low so as to be statistically impossible. Whereas here, it's like, it feels like it's pretty often you roll something that's like bad for you. So. Oh my god. So, 7. Red letter. Dear Uncle, the disappearance of my cousin Mary has long sat unfavorably with me. I need to take a screenshot of this now because the stupid thing is going to close. See what I mean? I can't even read this and feel like I have time to read it because the stupid fucking safe is going to close. Like, what a stupid dog shit system to tie it to time. Wow. I'm actually, like, impressed at how much they ruined their own good mechanic. Because I was thinking to myself, there's so many ways to make the time puzzle actually genuinely fun. Even something that's periodical, I think, is even better. Like, choose a time period in which you would like to do it. Like, the beginning of the minute, the end of the minute, or like the beginning of the hour, the end of the hour. Like, that would be even better, because then you have to wait for a specific time period. And, like, again, the day thing. Try to make it so that the player has to figure out it's a leap year, and then they have to look at, like, the leap year mechanics for some year. Like, that'd be more interesting than this shit. Waiting 5 fucking minutes, man! I don't even feel comfortable to read this, because how much time do I have before this fucking thing closes its door? Dear Uncle, the disappearance of my cousin Mary has long sat unfavorably with me and my father. And I will freely admit to you that the chilly airs of indifference you may have felt in my presence can be attributed entirely to the suspicions that I have harbored for these past years. Suspicions entirely aimed at yourself. And while I have never had the opportunity to prove it, I felt very strongly that you had some deeper involvement in those events 6 years ago. Cousin Mary being, I think, my mother. I think that was her name. The circulating rumors of those months did nothing but further reinforce my convictions in this fact. Those of us that are once bitten are twice shy, and I am aware of the cost of my aggressively aloof behavior has had on the social standing of our family. I do not apologize for my actions, in which case you're selfish and you're stupid. Though I am now willing to admit that the conclusions I reached may have been flawed. No, just admit that you're wrong, you stupid fucking idiot. Whoever is writing this letter. I'm extremely aggressive at the moment because of the shit puzzle. Sorry. Last week I had a confidential conversation with one of our mutual acquaintances. A conversation that has shed more light on this mystery than all of my father's countless, fruitless inquiries over the years. I now have reason to believe that you were in fact responsible for smuggling my cousin under cover of night across the red border, the southern seafront. And I believe this may have occurred in September, a full 7 months after she was reported missing. A date that coincides not with her public disappearance in February, but instead with a notable theft of the Ruby Crown. If the Blackwater insurgents were in fact responsible for the heist as some have claimed, I believe the scenario entirely plausible. And the fact that 2 of the Crown's 8 rubies have now surfaced has given me renewed optimism that she is still alive. Alive, safe, and finally free. Perhaps my willingness to accept such a sensational story betrays my own desperation. Desperation for answers, desperation for hope, and desperation for a narrative in which you are not the villain. In that distant land we all dream of, the land where the strangling crimson curtains draped across our sky are pulled back, and the windows and shutters of discontent flung wide open. In that distant land, I pray one day to find our Marion safe, happy, and absolved. Love, Courtney. This letter says 7. Why does this letter say 7? Because there's 7 jewels. The 7 is actually an important piece of the letter itself. In this, we actually found a jewel or a gemstone inside on a pedestal in the safe itself, beside the letter. Presumably one of the 8. And the fact that it's on the pedestal says to me that it's a special one as well. Which is interesting, because it counted as a normal gem. And I wonder why it counted as a normal gem. Marion, as we know from the archive, is Marion Marigold, aka our mother, Mary. So we know the connection to her name. And everything is sort of playing out as I thought it would have made sense to. It's all tied to these insurgents in some way. It's tied to our mother's ties to these insurgents. And presumably whatever happened here and why our mother ran away is tied to whatever the crown is that this author talks about. So it's all a part of this piece over here. So now we have some key answers to key questions that I was wondering about for a while. This basically all but confirms in some way that our mother is a part of some terrorist group. But the problem is how reliable of a narrator is the cousin compared to everyone else. Hard to say any which way. We still don't have a key for the orchid padlock. I'm assuming I'm doing the apple counting wrong, so we'll just simply continue with the house. But if I can open that for unlimited steps, it would be nice. And if it doesn't give me unlimited steps, then this game is even more dog shit. Hallway. I'll do a hallway early, even though it sucks. And I wonder how the game is going to recover from here. Now that I know the worst parts of this game, the worst aspects of its flaws, I wonder how it's gonna make it better for me as a player of the game. Not to say that it has to. Well, no, I think it has to. If you I think it's just the nature of games that if the experience doesn't recover from whatever dog shit decisions that it makes, then it kind of mars it for all of its playthrough, which is sad. Yes. Where do we go? Save the passageway. Store room. Okay, we're about to be soft locked. See, like this is why I don't think it's good to tie the lever things to certain rooms. Because let's say you tie the lever thing to certain rooms, right? You need to find those rooms, but you so easily get soft locked that even if you play correctly to roll to make it easier to find, you may still never find it. It may still be out of your grasp, ultimately. We get a new star by entering the observatory, I believe. Are there any new pages that we're missing? I was missing... I was missing page 6 somewhere, right? So observatory. Page 6, 9, 10, 13, 14, 16, 19. 9, 10, 13, 14, 16, 19. So it's still all missing. I'm also curious what this means by green rooms are more likely to contain special flowers. What is a flower in the context of this game? Oops. Bring it back. 2. The Twins. A pair of chests has been added to the entrance hall. Nice. Very good. So does the number of stars increase every time we look at it? Because if so, doesn't that mean at some point I stumble upon the bad stars? Because like Dread is a bad star, and I'm assuming we get there pretty quickly by the 4th day. The 4th time we see this room, right? Isn't that bad for me? And then this chest thing too, we can go back to grab it, and we might as well do it now because there's no other rooms really. But this feels bad to have because then it's like, if I get it again, if you can get it again, it's annoying to have to deal with because you have to go back and forth to go back to the entrance hall. If you only get it once, then it's like, this is a one-time reward, and I don't know if it's worth it for me to get. If you miss it, you miss some key item. Like, there's a lot of weird mechanics in the way that they play out now that make me frustrated now. I'm starting to realize the flaws. I've now been playing this game for too long that the mystery and the mystique is gone. This box, so false. False. This must be true then. The blue box contains the gems. It's like my saying of I wish I was stupid. Because when you're stupid, you live life well. I should have rerolled. I don't know why I decided to go for the chapel. But I'm never going to go back here, so it doesn't really matter. I will never go back through the chapel because there's nothing for me except for the code check. So technically this is fine. Yes, sir. We go for security. Or we buy things with my money. $19 reduce. Huh? Oh, what is dinner without formality? Commissary. So, what? What's a bathtub without nighttime? What's a shower without the nighttime? What is a snack without the suit? This is actually, so this is the kind of phrase that you would see in like a Suits fanfiction. You're a snack even without the suit. Upgrade disc. Totally worth. Gem. Just one gem, I'll take it. Money is useless otherwise. Food for sale. Fuck. Money is useless anyways. I don't need that shit. Oh shit, there's a kitchen? Fuck. Fuck me. I've never been here, so this is new actually, so I could read this. A standard kitchenette with all the typical amenities. A stove, refrigerator, oven, and sink. This gallery is where the cooking staff prepares the daily cuisine that will be served in the dining room. And we know from the combo list, because we know that this will tell us about the dining room food. And the food changes every single time, and different foods give different bonuses. We can actually keep a track of and catalog this, and also prepare our future drafts to benefit that. Is that jam? Dog food! Yo, I have a dog? I have a dog. I have a dog. What kind of a kitchen has... I can't open the fridge? This main course is only served in the dining room. Buy a banana for $2. Club sandwich for $8. Or chef salad. Oh, Glazed salmon, if we have an aquarium, provides an additional 10. So get an aquarium. Today we 420 glaze it. I do want the nursery. I can go back to the chapel, but spare room is really best. Yes, use my 1 key. Pretty bad. If it's a bad look, okay, this is pretty good. We go for den. That's a very good den. I can now do a bit of a loopy-loop. It's weird because this entire corner of the house will be blocked off in these lower ranks, but still it's fine. Secret passage? Of course! Give me a green. Yes. Cloister! Hey, good, cloister. That's a massive cloister. Was that even worth it though? No. Aquarium is actually the best one, but it also doesn't go anywhere. No. Courtyard is actually the best because it actually leads somewhere. And I have a shovel. Please pull a turnip. No, I can buy like a single banana. I wish that's how fruits worked in real life. Like, food doesn't really recover your energy unless you're at the maximal usage, right? But if you're not at the maximal usage of your body, the food doesn't do anything for you. So really, what does food do for you? It fills your stomach. It just food. If you're not operating at like the top levels, it's only there to keep you full, and not feel hungry and not feel bad about having no food in your stomach, right? Otherwise, it doesn't really do much for you. Like, it's a bit weird in that it's very simplistic. Obviously, I'm not a food is fuel kind of guy. I do like to eat food, but I do recognize that I don't get the same benefits that like an athlete does, and I wish I could feel that level of like energy coming back to me by eating. Although, if you're diabetic, you get that basically every time. Every day. I say this as somebody who knows diabetics. They really feel good when they eat food before they pass out. No dirt in the room. Nice window. Oh my god, it's an office. We've never gotten access to an office with email. The late Sinclair's personal home office, a room he used exclusively for business affairs and the running of the estate, a task he took increasingly more satisfaction in overseeing in his later years. What is it about old people and wanting to work? Why don't old people just want to like retire? You know, like give it up for the rest of us. Give it up for the unemployed. And those waiting for their promotion. Who's this asshole? Wait a minute. There are multiple dudes. There are multiple dude statues. Maybe there's different stages of his life or something, but like they all look weird. Grandma, grandpa. I mean granduncle, grandauntie. So, okay, so these two are technically like this. So that's our granduncle. There's actually multiple statues of different people, but I don't think it's important. Computer here that I can enter into soon. That's her, the lady of the house. Statue head. Doorway that could have led somewhere. Who is this guy? Are we not Simon and Irby? But we are Simon. Maybe as a child we're named after our elder, right? Another upgrade disc. Very good. The antechamber lever in the greenhouse is broken again. I don't think there's enough time to put in another work order before Simon arrives. So just make sure the west and the east levers are operational. So this at least tells me that there's only one broken lever thing that we need to do. So this says confirms there is only one broken lever. So at least the game isn't super bad with the way that it handles that annoying piece of you have to find all four. Like, I thought you had to find all four, but it's not that bad. Did I even name the other one? Oh shit, I don't think I named it. Uh-oh. Wait, yeah, I did. It's in the greenhouse. Oh shit, okay. Oh god, it's lagging. Oh god, it's lagging. Office. Office. G house to do, just drop it there, and then we do. There has to be a better way to like organize this. This goes here. Greenhouse goes over here. Where's the greenhouse again? I feel I'm going to the wrong place. No, I'm going to the right place. Greenhouse is here. Pop this over here. There we go. Okay, so we know that there's at least the east and west. The north is the hidden one in the rank 8. We don't really know where yet, but we will get there. There's a hidden thing down here. There is whatever this thing is. Oops. Bridget, please check if any books matching these titles are available for purchase in Reddington. Flight of the Queen, March of the Count, Fall of the Lord, Passing of the Barons, Herrings of the Major. Had little trouble reading the Baron's writings, or I'm not sure the last titles intend to be hearings or herrings, but knowing Herbert, I would suspect either would be suitable. This is a puzzle. This is the key. This is the key for the pad inside the safe. What's interesting is 4 are black. 4 are red, 1 is black. And I wonder if the black one is the correct one, or if you need all 4 numbers. So is the red one the correct one? Welcome to the Mount Holly Home Office. Run payroll. After running this process, checks will be placed in each staff member's room. This includes each servant's quarter and maid's chamber currently on the site. Is there any servant's quarter? No. Spread Golden State. The office can facilitate a modest distribution of coins withdrawn from the staff incentive program. These coins are spread, distributed in a number of rooms including active throughout the estate. Spread gold, yeah, thanks. Cool. Now let's just run payroll, because I'm assuming maybe it goes there even after you find the room, so it's fine. But the key is the email. I'll take a screenshot of all this after. This is the room where you can read the emails, which is connected to the mail room. Here we go. Anne Babbage. Now we have email. You've got mail. You've got mail. Hey, it's Eddie from accounting. You might want to I have some heads up. You might want to prepare for something bad, man. Sales haven't been doing too good. Might want to think about finding a new job, man. Anne Babbage next week. Oops. Dear Anne, from Anne Babbage, November 1st, 1993. This actually could be so we're in 1993. This places us in 1993 because next week I'm assuming this belongs to, like, this is telling us about our character's arrival onto the estate. And we started on November 7th. Like, this would line up pretty well. Sir, you've not left me any instructions for the following week. You know how much I hate leaving critical plans up until the last minute. As soon as you decide on definite plans for the holidays, please pass the message on to me, either through Hartley, who is valeting for you this weekend, or if you absolutely insist, through this confounded electronic typewriter. What does this mean? When did my uncle die? And Hartley, so this is interesting. Presumably, the week before we started, Grand Uncle was with Hartley before he died. So who is Hartley? And so then this is a question of, like, who is Hartley? Who is Hartley? Mrs. Babbage, the maid who's taking care of us here. Is G Unit really dead? Is Grand Uncle G Unit? Holy shit, it actually does fit. Is Grand Uncle really dead? That's a question for the ages. So is their Grand Uncle really dead? They do not like using email, but I don't think that piece matters. go here. From Ann Babbage next week. DC Power fuse box repair. October 1993. Wait, what? November 1st, 1993. October. Okay, so this is not when we started because there's an email from October. Yes, it could still be the month before we started. So presumably the week before we started places our start time at November 7th, 1993. Okay. October the power went down. Gabe, yes, that is the correct functionality. Also, when you're out here next week, please test that the correct sequence is off, blue, green, white, red, purple. Thank you for the due diligence on this project. This is the fuse box in the utility room code with the colors. Okay. So this is the code. So this is code for utility room VIC indicators. Still doesn't tell us what this is. Still doesn't explain what it's for, though. So the acronym, we have to figure this out at some point. But this is useful to know. So to do, go like this. Todd. Speaking of Todd, there's a leak of rumors. Well, it's presumably just a full leak at this point. I don't really like to talk about leaks because it's kind of weird because I only like to talk about confirmed information because when you talk about leaks, it gets into this weird sort of hyperbole where people can be very, very dramatic and exaggerated about things, and because there's no truth to ground it, things can sort of morph into something really awful. But it's basically confirmed that the Oblivion remake is happening, and we've known about this ever since Bethesda was bought up by Microsoft. Because when Bethesda got bought up by Microsoft, there was like a list of games that they had to talk about that they wanted to make. And so that's how we knew about the existence of Starfield, but also things like Dishonored 3, because they also own the rights to it. But at the same time, Dishonored, the company that made it, like they lost their main dude behind it, so I don't really know if it's going to be the same thing. And then the Oblivion remake was on it, but that was like many, many moons ago when they first got bought out, right? Back in like 2020 something. But then something new recently popped up involving one of the remake studios that's known for making game remakes apparently had screenshots of the Oblivion remake on the website early by accident. And they apparently pulled it from the website. And then obviously it was taken down. There's also references to the Oblivion remake within the source code of like the Bethesda website. It's interesting to think about that they're remaking that game. It's not the oldest game in the world. Again, I feel like Morrowind needed the remake more. But Oblivion definitely has the charm that I think is timeless to it that I think people would still enjoy. Like, not to say that Morrowind is a bad game, but Oblivion, it's like the beginning of the annoying fan. And then that type of personality and behavior that you have, along with the genuinely interestingly weirdly good voice acting from traditional actors inside that game, actually works out very well. Where like you hear the actors, but they're acting the characters themselves, and it works out pretty damn well for what was trying to do. I think it also works because Morrowind doesn't have voice acting. You have to read everything, so it's a bit harder to sort of convince someone to play as a remake, and it would take more effort. Whereas like Oblivion, mostly just a fresh coat of paint as well as some mechanical changes, which is apparently coming. So I'm interested to see how that goes. From Mick to whatever estate changes, McGuire, McKinley, and McDougall. This is a lawyer's office thing. We just want to let you know that the changes you requested to your will, this is a lawyer, have been implemented and notarized. If your premonition, God forbid, should bear fruit, rest assured that your plans will be executed down to the last detail. Remember when we were playing The Root Trees of Dead and I didn't recognize the name of a lawyer office because it said Diamond and Diamond? And I thought like Diamond and Diamond was like a company name and not like a lawyer name. Seeing the name McGuire, McKinley, and McDougall, that's a very obvious lawyer name. Diamond and Diamond could be anything. Could be a jewelry store for all I know. Finally, DC Power RE Fusebox Repair, October 5th. The VIC indicator lights installed per instructions have been turned on. However, it should be noted that the white indicator is only displayed after syncing all 6 indicators to purple. If this is not the desired functionality, let us know when we'll fix it in our regular service visit next week. Okay, that's interesting. So to get the code, I need to do the purple white light first. So white light dependent on all 6 purple. And this is described internally from here. Okay, that's good to know. This safe. Is there anything else? Data transfers? The network is still offline. Staff services are still offline. Request schedule change is offline. So November 4th was when all work ended. Wait a minute. November 4th, all work has been suspended. They suspended it because he's dead. But if you look at the email, Miss Babbage is asking for a direction on November 1st. No, was with Hartley before he died. All services suspended November 4th. Email sent November 1st. Uncle died fairly quickly. He had a premonition of his death. And we know this because of the email to the lawyers. Maybe Hartley did kill him. I'm assuming Hartley killed him, which is heartless of him. So cruel are you to kill my uncle. Okay. Hopefully these upgrades make it less infuriating to play. Because right now we have level 1 everything, and it is frustrating to do. Courtyard data, okay, sure. I'd rather have all dig spots, honestly. Like having the RNG. No, but gems is so good though. Gems is so good to roll with. Less chance of items, but more guarantee of moving through the map. If, for instance, getting the coin upgrade in the storeroom was a bad move. Yo, closet upgrade? I love the closet. I would never leave the closet if I didn't have to. 4 extra items if drafted adjoined to a red room. I'm not going to be able to do that. I'm probably going to get more likely to be beside a bedroom. No. It's more likely for me to put it beside a hallway than I would a bedroom. Most bedrooms don't have a doorway out. And having a bedroom that leads to an item closet sucks because bedrooms usually give you something by entering and like leaving, right? So red rooms though would be nice, but it's hard to guarantee a draft from a red room into a closet. Hallway is the simplest, and I think that's fine. Like having too many items doesn't really help because some items are also ephemeral, and that once you're done with the item, you're done with the item. Where did these coins come from? I pressed the button. Okay, so as far as we know from the lore, right? The staff of the house is manipulating the rooms to move them left and right. Whenever I do things on the computers, it's actually the staff that are handling all of the moves. So when I pressed the button to distribute coins around the house, while I was on the PC, one of the maids snuck into the room. Mrs. Babbage came because she's the only one working. Mrs. Babbage came into the room, made no noise, left 4 coins wordlessly, looked over my shoulder, probably like licked me, and then left. And I had no clue. What the fuck? Holy shit! She's so good at her job. No wonder she's the head maid. So what's this? March of the Count. The number of statues. Flights of the Queen, March of the Count, Lord Barons. Herrings, so the last one doesn't matter. Red herrings, ignore those. March of the Count. Which one of these assholes looks like a count? Baron is our uncle. Queen is her. So Baron, Queen is them. Lord and Count are probably the same thing, but I don't know who. Who looks lordly and who looks countful? What does our uncle look like? You have quite the unfortunate mustache, uncle. Must I say, you have quite the unfortunate mustache. You must be the dude. So 1, 2, 3. What? March of the count. 3. Arrow pointing this way. Is it like that? I don't get it. I know it's something to do with the statues, but I don't know what. Do you take it all as a whole sequence? Maybe. Or do we need all 4 numbers? So it's like number queens, counts, lords, and barons. 1 queen. 2. So 1 queen. So 1 Q. Counts. Who's a count? I'm assuming you're a count. Are you my uncle? Are you the uncle? That's the count. That's the baron. That's the lord? I don't know. Sure. Okay, I'm assuming that's correct. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 baron. I don't know if I'm doing this correctly. Because do you count the photo or no? Count. 1. 2. 3. 3C include safe stat. 4B include photo. It's actually 2Q include photo. So 2Q including the photo. And the last dude, the dude is like has like a full handlebar across his. Like you could ride him like a bike. You could ride his mouth like a bike. What? Okay. 1. What's his face? 1 dickhead. I don't know. Like who's this dickhead? Like who is this dickhead? I don't know who he is, man. I don't know these fuckers. I'm assuming that's a count. 3 counts. 1 B baron. 1 lord dickhead. So knowing this, QCLB. So QCLB. Okay, so you got 1 dickhead. 2, 3, 1, 4. Let's try it. I don't know. Oops. Nope. This room could be considered a part of the structure itself. So there's 2 things. You can do count of the march, like the march of the counts, or you do the facings where his head appears. So if you look at the safe and it's looking this way, and this arrow and this hand is saying this is the beginning, then it's like it's 2, right? 2, 4, 6, 8. Yeah, so 2, 4, 8. I don't get it. I don't get this one. There are 5 wires. 2 green wires, 1 blue, 1 yellow. 2 green wires, 1 blue, 1 yellow. Why are there wires? Wires, green, blue, yellow. Red. Green, blue, yellow, red. March of the Count. Please check if any books matching these titles are available in purchase in Reddington. Flight of the Queen, March of the Count. Had love tree of trouble reading. March of the Count. Fall of the Lord, passing of the bearings, herrings of the majors. I don't think there's specific book titles. I know how to solve this. I know how to solve this. The way to solve any puzzle in your life is to stop caring about it and realizing that your life is fleeting and that there's no need for you to live in such in such high amounts of pain. Why should you suffer? Just live life, bro. Just live life, and just live life. Leave and live life. Fuck. Honestly, dark room it. I still need to turn on the lights. Didn't break here. Why didn't the lights break? I don't understand why the lights didn't break this time. When I've done nothing. I don't have the utility. But the lights didn't break. What happened? Why are the lights staying on? But now we get to actually read things. Oh my god. The dark room is finally useful for us. I hope it bugged out. Because I was going to say I don't have enough steps to make it work. But good to know. So I still need to solve this. To do. Need to solve safe. What's a good color for to dos? To dos will be red. Red boxes mean I still haven't done them. Okay, so go over here. I don't think I have a dark room. I do. Shit. You go back to the office. Delete this. Dark room. This can actually be fully expanded. And also there's some notes about the dark room. So utility closet. Well, it's too late now. Well, no, I might as well draw the connection now before it's too late and I forget. This whole thing can be red. And the connection to this should actually be over here to the utility closet, this thing. So I do this. Red. Snake. Thing. Okay. Perfect. Then I do this. To turn light back on utility room. Flip utility room breaker. So this needs to go on this thing, because that's the key about this room. This thing can be deleted. Move over here. Follow my system of organization, because I'm going to forget. At least we're making some level of progress, which I am happy about. Even if it has been frustrating to get here. It'd be nice to get something. Okay, so now if I go back over... Okay, so... Well, now I'm inside the dark room. We can now catalog everything about my uncle. Which is these photos, and there's a letter. Why is this important? There used to be a tree there with a heart, and if I had the magnifying glass... If I had the fucking magnifying glass, fuck! Ah! God damn it, man. It's so... This is... Now it's just frustrating. Ah! To do, need magnifying glass. Okay, I'll mark everything with a to do so that I remember what I need to do. We'll do to do, need to solve safe. And we go, because if I do to do, it'll pop up, which is great. But this does imply that there's something written there about who fell in love. The number of apples might be important for the code, but I don't really know if that makes sense. That's me uncle. Quite the dashing fellow. My granduncle. Not really sure why he's here. Or why did he take a selfie, I suppose? This selfie has the same vibe as like your elderly parent who's learning how to use a phone camera for the first time. Like, yeah, this is the perfect idea behind somebody's first time using a selfie. There's actually something in the back of this photo. That thing. So this thing also needs the magnifying glass. This also needs the magnifying glass. Oops, not like that. Like that. There we go. What else is here? I'm honestly glad that this bugged out though, because it's been a little frustrating having to go back and forth. I'm starting to realize the frustrations with the RNG is that if you take it as an exploration game, it's okay, but the way that puzzle games flow is you never really want to go at it randomly. You want to go with threads and keep going with threads all the way through. That's like most people's way to solve problems. It's like the dynamic way of solving problems. And it's actually most akin to dynamic programming, which makes me happy. This also needs a magnifying glass. Because why does he look like he just took the dankest puff of all time? This guy's laughing at his friend who's having a trip. His eyes are going two different ways. And like he's reading a letter where it says like, your mother is now dead. This guy's life is hard, man. Jesus Christ. What's going on? Green room root cellars. So these are outside rooms. Technically, these are outside. So no color. We do... What's the color for outside? Orange is already taken. Green's already taken. Yellow. For outside. This also needs a magnifying glass. Like, god damn it, man. That's the thing about this game. I'm realizing. Early on, the win is that you don't know anything. Later on, the wins are gatekept by RNG. But you know what you need to do, but there's nothing that you can do to make it possible for you to do that thing. There's nothing that you can do to make it possible for you to do the thing. There's no skill element, there's no puzzle solving. You just have to try again. It's just, I don't know. Hurts. These are the maids. Why do they look like they're gonna kill someone? And why the maids? Why is our uncle, granduncle such a freak that he's taking photos of his maids? That feels predatory. It feels oddly predatory. Like they're kind of busy working, man. Earlier photo, almost like an earlier draft of this photo, which is interesting. So weirdly, an earlier draft of this thing. Definitely strange. Same with the camera. I don't know why these are here. Why there's so many copies of it, actually? Actually, this camera one is new. To focus on the camera itself is a bit weird. What else? Scour this room with intent. Print notes. Herbert Sinka has requested yet another print of her ladyship, I assume for one of her rooms in the West Wing, as well as an enlarged print of the enclosed photograph. He said the last development was too dark to keep an eye on that. To keep an eye on that? That's a weird phrasing. That's a weird bit of phrasing. Too dark to keep an eye on that. An eye on what? Too dark to keep an eye on that. What's that? Why does it like? It's maybe like her titties. I don't know. Like, is it like a nude of my grand aunt? Or a development on that? Why would you need to look at somebody to keep track of them in some way? What can you discern by looking at someone? A lot, actually. You can discern the passage of time and the condition of their being. That's interesting. Good possibility here that she's sick in some way. Which means I need the magnifying glass to look closely at her, and there's something about this photo that leads me to know something about her condition, of which we found plenty of photos. Versions of this in various places. Like in the office. To do, need magnifying glass. Check aunt per dark room. I'll remember that maybe. Maybe. Okay. We done here? No. That's 2 different maid photos. Maybe our uncle is a freak. Although the maid on the right side does look like she's about to eat your face, which is a little scary. But also, like, there's this trope within stories that I do kind of hate, where it's like, if you're ugly, you're technically the monster guy. But like, some people are just ugly. And they're not really mean, they're just ugly. And I do feel bad about thinking of the fact that I'm afraid of ugly people in the way that like movie and media has made me afraid of them. That is to say, I'm afraid of the entirety of my entire viewer base. Hello? This is the office. This is the office. What? So, was she the one running the company before she died? Because she passed away. And then he took on a much greater interest in running the company after in his older years. Which implies that maybe she was running the show before then. Dude, she gets creepier and creepier, man. What the fuck? But maybe that's the point. We've seen a couple photos of the maids before. And where they were throughout the house. Why would he want to develop the photo of the maids? Maybe they killed someone. Maybe the maids are murderers in some way. Because what is she holding there? And why does she have like 2 massive teeth? And why does she have like cross eyes? The difference is astonishing. Here, cross-eyed, buck teeth. Here, normal looking people. They're not holding anything like a clamp. It's just a brush. I wonder if there's a way to... Maybe there's a way to enhance the quality of these two. Like, can we make a camera lens of some sort? Or can we make like a light bulb lens? Where we can develop the photos ourselves? I don't know. But I think that's everything in this room. We have a lot of different things that we need the magnifying glass for. And because we keep putting it inside the shop, we can't find it normally, which is annoying. I'll do a guest bedroom. I feel like we're getting closer and closer to some answers. It's just so hard to tell. And who is this? KL. KL. I'm starting to get to the point where I'm just keeping track of everything. Where I'm no longer picking only the most important things. And I'm basically highlighting the whole book. And I don't know if that's a good sign that maybe I'm going off the wrong track. Like, maybe it's worth it for me to take a moment to collect all of my thoughts into a nice document that is laid out well. Rumpus room. What does that even mean? A uniquely modern fashioned gaming room. Yo, the Rumpus rooms provide many guests to the estate with countless hours of recreation. The room is outfitted with a record player, 2 television sets, a collection of board games, and a mysterious antique fortune-telling automaton named Alzar. I feel like I should take a photo of this. We might need to use this soon. Alzara. TV. Can't turn on. Backgammon. Coins? Many coins, actually. I'm rich. Can I make it to the code check? No. Can I make it to the commissary? No. Special order comes in 1 to 2 days. Hey, what's this? A safe deposit key box. 149. What does that mean? Okay, this room gave me the safe deposit key box. I don't know if it's necessary to remember what room gave me it though, because I feel like item placement. I still can't tell if item placement is consistent or RNG. Some rooms it feels like it's consistent for tutorial's sake, and afterwards it's like RNG, which is frustrating. I wish on some level it was consistent so I can like find things more, but vault key unlocks box 149. Vault. Oh, actually there is a vault that we know about from the security camera. There was a vault thing that we saw within the security room. So this could be there. This could be there. I like this deposit key. No. Used in vault, seen in security room cameras. I think that's where it goes. Radio that I can't play. It's very sad. The Alzara thing. There's this thing called I forget the name, but it's the same concept to this. You ask this like magical thing on this website, and it asks you a bunch of questions, and it can narrow down to exactly who you're thinking about. It's actually crazy weird. I can't move.
And, as it was foretold, I am awakened at the sound of a dropping coin.
Yo!
You find yourself face to face with the great Alzara,
Hello, Alzar.
and I suspect you wish me to look into your future.
Well, I need more than that. You mind helping me pay off my everything?
Is becoming clear.
That's me with the blueprints. I'm lost in the sauce. Huh?
I see a boy standing on a shore of white sand. He is looking for something he was told he would not find. I see a black cat tied to a red flag.
Huh.
I hear the wind blowing, but the flag does not stir. I see a door marked by a rogue moon. A door that is always locked, yet has no key. It is the door you have been searching for, yet will not find. A lost room beyond the dark waters. What you have heard here has been foreseen by the great Alzara. Until the dawn of the following day, I will have nothing more to say.
No. That was cool. Okay, that's a cool cutscene. So he's useless now. All right. So there's some things about this that I'm thinking of. First off, go back to the office. Oh shit, go back to the dark room. The flag is probably important. So Great Alzar said basically nothing. One, it's like a real fortune teller where they don't really tell you much and they just say a bunch of vagaries to make you believe that your money is well spent. Two, he actually said a lot with very little. So actually he's better than most fortune tellers in that he actually did result in something pretty useful. So boy on white sand shores. It's ya boy, right? And then you gotta go over here, and it's like looking for door with a rogue moon. Grand aunt has moon pendant. It's actually very interesting to see that. Cat, red flag. Cat, red flag. red, favorite color. Flag doesn't move. It's static. What else did he say? I don't know. I'll have to watch the VOD later. My assumption, I'm assuming maybe the answer lies outside the mansion in the side paths. I don't know. Because, again, there's that cliffside hallway area that we can't get to. There's that weird room inside the foundation that has it's like a drop down and drop up elevator that we can't use. Maybe it's telling us to leave. A pool? Oh, I can't use it. Fuck. Costs a gem. Shit. Fuck. I don't have a gem. Fuck. Redraw. Hey. No. Yeah. It sucks. I'm supposed to get more green rooms, but I guess not. Not many places we can go. Boiler room is necessary for the laboratory, so we could do this. But I can go experiment now. And if I experiment, I might be able to get some gems or steps. Either or would be nice. Any tips from fellow technicians would appreciate it? No. Any cool items? No. Boiler room is necessary for this to work, but it's fine. I just need the experiment to get the gems. Okay. Immediately. All of these fucking suck. When you draft, spend 2 or more gems drafting your room. Set your stats to 40. When you draft a hallway from another hallway, set your steps to 40. Sure. I don't like the experiment feature. It's not as cool of a roguelike mechanic as like the perks that you see in, say, White Knuckle, which came out yesterday. It just, like, it feels very difficult to want to do it because you get so little reward. And the downsides can be a little frustrating. Like, the conditions to activate something feel way harder than they should be, I feel like. Shouldn't be this complicated to, for instance, be able to get 40 steps or something. Or, you know, get some positioning somewhere. Fuck. Fuck. We get 1 key here. It's good. Oh my god, we get the magnifying glass. I'm gonna sandbag the rest of this day to go back to the dark room. We have to. If I don't do this, I'm going to beat myself up over for the rest of time. And I'm tired of beating my own meat every day. Go here. Here. Can I get free steps? Just put a washroom. Just make a washroom. I don't care. Just make a washroom. I'll need to take a shit later. You. What secrets do you hide, Uncle? You never wash your hands. You got shit under your fingertips. What secrets do you hide, Uncle? If you take a photo and their eye flashes red, they have eye cancer. I learned that from Reddit. It's like the go-to recommendation whenever someone takes a photo and they have a red flash in their eyes. Is you say, you have cancer. It's like, no! Like, look at her. That is buck teeth and that is cross-eyed, man. How does it distort so much? Green memos found in Hartley's room are always false. Why did my grand uncle make this a photo op? Green memos found in Hartley's room are always false. So this is interesting. Hartley drove my uncle and also has a letter that says, hey, green memos are always false. That's weird to see this because it implies that Hartley was important enough to have a room, but was also in many ways the primary suspect for his murder. It's weird. And he looks. If this is Hartley too, like he does look like a murderer. But again, that's only because he's like ugly. Like it's like the trope of the ugly person being the killer. But that's not true. Come here, you old ugly bastard. Just look at me. What'd you do to my granduncle, huh? So he's the opposite, or maybe it's like always everything is a lie, red or green. So what does it say instead of Hartley's room that would have to be there? And how much of the family is in on, or how much of everybody is in on this game? You have a blue Prince Albert. What is that? What is this, a UK joke? Is this a UK joke? What's the British humor here? I don't know anymore. It's when you get your cock pierced. Blue Prince Albert piercing. Yep. There's a Prince Albert, there's a reverse Prince Albert, and then there's a deep shaft reverse Prince Albert. Why is it called a Prince Albert? Who is Prince Albert? Prince Albert. Person. Prince Albert of Saxe-Coburg and Gotha, probably a cock, was the husband of Queen Victoria. He was the consort of the British monarch from their marriage on the 10th of February 1840 until his death in 1861. That's your king. He was your king. I'm sorry to my grand aunts. I just made it look so stupid. I'm sorry. This is, you know that thing that people do with the filters, and they do this stupid thing where they enlarge like portions of themselves. Look at my beautiful aunt. Look at my beautiful great grand aunt when she looks like this. Hey, great nephew. What you doing over there? You were not alive back then. You're playing this yourself, so you will not be staying. Okay. But can you tell me if you're also frustrated by the RNG mechanics? I'll stop looking at things. Because I've gotten frustrated now. Okay. Are you what does the clock matter to you? Are you annoyed of time? Do you hate time? If I spoiled something for you, get fucked. But yeah, no, bye. You've only used time once. Okay, so were you also annoyed when you did use it for the shelter? Yeah, because for the shelter, were you also annoyed by how long you had to wait doing nothing for it to pass? Because I hated that. I don't know why the game does the RNG. You went and you did things. You actually risked losing steps. You're bolder than I am. I didn't want to lose a single step, so I stood there for 15 minutes. That's impressive. Maybe, to be fair, you have the Prince Albert, so you're way stronger than I am. Anyways, look away from the screen now. This is all spoilers. And thanks for showing up. Please post Prince... No, I'm saying, don't post your Prince Albert. Look away. Oh-ho! It's about as far as you got. Weakling. You weakling. Don't talk to me unless you're on my level. I'm about to open the orchard. I'm about to open the goddamn orchard. Hell yeah. Oh, and then also, do you think that your grand aunt, is she hot? I think she's hot. Do you agree that the grand aunt in this game is like terribly hot? There's something about like a very regal woman with like a beauty mark. And it's not my real aunt, so I can say that. What are you looking at, grand aunt? It's in your hands. And what do you need to keep an eye on? I'm curious. What did they need to keep an eye on? I wonder. The last photo was too blurry. They need to keep an eye on that. He said the last development was too dark to keep an eye on that. Oh, so keep an eye on that. Oh my god. I typoed the whole thing. That's an S. too dark, so keep an eye on that. So actually, this is a meaningless statement. As in, he just wanted like a nicer photo of his wife. You know, I cherish photos of my wife too. I like to stare at them. Very nice. What's important about these maids? Why does my uncle stare at the maid so often? Uncle, why are you staring at the maids? What's wrong with you? It's so much better with the uncle because he looks so stupid. That's good. That's really good. Now that's good.
Yes. Yes, grandnephew. I'm here to tell you about the fact that I am dead. My soul was stuck inside the photograph, and I'm here to tell you that you are now the owner of this wonderful estate of mine. No, don't thank me. Your life is about to become a living hell. Did you know that I believe that time is a meaningful mechanic inside of a puzzle game? And did you know that I like to gatekeep all of your progress behind RNG? Yes. When you step foot into my estate, you may want to kill yourself in Minecraft. Welcome to your new prison cell.
POV, when your uncle sees his like wife, bazinga! It's like, whoa! I need to stop doing this. I need to stop. POV, your wife walks in the room. Wow! I need to stop doing that. I need to stop doing that. In POV, the maid enters. Wow! Why is it so weird? Like, it's so hard to see things. Why did they take a photo of the maid? Michael's a freak. Okay, so what other rooms needed us? The office, right? 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can make it. I can make it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, what's interesting is she doesn't have a mole here. Whose bedroom is this? Because she doesn't have a mole here. This is a whole different person. She doesn't have a mole. She doesn't have a mole. Why does me staring at this image create a buzzing in my headphones? What the fuck?
Yes.
This one. Please check if there's any books available for purchase. I don't know how to solve this one. I think I'm going to leave this one. I think we just assume that I can't solve anything at the moment. I just simply leave it for next time. The key is that we have the password to the orchard now, so we have like meaningful progress. We do one more run after this, and we call it because we need to take some. We need to go to do some photography. I need to take some photos, and we can't play this game forever because it when it gets frustrating, it gets frustrating. When it gets good, it gets good. But those highs, this is the thing that I don't understand. You need to do if you never. Life is already... The feeling of disappointment comes in the fact that you don't get the thing that you want already. To then add a negative thing to it makes it feel worse. I think that's why I hate the time thing, because the time mechanic, like, it already sucks that you can't open it, and now you have to wait for the perfect time too. It's stupid. It's like everything already feels bad. Why are you making it feel worse? Why are you doing this to me? Why are you doing this to me, Uncle? What did I do to you? Is it because I called your wife hot? She is, though. Is that so wrong to call my aunt hot? Again, if they were never hot, if your family members were never hot, you would have never been born. Although that doesn't really make sense for your aunt, because it's like, that's not really somebody who, like, you know what I mean? Shrine! Yo! A sacred silence permeates this candlelit cavern, whose flickering lights add to the holy aura shining down upon the meditative statue. Its stone hands, present forth a stone bowl to the devout pilgrim who may wish to make an offering of gold. Fuck yeah. Dude, nice place you got there. Yo. Holy shit, this guy's got fat ass cheeks. What the fuck? This guy's got the fattest ass cheeks of all time. Like, from the front, you just think, oh, basic pilgrim, right? From the back, look at the way it, like, wraps. It folds, man. Most people, when they sit down, it just kind of stays flat. This guy, like, expands. Holy shit. Hello, sir? Make an offering that will last for several days. Oh, wait, sorry. I didn't mean to press no thanks. Take me back. Take my allowance. Take it. You receive blessing of the dancer. While drafting, you may pay diamonds to spin floor plans. What? Oh, shit. Dude, thank you, fat booty priest. Oh my god, thank you, fat ass priest. Yo. I love this fat booty priest. Oh, I love you, man. Thank you. Oh, Jesus. Good ass improves your life. That's good. Nice. Now we go to the orchid. We have a key code, 1128. I'm assuming it's 1128. I don't know what else it could be. And we just go inside. Which is crazy to me because then the calendar with the orchid apples was a red herring. And that's sick. Not like sick nasty, but like sick in the head. Go here. This is my camp. Sucks that it takes like multiple steps to get here. Jesus. So 1, 1, 2, 8. Okay, let's go. Okay. The apple orchard has been permanently unlocked and added to your campsite. Starting tomorrow, we will start each new day with an extra 20 steps. Holy shit! That is actually absurd. Like, that's a whole different game at that point. What? That's a little much. Like, I feel like there has to be a mistake, right? Like, that feels kind of strong to have. That feels very, very strong to have, and it feels awful that we didn't get it until now. Wow. That's some good shit. Can I just pluck them off the tree and eat some more or no? So what's interesting about this orchid? The tree was cut down that had the code. By the way, it's crazy that they wrote the code and was effectively a piece of paper. Like, you know the meme of people insecurity is like the easiest way to hack the system is you just oh, the sconce. Oh, the sconce. I need to keep an eye out for these. The sconce. What? No. No, not like this. No. Not again. No, please. I'm begging you, please. No more time puzzles, please. I'm begging you. Please. No more time puzzles, please. Your time puzzles are so dog shit because all you do is you wait there. Please. Why do you ruin yourself for fucking time puzzles? Orchid. Sure. We'll group this by itself. No. To do orchid. Orchid. Gardener's logbook. April 10th, 1992 to some number. They're still here. When I first came to the estate in the capacity of the new groundskeeper, I was a little dismayed to find that my predecessor had kept no notes, no logbook, no record of any kind regarding the various gardens and green rooms of the house under his care. As a result of his improvidence in the first few months of my post, I suffered a number of embarrassing professional blunders, I believe could have been avoided with even a few scraps of imparting wisdom from the previous groundsman. To that end, I will make an effort to make some record of my dealings on the estate, in as much as it pertains to horticulture and general tomfoolery. What a beautiful statement. Just fuck this time bullshit, man. I'm so sick of this time mechanic. It's so annoying to have this stupid time mechanic. God. This goes here, this goes here. There's no real image for it. I'll just keep it like this. Like so. Like, because that's something. This is the problem with the time mechanic, is like, what time do you need to use to see it? Or is it just there so it tells you the time, but then, like, what's the point? Just hate time mechanics, man. Among my many commissioned duties, I have been tasked with the conservation and oversight of Mount Holly's alluring grounds. My domain stretches from gate to gate, and encompasses the Apple Orchard, Entrance Drive, and East Yard. Fortunately for my workload, the maintenance of the West Grounds has not been a priority since Lady Epson's death, and the ensuing closure of the West Wing. Nevertheless, I take some pride in my work, so I still endeavor to brush the West Path weekly even if none but myself take notice. In addition to maintaining the grounds, there are 8 green rooms within the house that require some level of upkeep and light groundskeeping. The majority of these I discovered are only draftable on the perimeter of the house along the east and the west wings. The terrace, patio, veranda, morning room, greenhouse, a secret garden all fall within this category. What's the secret garden? The soil survey. What? One of the first tasks I undertook as a groundskeeper was to conduct a survey of the various plots of soil underneath each slot of both the west and east wings of the house. And while I would have preferred a full survey of all 45 plots of the house, it was clear that the inconvenience such an undertaking would produce was in no way worth the extra data, especially considering the rooms that would benefit from the survey only ever appear in the wings. To quantify soil quality, I measured the soil's capacity to support crop growth and maximize the promise of high yields. The survey ended up taking 2 weeks due to some difficulty reaching the higher ranks, but the project was well worth the effort. As suspected, the room position has a direct relationship to the amount of fruit spread from the gardens and the amount of flowers that can bloom in the greenhouse. So flowers are interesting because the game does mention the flower aspect with one of the upgrades. One of the star patterns, but I don't know what that means with the flowers. And there's only 1 rich soul on the left, but 3 on the right side. But the 3 on the right side are more higher rank. Smudge pots. A few years ago, the Baron made the long overdue decision to switch from gas lighting to electrical power. The installation of the new system was a substantial undertaking, as almost every room in the house had to be equipped with new fixtures and wiring. Thankfully, these renovations did not extend beyond the mansion's interior, and all the lamps and equipment used outside the house are still connected and powered by gas line, including but not limited to the orchid smudge pots. The smudge pots found among the apple trees here in the orchard are a critical necessity thanks to the cold temperatures and high altitude of the estate. These gas-burning stack heaters prevent frost and should be kept on during the winter months to ensure a daily yield of apples. So, because this game does operate on days, I wonder if it starts to snow in winter. We're in November, we're about to come into December. Well, but winter should be started by now. But assuming if we get to December and it starts to get colder, these should be on, otherwise we lose steps, right? When the smudge pots are not in use, the orchard's gas line should be turned off to conserve resources for the estate's other gas-powered machinery and appliances. After a few months of idleness, I finally have a new cause to champion, and I just... Oh wait, I need to actually take screenshots of these art. When I first came to the estate, among my many commissioned duties... Keep all this into my little notes. So, I'm curious to see if that timeline of winter does matter, or if that's just a little detail. Because we do, again, this is why I'm so confused about why they include time, and I like, time doesn't matter, but like the day is a good enough mechanic that I don't know why they bothered to make it more difficult with time. Like, the date is enough, including with like the snow mechanics and stuff. I don't know why else you need the time. Doesn't make sense. Hello chat, how are you? Welcome. You actually missed all the worst parts of the game thus far. So you somehow dodged everything bad about the game, and you now get to see only the good. Can you tell us how you're so good at timing your entry into the stream? You've never been here at a bad time, is what I'm trying to say. Ever. How do you do it, Chatter? How do you do it? Also, how's your thesis going? Because every time you leave, you say you have to do your thesis. Are you any closer to finishing, or is it just a pipe dream? The skill of dodging, dodge rolling, yeah, dodge slop, the way you dodge everything. Very proud of you. What the hell is this? Thesis aware. Are you avoiding your thesis by being here? I want you to know you'll only feel frustration being here. But I don't blame you, because I've only ever heard that, like, of my friends that had to write a thesis, none of them really wanted to write a thesis. They just do it because the degree requires them to, but otherwise they would rather not. After a few months of idleness, okay, so I've requested for a change of scenery. Specifically, I would like to replace the statue of Orinda currently in the cloister with the much more appropriate angel Rena. Orinda. After all, as beautiful as the statue is, shouldn't the greenery of Mount Holly be governed by the paragon of gardening, currently in the cloister? Though amused, I do not think Anne took the request too seriously, but she did humor me and listen to me rave and pontificate on the subject for the better part of our lunch yesterday. And she wonders why I avoid tending the cloister. Truth be told, I've forgotten how to access the inner garth, and I'm too scared of chastisement to probe for the particulars for a third time. Huh? My best friend edition, Mr. Brinket, I've only seen Rena's depiction in the chapel. So her name is Rena. So who is Orinda? And then Orindia's thing, is Orindia from the book with the crown the same thing as Orinda? So Rena's depiction in the chapel. So Orchid is here. Where's the chapel? Oops. Church. It's right there. Okay, good. We go here. She's actually the one. So she's the farm lady. She's the hoe. No, sorry, not that way. She's the one holding the hoe. You had to cut 90% of what you want to talk about. Teacher said that you're trying to write a whole ass book. Isn't that the point of a thesis, though? What? Wait, that sounds kind of weird. Isn't that the point of a thesis? Aren't you trying to write a book? Like, I thought, like, okay, what's the point of a thesis if it has like a word limit? Because isn't that the point of a thesis? Is you say as much as you can? Isn't like, because like the only person who suffers, aren't they? Oh, to be fair, I get it. The only person who suffers from a longer thesis is your teacher. So they can teach you the ability to be brief while also being mad because they have to grade it after. So actually, yeah, but you should do it anyways just to make them mad. No, not at least for your kind of thesis. Oh, wait, is it the thesis on the thing that you were talking about with me? When you asked me that question about, like, the monitor sizes? Then that makes sense. I too would be annoyed because it's not that serious, bro. It's not that serious, bro. Maybe for your master's thesis. Yeah, I'm actually curious. I need to those of you who have ever written theses, please tell me about your theses because I want to know like what the difference between your theses were. What website is this? You want to use it? Well, you have now activated my daily. You've activated my once in a lifetime Obsidian spiel. It's Obsidian. It's not a website. It is a tool that you can use, that you can just download for free. Oops. Oh, I fucked up. Oh, wait, just give me a second. It's a tool that you can download for free to sharpen your thinking. You download this for whatever platform that you have, and you make a bunch of notes inside of it. There's dark mode and there's light mode, so don't worry, I'm using in dark mode. There's a sync that goes to your phone, but you have to pay for the phone syncing version. If you know GitHub, you can back it up. But either way, you own everything. It's free. It's your own files, and you can just copy paste them into different things. Don't trust them. Obsidian is a rabbit hole. It really is, because this that you're seeing right here is a canvas. So Obsidian has two things. You can either have like notes. So for instance, you can have notes on things that you want to like keep track of. So let's say you have a note about like the game or about algorithms, and then you can have a canvas where you can, as a board, bring it all together to draw connections between different things. And then there's a knowledge graph that you can see. So where's my knowledge graph? I can't remember. This thing. In the knowledge graph, you can sort of like filter by it and see all the various connections between things. And you can even see, for instance, let's say I want to read the book, The Poppy War, or Vietnam, Lotus in a Sea of Fire. Let's say I want to read this book, right? If I can check where this links to as like a backlink, and I can see that it's in my list, in my personal list, in my to-do reading list. I can go back there to check the context. And I can write my notes on this book here. If you want to get the drawing portion, like with this, so canvas is built in, but the courtyard doesn't have tiles, right? So the courtyard, I had to draw this. You can get the Excala Draw plugin, which you go here, community plugins, and you get the Excala Draw plugin. Oh, you can't see anything. I'm so sorry. I'm just like talking to you. You have to like imagine everything. Okay, look, canvas, connection board. Okay, notes. This book, I want to read this. Why is it here? I can look. It's in my list of books in my personal, which I won't show you. You want to have this board of connections. Canvas is built in. You can use Excala Draw to draw your own infinite canvas, like for the outside, because the outside doesn't have an easy way to screenshot the entire thing, and you can just download it as a free plugin. It's all free, but you should get these plugins. Get the Advanced Canvas, Excala Draw, and Simple Canvas Search. Without the Simple Canvas Search, you can't do search on your canvas. But with the Canvas Search, let's say I find a new clue that could tie into the orchid. I can do Canvas Search, and I can search for the orchid. Or maybe I find a new clue that can go to the dark room. I can go to my dark room section, just like that. And I can catalog everything that I find. You regret? Don't worry. When you use it, your life will change for the better, actually. I use it for my personal notes, but I'm reorganizing my personal notes. I used to... Oh my god, there used to be a gem here. I used to have my personal notes separate from everything else, but now I'm combining them into one to make it easier to manage. The orchid has one of these platforms on the floor by the weed whacker, or like the soil tiller. Today you got yourself a Behringer DEQ 2496. You'll be using it as a compressor, a limiter, and an EQ. Wait, that's actually sick. How do you like it? How do you like it? I mean, meaning to get like a hardware series of tools to make things work. And actually, I have the hardware version in my storage room, but I kind of don't want to give up the ability to have the software routing. So Voicemeeter is nice in that when I route all my audio in Voicemeeter, I don't need to deal with, for instance, having like a different sound card, like a separate sound card to have multiple different channels. I have it all virtually, and I just hook them up as I want to. Whereas, like, I need to find something that maybe splits the channels on Windows and has like a driver for it. So I don't know if I want to, but at the same time, I don't like using Voicemeeter to load my plugins, because my plugins, I'd rather have it as part of the interface itself. But at the same time, it's like I want one that can load the plugins as a digital plugin and not be a physical thing, because my plugins, like, it's nice to do certain special effects anyways, because it's like I like the special effects usage, which is only usable with a DAW, and Voicemeeter makes it very easy to hook up into a DAW. And the ones that I saw that you can like load in virtual plugins yourself with like the DSD, I forget the name of it now, the like plugins, I wanted to get those, but I was like, I looked at the price and I was like, is it really worth it compared to a single one-time license? I don't know. Plus, the delay on Voicemeeter wasn't that bad. It's actually like less than a couple milliseconds for me, which for most aspects, it's fine. Yeah, that's why you got the hardware one. You don't like Voicemeeter. Okay. When you do try it, please let me know, because I've been meaning to maybe check out the hardware stuff, but the software side is just so convenient that I'm like, I don't know if I want to... I don't know if I want to give up all of it just for the sake of like not... Just because I don't like the hardware, like the software side. Like, it doesn't... To me, it just doesn't really seem worth it unless it's like extremely good. Also, this thing, same. So this is the same. I need to invert the direction of this. Same gem holder as one found in shelter time lock safe. Does this imply the gardener has one of the 8 crown jewels? Also, it looks really good IMO. Kind of like a cool old school aesthetic. So what's funny is that you remind me of Julia Chahayanad. I forget her like name now, but you remind me of those artists where they do things with a certain aesthetic because it looks cool, even if it might be completely impractical. What's her name again? Chahayanad? Juniper? Jessica? January? What's her name again? I'm trying to find the channel that I subscribe to. It might be gone. Oh, Juliana Chahayad. Yeah, Juliana Chahayad, because she did this one music video where it was like her and this like old PC, very Fruitiger Aero style, and and then she also has this like microphone that's hooked up to like a weird old telephone, and I think the old telephone is the microphone. You remind me of that. It's like entirely impractical, but totally cool to do because it seems fun. What does this mean? Wait, is it telling me to go here? But these pipings I can turn off to use the flames. If I turn this again, that turns the flame off, right? So turn it back on. These are spread throughout the garden. Or like the smudge pots are spread throughout the estate gardens. How far does that go though? Because I only see one. I don't see where else it could come from. But the orchid having this and 20 extra steps really is a game changer. I'm happy about this. I'm just surprised that it's locked behind so much craft to get here. I'm assuming the other ones are sort of underground stuff, so maybe we can do those as well. Little later. But for now, let's explore the house for the first time ever. Because I just didn't bother going in. And maybe 2 more runs of this. So this run plus the next run. The photography thing isn't going to take too long, so we can sort of like play with it slowly. I just really want to get as much of this house done. You know what I've been really thinking about upgrading to? One, I want this thing. It's can't remember the thing. Maybe this guy has a video on it because I'm pretty sure he has like a video on his setup where he screams instead of it. I'm fairly certain. Trying to find the video. Give me a second. Give me a moment. Wait, just wait a bit. Just hang on a moment. Just give me a second. Just wait a minute. Fuck, it's like this thing. Basically, it's this thing that you can install in your room that gives you noise canceling everything. So it noise cancels around you and it prevents your noise from exiting as well. It's a sound box or something, or like a sound studio. And there's like attachments to like get your wires inside. But I was gonna make a cheap one out of like cardboard or like wood because I could just do the wood myself. But then I was afraid of fire, so I was like maybe, and like breathing in things. So I was like maybe not. Noise blocks, I think, are sound blocks. So I was gonna get that. So that's my dream. So I can just get some, because I need a microphone. So this microphone, you can't get the nuance of my voice. I actually tested this on 2 different ways. So I had my phone, I had my friend, and then I had the microphone. And then I was like, do you hear a difference between all 3 of them? And they were like, yeah, everything sounds different. It doesn't capture some nuances of my voice, which is annoying. Because I have to tune it down really low to lower the gain so there's no background noise. But if I can isolate the noise, I can get a better microphone that has better like sound dynamics. I don't know what the term is, but like it'll sound better, if that makes sense. One problem about the Behringer, it doesn't have headphone outputs on them. Oh, it's a failure. I mean, I guess you could get one of those conversion things, no? Where it's like a you get the conversion from the headphone or from like the usual output into the headphone. I forget what it's called. Basically a dongle. It's a dongle before Apple realized that you could sell them for like $100 each. Maybe that exists. I don't know. Feels like it should. I feel like it should exist, and if it doesn't exist, that's society's problem, right? Kind of cool. Shop. Gold sink. Let's go to a gold sink. Hello. Laundry room. Special cost bypassed. What? What does that mean? Oh, because it's a gold room. It's free. Right. All your gems with all your gold. Swap gems to gold and back and forth. Keys the gems? Wait, keys the gems seems good. Bit of a weird system. Just show me this. There is a left and right aux output. Maybe you can use those with some adapter, but AI said it wouldn't work. Did you? What the fuck did you just say to me? What did you just say to me? What did you just say? What did you just say? What was that? What was that statement that you just said? Who did you ask? Who did you ask for answers? Can you explain to me? Who did you ask? Who did you ask for answers? Explain to me. Explain to me. The gun is to your head. The gun is to your head. Who did you ask for answers? Who? Man, you can also buy a mixer for $100. Yeah, I mean, you just get like a mixer, and I think a mixer would be better because I think a mixer. The nice part about a mixer is that you have the knobs to like twist things around too, which is nice. You vibe troubleshoot it. I can't believe you said that to me. You might as well have just said that my mother is a whore. Like, you realize that, right? You've insulted everything about me. We had this discussion last time, actually, about when my friend used AI to figure out if she should be offended at what someone said. And I remember thinking to myself, like, society is cooked. To use a Gen Z term. But also, like, we were using the term cooked before you Gen Zers. I just didn't... Listen, lingo and slang is timeless. But yeah, we're cooked. We're cooked. We're fucking cooked. Why? I wonder if the AI is even accurate. Because I wonder if it's even correct in what it knows. Plain without blueprint. I feel like this is all wrong. Because it's like, how do you know that the AI is even pulling the right information, right? How do you even know? How do you even know if the thing is even telling the truth or if it's lying to you? Perplexity shows sources. Okay, did you read those sources? And were those sources themselves viable? Did I actually soft lock myself? Fuck. Whatever. Next day we start with extra 20. No. We're cooked. What happened to school saying Wikipedia is not a primary source and you need to go down to the citations? Oh. But maybe that probably does make sense though. I mean, at the same time, I don't get the difference between aux output versus normal output, but I'd be surprised if there isn't a single adapter for aux output to headphones. Like, that feels almost absurd to me. Like, you know how like some things there's like you can find adapters for some of the craziest things, but you can't find one from aux output to headphones, even though theoretically it's probably the same type of output. I feel like they're lying to you. The thing is, most of the time the source is Reddit. That is true, that most of the time the source is Reddit. But like there's also like a pre and a post Reddit in-shitification. Like, there was a period of time when Reddit was basically full of mostly people conjecturing. And that conjecture at least had some weight of like, they're either a genius or they don't know. But even then, there were many cases where someone would write a very long paragraph about something. And for instance, it'd be about some like tech thing. And I would remember reading it and then going, you're fucking wrong. like you're an actual idiot. A squalid dwelling on the edge of the estate belonged to one of the groundskeepers. So there is a possibility that someone will lead you astray, but I feel like the chance of it from like, let's say, posts from 6 years ago and older are probably like, you're probably safe, right? I feel like 6 years ago and older you're probably safe in terms of the risk of it being something that isn't real. You know what I mean? You get what I'm saying? You pick up what I'm putting down? You get what I'm saying? Notice of termination. Wow.
yet let go. Dear Mr. Ravane, your half-hearted dedication and maintenance of the grounds has been greatly appreciated. However, I regret to inform you that the services as a groundskeeper at Mount Hollywood no longer be required effective immediately. Half-hearted. This decision has been made after careful consideration and is based upon repeated observations and documented instances of neglect in the performance of your duties. The state of the green rooms in particular has deteriorated significantly over the last few months, which reflects poorly in the rest of the staff. You are required to vacate the hovel by the 20th of March, ensuring all tools and equipment belonging to the estate are returned to the tool shed in good condition. Your final wages will be settled promptly upon completion of these instructions. We thank you for your time and service, wish you the best in your future endeavors. You wonder if there's an AI that uses paper as a source. So all of them do. The problem is not the fact that they use paper as a source or not. The problem that I've always found with the AI is that it seems to hallucinate things. As in, like, it'll take random connections from different places. And the problem is that if you don't know what's right or what's wrong, and you're using it to determine what's right and what's wrong, there's no course correction. Like, because it's not perfect yet, I don't know if it's worth using yet. At least with a person, you can dig deeper into what they thought of and how they got there. And it's good to hear that Perplexity is doing that field that I forget the name of, but like there's a specific section of the field in machine learning that deals with how do you encode the steps that the AI itself takes to know something, so that you can reveal that to the person who uses it, thus increasing the level of trust, but also allowing some level of introspection by an expert. But with a person, you just ask them, like, are you sure? And they can sort of, like, figure that out on their own from various different things. And you can sort of build your trust that way. With an AI, if you ask it, is it sure? It'll make up a new answer. And you can literally tell the AI that's wrong. And it'll say, I'm sorry. And then it'll make a new, it'll make up, like, a new thing. And you can keep doing that over and over and over. Because it's in a constant state of learning. And so at some point, it just doesn't really make sense. Like, for me, the problem with it has never been what sources it uses. The problem is that just the way that it doesn't have... It's not made to give you the facts as they are in a factual manner without a heavy level of training to get to understand that this is a fact. If it's something that's sort of, like, up in the air... or like something that like doesn't really have much information about it, and there's not really many ways to like train on that thing. Like it's like how often does the question is an aux output a valid output for headphones? Then it's just gonna keep making up new answers to fit what you want it to say. It's really good for some facts, and it's gotten better at some facts in the sense of like, you know, it can actually answer facts now. But it even started like even before it like it. Remember, it did fail math before. And math is entirely factual. To some degree. Like, there's proofs upon proofs upon proofs about why numbers work the way that they do. And even then, you have systems that we follow, that we simply know about, that you don't need the like, proofs for, that you can just sort of know the rule sets and sort of use them in that way that the AI wasn't able to do, right? So... at least for me, I sort of look at the AI and I go, yeah, like some cases it's like useful to find patterns and stuff, but like at the same time, I still worry about how much you can rely on it being factual. Genuinely, it's a little scary to think that maybe there's a possibility that it could be wrong, and I worry about relying on it too much. Like I still think it's worth it to have like multiple different things to look at, but if you see the sources of it and you can check out the sources, that is a great way to check like, oh, is it correct or not? And I'm glad that at least one of the AI tools is doing that, because I don't even think OpenAI can let you introspect the sources yet. I don't think. Granted, it's also a hard field because it's like, how do you? Because the information is not encoded the same way that we encode information and like knowledge. So how do you even begin to understand, or like how do you sort of reverse engineer the way that it looks at things to use like a very, I guess, layman understanding of what that process would maybe feel like? Like that's a hard problem to solve. To go from the end and figure out the steps that it took to like get there from whatever beginning prompt was there, without retooling the entire thing to add in some way to like introspect it, right? So I wonder, Mr. Ravane is the same person as the Orchid, because the Orchid has a book as well,
that I imagine probably belongs to someone. The weird part is actually no, it's a different name. So Ravane was someone else before the orchid person. And then we had the orchid person who failed the job. But yeah, gaslighting AI is a good, I guess, look at it. But it's just the way that it works, right? Like, it's if you tell it that it's wrong, you're the human, and it defers to you. And so it sort of learns off of what you say. And in doing so, you get it to say something else because it's trying to refine itself. At least the models that I played with seemed to be like that. And then I didn't really understand why, but at the same time, I get it because it's like your chance to get the right information ASAP, if that makes sense. So again, you know, that's why I hesitate to ask it for answers. This is not to say that it's any more or less accurate. I think in an absolute sense, you look at it like that, and it's like, oh yeah, it'd be a case against it. But there is a relative sense of, is that necessarily better or worse than what people do anyways? Like, most people can't even figure out what's true or not just from reading things. Because how can you? What factors go into knowing what is true or not, right? There's a lot of factors, but, you know, it's just that thought of, like, how that all works and, like, how you discern what those factors are. I don't think most people really think about that. Like, if I asked you right now why you believe me over everything else, you would have to take a moment to figure out why. And it would probably boil down to some level of, like, appeal to authority, appeal to sort of my perceived like, expertise, and it could even be fake, right? Because it's like, am I lying? So it's like, there's the appeal to sort of this, like, idea of honesty. It's like an appeal to appeals. It's like just to a bunch of different appeals in the hopes that what I'm saying is correct. Also, no wonder this guy didn't care about his job. He lives in a fucking hut on straw. I don't think this guy cares about his job very much. I would say give him a room inside the home so he's happier. 45 rooms. Where is room 46? What? 2 wings, 9 ranks. Where is room 46? 7,590, tested my full house theory, no luck as expected. 45292. Coincidence? What does 45292 mean? 45292. Something about that number is important, that they would keep track of that number. 45292, it's color-coded, and we have a couple of other color-coded number things as well. But then it's also interesting in that it's based on the shape of the house. But 45292, why is that number important? Why is that number important? 45292. We know the color of the utility room is actually based off of this note over here. So if I go down to, like, this note, follow this connection. Okay, go back and follow the connection again. It's the other connection. Follow this connection. No, go back over here. It's, there's a third connection somewhere. Do I see the third connection? I don't know. I wish there was a way to disambiguate connections by looking at them side by side, but that's more of a problem of this thing than anything else. Like, I wish there was a way to hover over it. Obsidian Canvas plugin. Hover over many different connections that are overlapping and get a disambiguation view of all the connections at the port. Think of it fanning out such that you can sort of... I'm going to maybe insert template and gesture. So now you see, this is how I organize my notes. I have 3 categories, okay? Developer for my anonymous developer name, personal for my real name, which in the context of the stream is like, it's anonymous. Jester for streaming. Things that I want to develop in public, I put on the streaming. It's fanning out such that you can see each one side by side in detail. On hover, display the name of the end, display a preview of the end of the other end of the connection so that you can quickly trace among multiples visually as well as textually. This would also display a preview, like a fragment of the textual data for the thing, e.g. image name, first bits of notes, group name, etc. I think that's a great way of doing it. Okay, I'll develop that next time. For now, blueprints, because I have no clue how to get back there. But have some cool things, So now floor plans cost walking instead of gems. You can walk around. Can you write your thesis via vibes, or is that still illegal in academia? Like, is it still illegal within academia to write your thesis via vibes? I know. I want you to do it to see if it's possible for you to survive. Because to me, it's like, I don't know if I want to really use it for that, but I think it'd be funny for you if you do it, because then you could tell us, like, okay, what's the success rate of, like, doing that? This room has to matter. Adjoining a hallway. Do I care about the hallway closets? Yeah, I'll do the parlor for now. No idea, but you know, people do it. And we've seen papers where AI was used for translation. Okay, so what's interesting is that I actually don't mind for translation as well as transcription. Because transcription is always sort of annoying to do. Translation, it's sort of difficult to get a hand on somebody who does it well for a price that won't break your bank. So those two I'm fine with. But then the problem with, at least with translation, is like, how does it know that a sentence should be like that? Like, what if it's the first time it's ever seen that sentence? Not to say that that's ever possible, but I feel like the meaning of some things is so complex that the translation into something else. I don't know why I'm pounding my uncle while I'm doing this, but just listen to what I say and not what I do. I feel like it's too risky, where maybe the meaning gets lost when you translate it. At least if you give it an original source, maybe it's worth it. Like an automated translation might be kind of cool as like a service that a platform provides. But I wonder, as like a publisher or as the author of something, maybe if you're the author of something, maybe it'd be worth more to go at it manually in some way, or at least have like a manual proofread. Every box is false. Every box is contain gems, false. This is the true one. This statement on one of the other two boxes would be true if you place the word every with the word this. This box contains gems. This box is black, so this is false. This is true. This box contains gems. This is getting harder, and I kind of like this. I see why there's only 2 puzzle rooms. The amount of times that the parlor changes is actually... It's pretty good. It's pretty infinite. Pretty good and like infinite. West Wing Hall. This is the only time this would appear, so I might as well have it now. Pretty good. Observatory. I do want to do a hallway. It's all kind of bad anyways, so hallway. It was all kind of bad. Get the sledge. Get the dice. Get the key. I wonder... when will I ever get, like, I don't know, like cat girls? Or like, you know, it's just something cool with my AI stuff. Like, I want something cool with my AI. I want something like fun and exciting with my AI. AI dating stuff, for instance, I'm actually surprised at how poor it is still. Like, it's funny to see the videos of people trying it out. Because a lot of them seem to be tailored towards making a fake character motif that they follow, and then just trying really hard to stay on track. You've seen a video where the guy filtered out thesis work using common AI phrases, and at the end there were quite a lot of results. That's pretty scary to think about. 3 steps for this, worth it. On the other hand, though, is that, like, it's scary to think about that, like, that is the way that it is. But what does that mean in terms of, like, the thesis work was done with AI? Was it translation stuff? The slice, plus 2 steps. You gotta do the slice. Or was it that the content itself was discovered by AI? Because I've shown one paper before where it was talking about the reproduction system of something, like something about dealing with like reproduction systems, and like the majority of it was written with AI, and even the images were AI. So the diagrams that were in use for the rats, for instance, was completely wrong. Wait, the hovel with this bonus is pretty good because I can rotate the floor plans. Yo! Kinda sick, yo. And I wonder how... common that is as a problem in the industry. There was also 2 dig spots inside the hovel, which I do want to try, because I imagine the hovel has unique digging mechanics, as well as the whatchamacallit. The orchard. Because I didn't have a shovel last time, rather. Because if it's used for the statements of what should be like your research, that's bad. If it's used to translate something, maybe it's fine, because it's like the source paper would have the right thing, and it would just be like a quality issue of like, okay, well, maybe you should have thought about translating, like having like a proofread, right? I don't know, but it's scary to think about. At some point, it'll become imperceptible. At some point, it will be a part of our lives and be completely imperceptible for us to see, which sucks. As well, at some point, it will get to the point where maybe the volume of the AI work sort of grows to dwarf what we had before. And then there's a sort of question of, has it been better for us or has it been worse? In the sense of like, well, have we gained more knowledge as a result of all of this? Or have we gained less? And I wonder when we'll be able to perceive either effect. I don't think there's a single dig spot here, actually. Have you changed? No. What's interesting is that this always points here. What is this? Like, what do I do with this? Because it's like, say there's more AI written articles, but there's more overall science being done. Is that a good or a bad thing? Because then it would depend on the quality of that science, right? Like if AI is used as an assistance to speed the production of that science, is that a good or a bad thing? I'm actually very curious to see what the result is by the end. I imagine it must be awful. Like I imagine things must be getting worse over time. And it will not get better. And what's crazy is that, let's say something is written with AI, right? But right now, the literacy around AI is also very low. And I use AI in the very colloquial sense. Like, there's a technical explanation of it that I don't think is fit for this type of discussion. Colloquially, how the other fields interface with it, I think using that colloquial sense is probably the most accurate. Because if you aren't aware of how to spot it, and you aren't aware of the dangers of what it is, does that necessarily change the way that you use it as an input to your output? Like, if you're reading through research papers, and you don't even understand what you're reading, would you have used it anyways, irrespective of it being AI or not? I would assume no, but maybe that's wishful thinking in that I hope that people don't just try to use information that they might not understand, right? But what does that mean? Frontier psychiatrist, what does that mean? Frontier psychiatrist. What does that mean? Oh, we can just go here. Perfect. Good thing I left the courtyard. So this is good. Holy shit, we found a broken lever. Wow. That was easy. Wait, so what's funny is that you can use a broken lever on the thing, but you also craft something. Or maybe you craft a fixed version? I'm not sure. But I'm assuming you can just use it. Green rooms do not cost gems to draft. That's actually not that bad. So what do we know about... There's also a secret garden card. If we get all the garden cards, it might be worth it. I'm assuming garden cards are more important than the cards, based on what the Orchid book says. But I need to remember about soil quality. Fuck. The fruits that appear, as well as the number of flowers in what? In the greenhouse, the flowers matter. So rank, this has to be a greenhouse here. If that's not a greenhouse, then I fail. Maybe the dangers of it are overstated, or maybe it's understated. I have no clue. Maybe we're all gonna die, and it doesn't fucking matter. We're all gonna die, and it doesn't fucking matter. Yes! Perfect rotate. I didn't want the code check. I don't even remember what I checked in. Breaker box. Okay, this is starting to be a good run. I can do the VAC indicator now. Okay, I can do the VAC now. So turn off the keycard entry system. Keep that on. Turn the gym off. Turn on the garage. VAC. So utility closet. This thing has a VAC note somewhere. No. Code for utility room and VAC. Here we go. Off, blue, green, white, red, purple. To get white, you must make all purple. Would I be able to play without the notes? No. I genuinely, this game, I think it's designed around the notes. So a game does tell you early on, you should keep notes. I think by day 2, it's like you should keep notes just so you don't forget things. But it's fascinating that it tells you, because I feel like that should be like a given for this type of game. But I don't know if that's necessarily true. But for me, it's like if you don't have the notes, you're basically doomed. Because without the notes, how do you even remember all these minute details, like the code for certain things and what room it really belongs to? It's very difficult, I would say. How did I do this last time? How did I get the blue? Green, 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 green. There's the blue. And then you click that to make purple. There we go. Red, purple, 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 purple. Okay, so first one off, but to get white, all 6 has to be purple. Fourth one, white. First one off. Fuck. No, stop. No, stop. Okay. Wait, off, blue, green. I'm stupid. Blue, green. Off, blue, green. Oh, okay, good. It doesn't reset. Okay, good. You feel like notes should be somehow implemented in the game itself, but you're not a game designer. No, I agree. I think the notes should have been into the game. I actually mentioned this very early on. But at the same time, you know, there's a truth to the matter that the game tells you to use pen and paper. Because this is the problem, right? Technology... Only some things has technology surpassed the original form. For the most part, technology is an approximation of what it was. Bionics, approximation of our normal natural limbs. Brain chips, approximation of the ability to read. Video transcription, approximation of our ability to hear things and understand language and understand the meaning of something. and in the way that the human brain does immediately. Like when I say a sentence and I say a word and I say a phrase, you immediately understand it to a degree that's relative to your fluency in the language. But even then, in many ways, better than technology has for a very long time. And these are things that we're sort of at the forefront of, that we seem to be seeing, new and exciting improvements on every day. The few things that we've actually gotten better on is typing. But typing in a consistent flow, and Notepad was effectively a single page writing element, and WordPad for sort of the multi-page element. When you need to do something, anything, any form of writing that breaks out of the single continuous flow, those tools suck. With a journal, you can sort of draw notes and lines to various places. You can you can attach different things. You can draw different things to it. Editing gets harder on physical if you want to sort of always edit towards the final state, which some people do. But for something like this game that has so much of this idea of you're moving towards some intermediate state, right? The ability to quickly say and pull off to somewhere, okay, like this is that as this is harder to make. Kind of funny that you were able to remember the story of Shrek by looking at the emote the entire Shrek movie. Yeah, it's. I mean, to be fair, the Shrek movie is a classic, and I said this last time too. The Shrek movie is the only way that I know fairy tales, because I don't think about fairy tales otherwise. Okay, but like knowing that, it makes you realize, okay, there's a reason why they don't make their own system off blue green, because imagine making your own system to write the notes. You would go a little insane, right? Like it wouldn't even be worth it really to do, because the amount of complexity that is required to make this is a far reach for what a game is. And Obsidian is a tool that's been working exclusively on this, and it's still not perfect. That I need external plugins to add certain features. So what hope does the game have to implement it? So on the one hand, yes, I think notes should be a part of the game. On the other hand, it's like, how can you beat pen and like pencil and the paper for this type of thing? It's why even for the root trees are dead, I didn't really use the in-game note system as much as I wanted to. I eventually started to want to move towards this because I was like, it is annoying to keep all of these webs of knowledge. It's because it's the way you maneuver through knowledge is like a web. You just make these jumps to different like leaps of faith, and you try it out. And if it works, then it either solidifies or it withers away. That's hard to do in like a note system. Otherwise, I think, especially one that's like purely textual, that's like line by line. Like line by line doesn't really fit the flow of your thinking mode. It really just fits the flow of your final artifact of how we disseminate information in a readable manner. Red, purple. Red? What the fuck is this? Huh? Oh my god. The Gemstone Cavern has been permanently added and unlocked to your campsite. It's time to start each new day with 2 gems. Yo! Oh. 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 That's the VAC, baby. That's the VAC. That's the motherfucking VAC. Okay, still don't explain what it's for, though. Code for utility room VAC indicators, which is behind the wall. So we follow this connection, go to here. Ba-boom. What does a VAC mean? This is a VAC. This is the VAC. I guess it's like the vault activation control thing. What does VAC mean? This thing. We're still missing a cabinet switch, but I don't know what that's for. Give me a second. I'll be right back. I need to go use the washroom. Just think about this graph for a minute and just let it soak in the amount of connections that we have so far. And how many mysteries we have successfully solved. BB. I can't wait to eat dumplings later. I have like wontons in my fridge. Why is it called wonton and then why is it called dumpling? I'm actually curious about the wonton dumpling connection. Because who started which? Presumably, one side started calling it wonton because they didn't know what a dumpling, or like one side called it a dumpling because they didn't know what a wonton was. Then wonton, the way you say it, doesn't sound like the way it should be said. Except in certain contexts. And with a certain accent, which I can't do because people would... just for context, like, I am Asian. What is fire without wood? Fucking useless. Cap. Cap. Banana. Don't buy the banana. Never buy. Why did I buy gem? I have infinite stuff. I've infinite. So this is the good sorrel, but it's too late. I think we spread gems into every green. Or we do nursery. I think we just... No, we do patio. Spread the gems in each room. It's fine. Spread them out. Dough wrapped meatball. That's the thing, right? Because it is dough wrapped meatball. But then, like, why do we call... What's one... But then why is it called dumpling? Because I would call it a dough ball. Like, if it's my first time ever seeing a dumpling, I'd be like, can you get me those, like... Can you get me some of them Asian dough balls? It's like, yeah, I want some of them Asian dough balls. Okay, so this thing doesn't cost me energy if it's dark. Thank goodness. Light me some dough balls. Special keys. Silver key. What does this do again? Den is nice. Probably based on the name. Yeah, probably. Actually, yeah, that's a good point. Because, like, what does the name mean when you translate it directly? I've never really thought about that. But I'm not good at translating anyway, so does it really matter what I think? Does it really matter what I think? Okay. Okay. What is this? I'll do a drawing room. No, I'll do a code check. I think we're nearing the end of this run. And like my success rate's probably gonna disappear very soon. We put the shovel back. Or actually... Yeah, we put the shovel back. I can get the broken lever again. I don't really think it's gonna be hard. I'm not even done exploring the house. Like, the broken lever doesn't really matter to me yet. The house itself is still the curiosity. Servants' quarters. Never been here. A cold, empty room, devoid of ornamentation and personal effects. This suspiciously humble bedroom belonged to the Baron's personal valet, Hartley Rota, with unchallenged access to even the most clandestine areas of the estate. Clandestine? This is the guy who was with my granduncle before he died. There's a letter in his trash. Why? He was with my granduncle before he died. Why? Why is there something inside the trash? I thought I almost spilled all of my drinks. Holy shit. I was about to take a shit on my chest. What's interesting... I just realized this. Hartley. Kermit. Also, you activated my meatball face. Hartley. Granduncle was with Hartley. Dark room has a photo of Hartley holding the image saying, green memos found in Hartley's room are always false. And then you have servant. Oops. I didn't name it. Servants' quarters. Who is Hartley? This is Hartley's room. So Hartley? Who is Hartley? Red. Checked. Bottom. We take this bad boy all the way to the bottom. And we connect it to their room. This is a very important room involving my granduncle. connection goes here. Everything in Hartley's room is a lie. He's a part of this game, and he was with my granduncle on the day that he died. I wonder what happened on that day when he drove my uncle somewhere. Mr. Rota, aka Hartley. Hello, Hartley. Mrs. Babbage has told you that you'll be overseeing network maintenance over the next few weeks while I'll be gone. I apologize in advance for the extra workload. I believe I will be back in Reddington by the middle of February, but even that is not a certainty. Either way, I do not anticipate there will be any major issues while I'm gone, as the difficulties we were having last month with the terminal connection seem to be resolved. If there's an emergency, you find yourself having to enter the central server site. I've set you up with a temporary admin key to allow you access to the network administrative controls, because right now the network link to the Synchra servers is down. Admin key, first 4 letters of your last name, followed by first initial. The first and fourth should be capitalized. If you have any questions, please let me know next few days before I. Okay, so this is how you re-enable not the RTA network, but I guess the link to the Synchra. Or maybe this is specifically to the RTA network. Because it is down. This implies, so it's Hartley Rota. First 4 letters of your last name. So Rota, followed by first initial. The first and fifth character should be capitalized. So Hot. Roth. Good. What is this? Master bedroom, ladyship's chamber, guest bedroom, nursery, bunk room, boudoir. Wait, dude, Hartley was being called to the boudoir? Buddy, she's married, man. Why are you inside the boudoir? So green is always false. There are 12 major keys. So inverse this. This means that it's technically not. So if it's not true, how many keys are there? So if you inverse this, I'm assuming this is the connection. Yes. If you inverse this, it should mean, since green equal false, what does this really mean? Like, is it that there's 12 that's false, or is it that they're major keys? I don't know. Well, the driver had a lot to talk about. Hardly. I know we spoke often on this day, and I don't think there's anything I can say the past 40 years that I have not already attempted to tell you in numerous times in the past. Half-stated gratitude, always interrupted with tactful and polite repudiations from you. I'd always known this final letter could give me the perfect opportunity to finally express myself uninterrupted to you and unfettered by social graces. But I don't feel the inclination to say aloud what has always been unsaid between us. Is this about the love that we feel from each other? With my passing, I release you from your post in service to the Sinclair family, and implore you to live the remainder of your years on your own terms, as scary and unfamiliar of a concept as that may be. Besides, I think a more junior valet would be more situated to meet the needs of young Master Simon. To that end, if you wish, you may stay on long enough to oversee the training and establishment of your successor in the post. But as soon as he or she has the lay of the land, my instruction for you to quit must be satisfied. Why? I'm actually curious. Why did my uncle want him to leave? Because he had full access of many pieces of the house that other people didn't have, right? He had more access to other things than even, like, say, the groundskeeper didn't get to. Like, the groundskeeper and the scientists have to, like, find their way to the laboratory and the gardens randomly. This guy just gets access. Ignoring what your objections might be after reading this, I decided to leave the lake house in Trinsdale to you and your family. What? Lake house? My lawyers have all the details of the gift, and will be contacting you shortly about the particulars. For the past 4 decades, you've served willingly as a subject and victim to my many whims, games, riddles, and so rest assured, unlike my nephew, you'll be not put to yet another challenge to prove yourself worthy in this matter. This house, the house, is yours without strings or strict stipulations. I'd for a time gleefully entertained the notion of employing Anne as the house manager of your new residence, but I knew the humor of such a prank would be entirely lost on you, to say nothing of her, until we meet again, my friend Herbert. Would you work 40 years for somebody who, like, plays pranks on you, for, like, let's say YouTube-style pranks and forces you to think of things? Would you do that knowing that maybe in the end you would get a home. I think I would, because property is expensive. I would prostrate myself before many a person and many a thing just to have a chance at having a home. Because a house is not a home without the money to afford it. Corpora, yes. Corpora streamer, yes, I would love to be here. Corpora. It does seem kind of worth it, honestly. Like, it does seem pretty good. The alternative is you're homeless. Homeless with a home. Yo! Wait, what floor am I on? I'm rank 7. Now we should do pool. I've never been to the pool. So it adds locker room, sauna, and pump room to today's draft pool, but that doesn't matter because this is my final step. It's over. This is my final move. Oh, I didn't unlock it because I don't have access to this security room. An indoor Orindian pool was one of the more... Orindian? Was one of the more modern additions to the estate. The inclusion of which provided a convenient excuse for building a handful of other rooms which not only complement an indoor pool, but are often compulsory inclusions. Orindia. I can't even go into the water? Like, well, what's the point of the pool? The draft pool is your deck of potential floor plans. Each time you draft 3 random, the odds of drawing may differ depending on you. Some rooms are more floor plans out of remove, no running. I'm gonna run as much as I want to. If you run in this room enough, like, can you die? Is there a secret ending where you running inside the room can cause Simon to fall and crack his skull and like die? By the way, it's over. It's time to pass out from fatigue by walking into the kitchen. 1 step. Ah! Now we have new gems. We have a new little doorway that's open by my campsite. And we have 20 steps every day. We're getting closer and closer to some resolution. And it's just one more run. I feel like this is a good roll. We got most of the annoying bits done. Because we got the annoying bits done with like the time and the waiting and like the RNG of some rooms, and we can guarantee some things using certain other things. And I know that if I drain the fountain, we can probably get a bunch of coins. We might be able to do well. I don't want to finish the game, but I do want to at least try out one last run to see if I can get some new combos to like learn. And I also really want to check out that new little path over here. Because it has to be cool. Why else would it be there? You need to update the map after as well. But yeah, I'm glad to hear that my frustrations with this game are not unwarranted, that other people are feeling it too. I really don't know what they're thinking with certain mechanics in this game. This stuff I'm fine with. Finding how to open these is okay. But other mechanics get frustrating to me. Like the RNG, the time waiting, stuff like that sucks. We're also really close to figuring out what the mountain does. Because there's something important about us standing there to look at the mountain. And I don't know what it is. So we now have this. This whole gemstone place. We have the gemstone cavern. Go here. So go to the map. Which is right there. Stripe security door opens into this. So this is here. Oops. We do this. Gemstone cavern. Take a photo of this thing, which you can't see on screen. Yes, I know. Gemstone cavern. Gemstone cavern. Again, I'm still very iffy on certain mechanics. Like, I don't know why the orchid is blocked and it takes you so long to open. Like, it's a cool reward, but those 20 steps really changed your game from feeling stressful to like decently fun, because you can now spend time fucking around outside in the courtyard. Here's the last of the equipment for the new mine. I don't think we're going to need more than this, especially if we're going to limit excavations to 2 stones per day. I was told by the engineer that getting greedier than that might risk the structural integrity of the cave wall. I suppose we'll have to adhere to his expert opinion, at least for now. We managed to remove all but one minecart from the old tunnels, two of which were too rusted and worn down to be of any use to us up here. So Dave went ahead and made the call to scrap them. I'm not sure the foreman's gonna be too happy about that, but hopefully you can smooth it over. Now there still is one more cart down there, but it's locked on a short track. It's way too difficult to move from the reservoir side. It's a little bit awkward because it's blocking the passage, so I suggest someone move it from the other side if they can get over there. The boss informed us there are 2 other ways into the site from that side, but I think we're gonna leave that for someone else to finish up if the old man really wants it done. So this is saying that there's a way to come into here, and there's almost like an exit into this side of the house. Which is interesting. From the reservoir, so implies something similar to garage with reservoir exits. So it's like you get the extra entryway into this side, which is kind of cool. And then this thing can go over here as green. So this is the green. Green. Yep. Wood. I looked at the wood because I've been playing Open Sewer, and I remember in Open Sewer I spent so much time trying to get the wood that I was just naturally going to pick up the wood to like craft things with. But this is not that game. That's a good hint though. I wonder what's on the reservoir side and if the reservoir is a card that we can pull. Because I'm assuming it's related to the foundation elevator thing. I'm assuming it's all based off of that. Also, knowing about the gardens, I'm very glad I didn't put the foundation on the right side. I would have cucked myself out of some really nice garden tiles. Especially because you need to care about the soil quality to get the flowers and stuff. Because I'm pretty sure the flowers are probably some puzzle thing. Especially with the 4692292, whatever the number code was. Make a blessing. A trading post. Rotate floor plans. I don't know if that's going to help me. I would rather take the shelter here to prevent the issues of the next 3 red rooms. Because that technically... Oh, you know what? That's why the dark room didn't go dark. I had the shelter. Okay. So we take shelter to shortcut some things. Shrine is cool, but I don't really need the bonus, and I think I'm okay without it. Now we see. Usual strategy. Already a bit of a failure to go into hallway, but actually maybe this is good. You sell any good keys? I need a lockpick kit for 10. Okay, this is already kind of a bad move. Okay, it's already kind of a bad move. Okay. Alright. Okay. It's already kind of bad. Okay. It's already really fucking bad. Okay. Well, fuck it. Fuck it, we loop back around. Fuck it. The 4. What does the 4 mean? The Diamondus Minor. Diamondus Minor? Yeah, they hate us because they diamond us. This goes back to that room. Okay, so... Alright, this is pretty stupid. So it does go up by 1 star every single time. Soon I will reach Dread. Which is weird, because on the day that there is Dread, maybe I don't want to do anything. Did I go the wrong way? God damn it. Ugh. Oh, my steps. Oh, fuck, my steps. Corridor is always left unlocked. I do want to go straight. I have a bad time to go in it, but it's fine. 1 major, 1 minor. What the fuck does that mean? I need 2 gems for it? Shit. 1 major, 1 minor. 2 gems for that is interesting. Because I've never seen that before. And what does it mean by major key? Because the note said that there are 12 major keys, but that's a lie. Because we know that the red notes in his room are lies. Have to go dead in here. There's no choice. And then, let's say you have the major keys. We know that the levers are for the antechamber. So what's the point of a major key? Is it the same as a silver key, or is it something different? Rotate, please. The commissar. I don't know why I'm here. Why did I do that? Why am I doing any of this? Okay, just like restart. Just like restart. It's a disaster. It's cooked. It's cooked. I don't know what I'm thinking with these rooms. I wasted the gem to rotate, but like I need the gems to open things, and it wasn't really necessary to rotate it because like there's another room that I could have taken, and I had no money to use the shop. Anyways, oh, it's cooked. It's cooked. My grandfather must be, or sorry, my granduncle must be staring at me, being like, "Why did he just quit halfway through, or like within the first five seconds?" Like maybe he's looking at me to like test my patience. Or maybe he knows about my secret strat, where I'm trying to win off of a 69 day. Because if I win on 69, that's pretty funny. Also, I've never gotten the burning glass ever again. I need the burning glass to light up the dark tunnel. I've never gotten the burning glass ever since, and that dark tunnel is like taunting me. Yes. What the fuck? Each time you drop the dead and spread $5 into the tomb. Why is there a tomb? The Sinclair family crypt is as gloomy as it is immense. The true Sinclair legacy lies here, resting underneath the stones. A parade of distant relations and forgotten ancestors. Yes. I remember mentioning that there's no family graveyard. I didn't know why there was no family graveyard. I could light these up, actually. There's a lot of candles I could light up down here. Shit. Okay. I see what this is. This, you need to have... the whatchamacallit. You need to have the burning glass. What category? This one. Need burning glass for all the candles. Tomb. Because you could probably open a bunch of these doors. And there's probably a puzzle involving the candles themselves. These are the Adjurian Angels. What? Oh my god, it's a puzzle. Who died? Open only in the event of my death. What? Again? Again? I have to go through the trauma again? The loss? The feeling? Simon, so here's where it all ends. At least for me. And of all the picturesque places of this grand estate, I choose this dreary, dank dungeon to be laid to rest. And that same dim, somber fate fell upon my father, and his father before him, who loved the outdoors even more than myself. They say there's no stronger bond of servitude than tradition, and family tradition, thrice as strong. These are chains that seldom bend and never break. And I do wonder what plans and prospects of yours will be sacrificed upon the family font of convention. What biography of your own will you forsake to add to another page to your father's memories, or your mother's, or mine? In our youth, we are gifted with dreams and ambitions. At our death, we are left with realities and regrets. I think there is no greater sin than to perpetuate tradition that stagnates growth, that strangles purpose, that suffocates dreams. What point is there to live another's life for the sake of our own? I wish that I'd been buried beneath the great oak, overlooking the plains, the wondrous woods and the worldly mountains, and the wild holly that surrounds that trunk. Perpetual token of sympathy, laid across my grave. What dreadful tradition is it that dumped me in this sunless hollow? And if by morbid example, this dark crypt makes any impression on you whatsoever,
If reading this letter within these damp halls plants in you a seed of hope, if these words might grant you strength to bend, if not break these chains, then would I cherish this tomb more than oak, and sycamore, and spruce, more than the wondrous woods and worldly mountains. This cold stone room would become the most cherished place in all of our domain. Would have you raise a shrine upon this spot to commemorate the moment of your liberty, to treat this sepulture as hallowed ground, to realize that grand gestures can be as effective as they are theatric, and to, in turn, as recompense for the freedom thus granted you, commit yourself to be buried here, here within this mausoleum of dreams, and when the day comes to write your own letter, to inspire the next generation that follows in our footsteps. As is tradition, Herbert S. Sinclair. It's funny, because I was thinking about the fact that this game does have this angle of... There's this interesting angle of tradition that they follow. And this idea of we're probably following a tradition that isn't even our own either. But then I sort of had this thought of too of like, what is a tradition that is your own? There is none really. Tradition is something that isn't really your own. You just come into ownership of it. In the same way that like responsibility falls upon you. If you are to turn on the oven and you don't turn it off, right? It's like you live in the house, you didn't turn it on, but somebody else still turned it on, so you don't want to burn down your house. You have to take care of it, right? Problems that you need to take care of. And I wondered, as I was playing this, how much of this related to the mother of the character too. Because the mother of the character, in many ways, seemed to be, or at least seemed to take part in the responsibility of the actions of her author and her publisher, or like editor, whoever it was. And the uncle seemed to house them and said that was his responsibility to take care of them. And like, how far does the responsibility go before you're no longer really living your life and you're just living to go through the motions? And then tying this into the weird little storyline that like fortune teller told us too, the way that the character is meant to be free on some shore, away from it all, in the distance to home, and the shore so far away from this home. Here's what this means. And then to see the grandfather, to see him say, I hope that you come back and make yourself an example for all the future generations to not do the same mistakes. That's interesting to me. Because it says, the grandfather is saying, hey, I don't want you to live like me. I don't want you to really be here, and I want you to live freer than I was before. Fascinating. Does the angle of the statues matter? Yes. This room must be my aunt. The candles are tipped. The statues, some of them, inside the Aegean church statues, have their arms up and down by default. But also the statues surround the manor and look a certain way as well. I wonder if I can tell if it's up or down based on these. Probably not. It's just a bunch of nothings. What is this? Money? I should have read the note first. What if the money was cursed? Each of our journeys come to a conclusion here in the tomb. This floor plan is the definitive dead end, or is it? Each of our journeys come to a conclusion here in the tomb. This floor plan is a definitive dead end, or is it? Dead end. Maybe flip the hand down where a statue is facing a dead end. Right? Each of our journeys, this floor plan is a definitive dead end. Because then that would make sense. So for instance, this is a dead end. And the arms are by default up. This is a dead end. This is a dead end. But how come some of these have torches? Some of them point towards torches.
This is not a dead end. Because they're facing each other. So maybe that's not a dead end? I don't know. Like, isn't everything technically a dead end? Like, when is it not a dead end? Dead end, dead end, dead end, dead end. Like, this is a dead end. It stops at down there. Like, what's the distance for dead ends? I need the candle burner. Without the candle burner, I don't think this will make sense. This is the only one that's not a dead end. Yeah, I just need the candle burner. I know what this means. But could these candles also mean the layout of the place too? Like, what's important about this? You know what? I'm not gonna bother. I'm gonna assume that I need the item. As soon as I get that item with the workshop, I'm going to come back outside and we're gonna solve everything. Final run, we try to get the candle burner, which we know in crafting is... I don't know. It's shovel, I think, and magnifying glass. I'm pretty sure it's shovel. No, metal detector and magnifying glass. We just need... I don't even know where to get a metal detector. Where the fuck do you find that? I need money. Yeah, storeroom. Yeah. Really, storeroom, good. But dead ends do drop money there. It's interesting. And I wonder how much of a dead end... Like, how connected the dead end is to the room. Like, is the candle going to open up doorways to dead ends? Like, I'm not sure. It's a bit confusing. Nice. Early dice is nice. 20 gold is crazy, too. Commissary early? That's... Wow. Can I get candle burner ASAP? Maybe. Magnifying glass. Good. Running shoes to maximize thing. Yeah, occasionally save space. Sleeping mask gives you when you enter bedrooms, but I don't really want to enter bedrooms. Sledgehammer opens chests without keys. But I feel like keys are easier to get than otherwise. Sleep mask. West Wing Hall, free. Now we go to the right. So down here. Kitchen is food for sale. Pantry, parlor goes to here. I could go parlor, go to entrance hall again. Because this one should give me some gems. Okay, we just need to slowly build our way through. Rules are the same. At least one, at least true, at least false. The other two boxes are true? No clue. The other two boxes are blue? False? No clue. What? False? So, false, false? True. Okay. Now we have an abundance of gems. This actually might be... This might be the run. Do we get to end on a success? Or does it kill us with a single, dead end? Fuck. Redraw. That's the worst draw ever. Corridor, spare room. Oh, man. That's the thing. If you don't get early dice, what do? You're just boned. 2 extra gems, but I can't go right? That sucks. Fuck it. I cost 1 gem. Like, it cost me 1 gem to get 2 gems, and I get early shovel. Or sledge. I get free sledge? Wow. But no shovel. Oh, shit. That sucks. Passageway is pretty good here, honestly. Pretty damn good. This one is going out this way. Pantry's Nook is probably the best. Because I don't know when a locked door is gonna show up. Metal detector, I can maybe... Conference item? Oh, yes! Whenever items are spread, they appear in this room. That's actually perfect. That's really good. This helps a lot. In his latter years, H.S. St. Clair has been withdrawn from public life and conducted all business from the comfort and privacy of home. Honestly, if you're this rich and you don't have a home office for you to do everything in, I feel like you're not living life correctly. It's included the occasional board meetings, which are held in the professional setting of this room. Like, that's the whole point of being rich. Some special rooms allow you to spread items throughout their house. They are immediately placed in separate rooms. If you're a conference room that are gathered here, okay, that's exactly the same thing that other room said. While the caraffs, notes, red. Conference room. We're so close to something good. I feel like I'm gonna mess up accidentally and like kill the entire flow again. But so far, this is looking pretty good for us. And then this note over here. We do the office, conference room, and blue. Reminder, after meeting adjourns, take all the conference room notes and place them in the office safe. Okay, that's all inside the safe. Safe code 9083, but this is red, which means that's false. So this is false. So this should be false. But then what is the real safe code then? But the safe code is not this. I can use this to understand what it is then. Because by exclusion, but it's like 1 to 9 numbers, I don't know if this really works. But it does at least enlighten you about the method upon which you should be gathering the numbers. Which is interesting. Though I don't know what that means. So, there, office. And then false. False because red. False because red, so it's not this. But this will go towards the office. Office. Why is the office all the way up here? Why did I leave it up here? It's literally a room. Why do I keep making rooms in the top of the place? It doesn't make any sense. There we go. Office safe. I never took a photo of the office safe. I'm actually just... This is... what's wrong with me? I guess this is technically it. You do need a self-save, so... Also connected to this as well. Red. This. Office. Tag this with blue. Okay. What is the code then? Or does every day, do I get like a new hint towards the safe code and have to keep coming back every day? If so, that's stupid. If no, then maybe there's a way to solve this. You may draw new floor plans while drafting this room. Nice. Kitchen is... I have no money, so just do this for now. Drafting room is good. Oh, it's so close. So close. I feel like we're about to get a good run here. Just don't fuck up. That's easier said than done, I suppose. Garage? How about no? I'd rather do the gym and suffer the loss of feet. I don't know why I didn't redraw. Don't I have the ability to redraw? What's wrong with me? God damn it, it's locked. Ugh. Do I get the garage now? No? Fuck you. Son of a gun. These are all bad. Whatever, just utility break room. I can go down the bottom side to get here. VAC doesn't matter anymore. Garage. Gymnasium lights off to save me the steps. Keycard entry system off. And then I do the computer. I feel like security room is easier to draft. So, saves me the step cost, except for going back in once. Do I want to go down to the West Wing Hall to do this one? Maybe, because Passageway is already there. I need a key for that door, so I can't go in through there. So I might as well try this. This counts as 2 bedrooms. You can't see floor plans while drafting this. I can turn the lights... Well, I don't need the lights back on, I suppose. I can redraw. While drafting, you may spend gems to redraw floor plans at a time. Study? I've never seen the study, but do I want something new? No. I want to continue. I have ways to go up. I think it's fine to block this off with a study because I've never seen it. So maybe my hopes and dreams are gone. Study. After the passing of the Baroness Arave, what? Her private study has since been claimed by her eldest son, Herbert Sinclair. For years, he immersed himself in the countless notebooks she left behind, drawing inspiration from her discarded ideas, from mechanical puzzles to architectural blueprints. Each endeavor he pursued in this room was realized as the shade of a creative legacy. 44 letters in the message. Okay, well, this room is also fucking hard. Okay, well... Jesus, I feel like we just get more and more puzzles. When do I get to stop thinking and when do I get to stop, like, having? When is it my turn to have something? "44 letters in the message. Face and ace. What? Unused pairing. Love, love. Sling, sing. Crowd. Crow. Grown, gown. Snack sack. Snack sack sounds like a very good snack place. Like, hey, you want to open up the sack and get some snack sacks? And it's like a TV show thing. It's like an ad. You see it and it's like goo everywhere. You know what I mean. So, okay. This actually proves the existence of the hidden 9th rank. So, this proves the existence. This proves existence of hidden 9th rank. But beyond that, I have no clue. Balls. Snack balls. Snack sack. Oh yeah, that's true. You could make it like a snack sack, like a ball sack, and put 2 different things inside of it, right? So you do like, I don't know, 2 chocolate balls in it. That would be kind of good. But I don't know how good that is. I fucking knew it. These chess pieces mattered. 44 letters in the message. I fucking knew these chess pieces mattered, man. The queen, the queen. Where is the queen? If this is the queen room, where does it go? Keycard. Wow. That's free. Okay, I should enable the keycard then. I have to go back there anyways, so. Craft, raft, draft, raft, smile, Nile, smile, Nile, smile, mile, vial, Vera. What? Coat, cat, cold, old, sturdy, study. Acre, ace, face, ace, lace, beard, bard. This is teaching you how this system works. This is teaching you how they replace certain letters. Because it's like, it's not like face and ace is obvious, but what about this? How come Vial and Vera don't work? You can't replace the 3rd letter and swap swap it around. Smile, mile, like these all suck. Craft raft didn't work. Coat, cat didn't work. Cold, old didn't work. But what's weird is that face ace worked. Cold, old, but not face ace. Cold, old, face ace. Sturdy, study. I don't fucking get it, man. I don't know if it's possible with so little time left, but I need to remember to ask Anne if we can commission new artwork for all the rooms of the house. We'd them produced in sets of 2, a pair for each room. Honestly, I have no idea what I'm thinking. I'm likely delusional to think this will be pulled off by Thursday. Oh my god. And chat told me I was delusional for looking at the paintings of the rooms. 44 letters in the message. Face and ace. This proves existence of hidden 9th rank. This implies that each pairing reveals a letter to form the message across the estate. This also implies that the paintings for the rooms. So this implies the paintings for the rooms are consistent based on position, not room type. That's why the commissary. So this is also related to commissary. So okay, fuck this. This. This also probably plays with the commissary images, because the commissary images say this without that. This without that. With and without. Oh my god, with and without. I'm so stupid. Oh my god. Commissary. I have some of these. Earth without plane. That doesn't make sense. Stare, stars. With, without. Stairs without stars. Stairs without stars is I. Bath, a tub without bat is you. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. What's that? Is anybody here rich beyond belief? What the fuck is this thing? Oh. So these images are a demonstration of how to solve the room cipher, the room painting cipher. So the room painting cipher. I knew those paintings would come in handy, because I'm like, there's too much emphasis placed on it. Like, it's too obvious not to be a secret. God, I'm so genius. I'm such a smart guy. I'm such a smart fella. Down to the bottom. Get to the bottom. Get to the bottom. These shop tiles, I guess, would go. Oh, oops. These shop tiles would go yellow, which means all of these would actually go, like, I don't know. These would just be gray. These being gray makes sense because, like, they're like outside spaces, whereas the shops are like special spaces. Yeah. Okay, so here it's this. This. We need to find that exact connection on the right side of here. Go up. We go. Further. We go. So this proves the existence of the paintings is a part of some puzzle. And then we just need to figure out what they ultimately spell. It implies that it's the same letters in each space, because it would be crazy otherwise that it changes every single time, but depending on the room, because then the message would require you to almost reorient it on the map. Like, it's like if the letter for this always changes, and like this is an A one day but it's a U the other day, how would you then be able to form the message? It's the rooms change but the paintings stay consistent. Yeah. Okay. This is good. Okay. So this proves the existence of the hidden ninth rank. This, my brain, it hurts. I'm having a stroke. Oh fuck! There's a painting here. Tree without fire is 2 letters. Fire forest. Maybe fire forest. Fire without forest is I. Because tree without fire is FI, but there's only 1 letter for all of these. Sting, sing, glove, love, unused pairing. So these are the ones that we don't look at. Glove, love, grown, gown, snack, sack, face, and ace. 44 letters in the message, face, ace. Why does this family communicate in puzzles? This is pain and suffering. 9208. I don't want to be here anymore in this stupid household. I don't want to be a part of this family. I'm emancipating myself like that one episode of Malcolm in the Middle. I don't want to be here anymore. I go to grandma's house and she gives me a present, but the present is locked behind like several padlocks, the same way that Houdini was when he got pushed off of the waterfall. And then Granny's like, "You're gonna love this when you can open it." And by the time I figured it out, like 14 years later, I open it. It's a PlayStation 1, but we're in the but we're in the PS5 era. It's like, God damn it, Grandma! It's like, could you just tell me what it is, fucker? Yes, we here at the Sinclair family love to keep it going. We here at the Sinclair family love to keep our family members on their toes. We think Ace? Queen carriage. What? Queen car? Card D. Hey, D. Card D. Wait a minute, there was also a chessboard. I'm stupid. What was the chessboard? Okay, wait a minute. I'm gonna have a stroke. Wait, just give me a second. Fourth on the left, card D. I need a... This? I need to copy this. I need to copy the map and go over. Like, I need an empty map, and then I need to figure out what the stuff is. New drawing. Sure. Why did I do that? Fuck, I didn't set the setting for the images. Fuck. Files and links. Images. Attachments should be... New... Default location for new attachments. In subfolder, on the current folder. There we go. I need to... Oh god, this is gonna be so frustrating. This is when I'm not really sure about the flow of the game. Like, it kind of makes sense, but at the same time, it's a little bit frustrating to do it, because there's just so much that you need to do. It's almost a little tedious to solve this puzzle because of how much bookkeeping you need to do this puzzle. Not the worst thing ever, but I recognize that it could be a problem. So if I do a new thing, if I go into blue canvas house map, oops, not that, wrong one, delete this, new drawing, and I rename this, my eyes hurt, blue canvas house map. Why do you do this to me? And I look at this map, and I need to sort of fill this map in with its emptiness. So this is the center of the thing. This is the center. Blow this up. We need this thing to be massive. Because it's going to be like pieces of the puzzle will be put onto this. This is going to be like hell. Okay, so letter. Oh god, these arrows have to be way thicker. These arrows have to be way thicker. You gotta be thick as fuck, man. Thick as fuck. We also need like a color cipher. Oh god, oh god, oh god. Oh god. Oh god, I'm panicking. Oh god. D. Oh god. Okay, for now, just I don't know. And then I need to get the images of this. Oh fuck. Okay, to do. Color coding, organization of tile spaces. Maybe just use chessboard notation for sanity. Because I'm freaking the fuck out, man. That's good enough. Okay, whatever. Okay, we just go up here. Wait, don't go up here. I don't even want to do the rest. Just to know that it exists in that way, I can at least confirm that it's the same. I don't know if I'm ready for this. And what's funny about puzzle games, okay, this is sort of the interesting part about the puzzle game now. I don't know how important this is to the rest of the game. This very well could just be some ARG thing. There's no indication that you have to do this to solve the game. Like, this is the thing about puzzle games, is like, you never really know what is the end of the game, what portions are required for the end, and like what is the point of things. You just do things because the game presents a problem and asks you for a solution. And that in that way it is fun because you never have to think necessarily about where to find new content. In a way, the content finds you naturally, the way things flow. But I think it's problematic because when you play a puzzle game and you have a pointed destination or a purpose that you guide yourself to, and this is interesting because this game in particular is really an exploration game where you set goals for yourself. You never really know if your goal makes sense or not because you never really know what is the goal. Like what is the goal here? I have no clue. Laboratory. Closet. Yeah, take the closet now. Metal detector? Yes! I need the workshop. Pronto. I need the workshop. So bad. Please. 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 I need something good in my life, man. It's like that video of the guy screaming, oh, you bitch, oh, coming, oh. I just want something to be. Rooms with 4 doors or more accommodate. This, I don't think we have an image of this. Southern Cross, rooms with 4 doors or more common today. No, we do. Okay. Okay, don't fuck up. Fuck me. No. 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 Am I locked both ways? No. 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 Hey. Where? Whoa! That's a lot of money all of a sudden. Oh yeah, because it collects items here. It collects items here. I can make my way to the commissary and buy keys. Buy key, buy key. Buy keys now. Keys are going up. Buy keys now. Buy keys now. Oh. You don't sell keys, man? You don't sell keys? Oh, that's cool, man. You don't sell any fucking keys? Oh, I forgot. We're a shop that sells nothing. I just had the opportunity for the burning glass for the first time in like the last maybe like 15 hours that we've been playing this game. The moment I gave up on the burning glass, everything went downhill. It's over. Because I'm pretty sure this door was locked. It's not! It's a code check! Pantry has some food and some money. Take the money, eat the food. No! That's such a piss off, man. Like, especially with the locked doors, you're kidding me? It can be randomly locked and there's nothing you can do. You get fucked? Alright, fuck you, game. I'm done. I'm done. This game is good, but it's also so bad at the same time. Like, it's the mystery of the game. And what you get to see with this, and like this, and the hint of this, and these different puzzles within these different rooms that sort of ladder up into a larger puzzle throughout the entire house, fantastic. Locked doors that are RNG, managing your resources, getting into different spaces, dealing with like, you know, rooms that may not have an opening because you go further and further in the rank. Having to think about your rerolls early versus later. it gets in the way of the rest of the fun of the game. And the worst part too is that you can see why they do it, kind of, because this puzzle fundamentally is easy to solve. It's just a hassle to do because you have to go to each room and figure out the word connection. But I don't mind it because every single one is an interesting linguistical challenge, right? But because it has this, and because it's super simple to sort of get going on it, it feels like an artificial barrier in the place when you have to work with the RNG aspect of the game. I love and I hate the game, and I wish in many ways they gave you more steps starting, and I wish in many ways they made the chances of locked doors less punishing, which would negate the purpose of them, but that's because those mechanics suck. Like if it was just the drafting strategy of your rooms, I would have preferred that so much compared to what we currently have. And I don't know why the game has to suffer for this. It's not even like it's an artsy-fartsy choice. Like it's particularly engaging to think of it as an art piece. It's just shit. But maybe that's life. Maybe that's what your uncle says inside the basement, inside of his tomb. Maybe that's what the uncle was trying to tell you. Was to leave and live your life, because the real world is better than this game.